This Noah's Ark 2x2 formation. Red change now, we go racing for the first time this season. 3 hours of GT action, it's go.
It's very tight as they come down. Group of cars coming in, this has all got trouble written all over it. This is G3 cars.
Drop downhill, they head towards the Aqua Minerale. Imola, of course. There's another one on through the gravel. As wide as possible as they drop downhill, putting that truck inside line. Yes,
Oh, he did.
Through he goes.
Apex Online Racing is sponsored by Elgato, who created this lovely stream deck. For more information about the stream deck, the link is in the description below.
Well, good afternoon. You join us as we're just warming up for the 6 hours of Imola, the final race, round 4 of AOR's GT3 Endurance Series. I'm Rage F1, and I'm joined by Cardinal Smith. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Rage F1. How you doing? As you say, I'm Cardinal Smith. Pleasure to be here. Very excited to be watching the final Grand Prix of our inaugural Apex Endurance Championship at the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Dini Ferrari in Bologna, or Imola, as we care to call it.
Yep. It's surely a mouthful. We had an absolutely crazy Super Bowl, as some of you guys might have tuned in and watched us. We had the likes of Abalazzi in the Simware Pro team go pole with a 141.1. PCDC joining them on the front row of the grid. Mats Linz Anderson managed a 141.190, only 8 hundredths away. Then we had Revolution Sim Racing White. Dominic Galtz put it on third. Second row, joined by Grantis Caracas. Then we got Marcus Gleitzman in the beer racing team, and then Shazoo will be joining them on the third row. Julian Vambra putting in a 141.5. Konstantin Soldatov, like and subscribe. They're championship contenders. They won't start any further up than 7th place. Joining them on the 4th row will be Desperate Measures, Scarlet, and surprise, surprise, PPR Esports. Adam bottled it through Aqua Minerale. Lost the car, dropped the rear, as we all shouted in dismay. He'll be starting 9th, and we didn't have a show from the Dowking community, but they should be starting in 10th place. Just quickly, touching on the standings, like and subscribe are currently in the lead with 128 points, but I think this is slightly changing because of Super Bowl, possibly. Just having a look at this now. Like and subscribe, 128 points, PPR 121 points, then we've got PCDC with 353 in third, Beaver Grease Racing in 4th with 331. I think mathematically it's still possible for at least PCDC to win. I don't think Beaver Grease can do it with 313. Because how many points do you get for the win? Is it 100? I'm assuming it's 100.
100, yes. So they're not quite there. And even I think it's 8 points for getting the pole as well, so they missed out on that too. But
Yeah.
certainly it would take something to happen between our leading cars or PCDC, but they are mathematically in the mix and in a good position to pick up the pieces if it does happen.
Yeah. I mean, anything can happen. Sometimes it does, not always. Obviously, we hope for a nice, easy race for everyone. Let's just jump straight into this. I haven't actually tested such a large grid. How many have we got? 31 drivers, is that right? That's all I can see on my list. It might be more. Let me just have a little look. No, it's 31, all the way down to the bottom. Fizzy there at the very back in Goat Racing 3. Well, we've done the top 10. Do you want to take us through... interestingly enough, 10th place has actually gone to John Deere Motorsports. So, I think that's Dalkin Community out of this race. Interesting.
A no-show.
Yep, we got a no-show.
Unfortunate.
I can see a gap in the grid as well, halfway down next to John Deere. Not too sure who that was meant to be, but we do have a missing car. Yeah, interesting. I can't see who it is on my list though. They just simply haven't joined, so I don't know who that list should have been. I think we just have a look back.
URL team of Trafka and Marcin Olajars.
Possibly. Who is in that rather lovely looking Golf Aston Martin? It's whoever's in front of them. Can't quite work out who that actually is. Not is it Igor Victorious Racing maybe? I thought the Victorious Secret car looked slightly different. That's why I'm being quite hesitant with that. No, you can see that on the other side. Who knows? There's a car missing. There's a car missing. Someone hasn't turned up. So that is something to look forward to. Oh, it's going to be a long one. It's not just me. It's not just Cardinal. We should have Timasorus joining us later. Chinson also should be popping by. I thought that Architeuthus was coming in too, but I don't think he is. So thank you, Peru, for the voice crack. It was. I'm not feeling too bad. So too great, sorry. So you're going to have to let me off the odd voice crack here and there.
We all reach that age at some stage.
Oh dear. Well, yeah. I mean, I've got a cold. I'm not pubescent.
Pubescent, what a word. Fantastic. Just on the touch on Architeuthus, I believe he may be competing today in Tier 2.
Ah, okay. I remember him saying that he is part of that NA Nighthawks by any chance?
NI Nighthawks, yeah.
Thought so.
He qualified 5th, so well done.
Okay. Well, let's... session start is apparently in 9 minutes. Do you want to quickly run us down from 10 to 20?
I will. I'll try and keep a top of the missing cars as I go. Bear with me.
It's okay.
As you mentioned, John Deere Motorsports with Mark Tall starting is in 10th. Next up, we got Connor Wright in the Van Wall Simsport team. We have seen them pretty racy in amongst the into the top 10 this season. After that, we have Igor 55 in the Victoria's Secret team. We are missing a Fast BR Team B. Manolo Garcia only seems to be one driver, so maybe couldn't take part by themselves today. And next up, Max Nails in the H7K car, part of the silver category. And in 14th, Fabian Ukert, a very fast boy in the R&D racing, part of the Platinum group. And 15th, we have Mikolaj Novicki, part of the silver racing team, looking good. And Justin Dijkstra in 19th. That's the PCDC Motorsports 2 team. So combined with the team currently in 3rd in the championship. Looking good there in 16th. 17th, Patrick, one of us. Oh, sorry, Jakob Tarasuk. I just changed my screen. The STMP Endurance. And Harrison Grafam in the Goat Racing number 1. Alongside one of the head stewards, the Zirkle. That's his name, Reg. Don't tell him that. In 19th, it's Robin Moe, we've seen set some very fast times in Super Bowls before in the N7 racing car. Always a standout team, always involved in the mix during this World Championship. I'm sure they'll climb higher than 19th. In 20th, Jimmy Ellis, the Brexit Boys Purple team. Reg, any comments on the Brexit Boys Purple?
They've had bad luck. They've got lots of room to go up. I think qualifying 5th, maybe 6th. Who knows? Doing quite well. Need a little bit of work to get right up there, but I know they do well round here. So, yeah, excited to see what they can do back there in silver.
Well, then, in that case, I'd love to see their progress. We'll keep an eye out. Hopefully, it'll be a clean, not get involved in any trouble this time round. 21st is Adam Dubil.
That's a shock. That's a platinum car. Adam Dubil is a tier 1 driver. So, yeah, that's
our Forza Italia PLE racing team, the Polish guys. Yeah, didn't expect them to be down there. And next up, 22, Stein Evering. In the red line Zach Racing. 25th, we have Imre Horvath. Again, Beaver Grease Racing Audi team, not competing this time round because there's only one driver registered. So that's the Revolution Sim Racing Black. 24th, Robert Vajoris. Robert Vajoris with the sub-aliens. Not quite aliens, the sub-alien. Not too far away from aliens, to be honest. Oscar Saristo in 25th place. Fantastic name. Chimp Racing Team. And then Reese Tattersall. That's a familiar name. We hear that a good bit. Tattersall in the 96 car. Then Simon Speth in the Sean Clark Racing, number 34 team. Great name. Sergei Bullinson. Hoping to bully their way up the field.
We have gone. Sorry to interrupt you. It's all right. We have gone green. Abelabzi going defensive against the PCDC team into turn 2. There's no way around there. Beaver Grease, Grantis Caracas getting quite close on Dominic Goltz through the first sector there. Interesting to see everyone going toe-to-toe, quite respectively as well. Soldatov in the car just behind. We can see battling there. We do have some movers actually. We'll keep an eye on what happens with the like and subscribe. They are actually going backwards. That is definitely not good for them on this start. It's not been the best start for Konstantin Soldatov. He has fallen back, or at least
PCDC versus like and subscribe. They are 9th and 10th right beside each other.
Yep.
The two championship contenders.
You're right. So PPR, Adam, just below like and subscribe. We're watching them now as they go toe-to-toe. Coming down towards Aqua Minerale. What a start then. We didn't see many moves. We didn't see any accidents. So everyone away quite nicely. It's 6 hours. It's a long old time. Make sure you don't put a foot wrong early on. Soldatov, though, holding strong against Adam Chemaluski. It's looking like it's going to be a long, drawn-out battle here. Cardinal, it's going to be tough.
Oh, absolutely. And this is what we want to see. Two championship contenders fighting it out. I would just want to say further back, all clean by the looks of it. Very close racing. Not too much bumping. No real dramas. So we're in for a good race today. And we talked about the PCDC team. Mats Anderson up the front. A good clean start is exactly what they needed. If they're going to be in with a chance, that's what they required. And second place, right up there at the front, is all they need to do for now. Maybe they can get a chance to Abdelaziz, but Abdelaziz has a fantastic pace, setting up pole in that Super Bowl when they needed to.
Yep, they did
Still
well.
going to be a close battle. Those two are going to follow each other lap after lap until somebody sniffs a chance. Soldatov and Kunoski going to be close.
Grantis Caracas is right on the back here of Linham Anderson. It's going to be a tough old race between Bentley and Bentley. We know the pace of Grantis Caracas. Beaver Grease, they've done very well this whole series. Fell back a little bit when we were around the mountain of Bathurst. Didn't have the best of weekends. Had a few incidents, didn't they, through the mountain section coming down off the hill. So yeah, hopefully we'll see them improve and make some moves on the back of Matt's just ahead. PCDC ever improving this whole season, and it's getting quite close between these two Bentleys. Early doors then, Abelabzi leads then from Mats Lynn Anderson, Grantis Caracas third, Julian Vambra fourth, Dominic Goltz fifth, Valentin Barrier in sixth. Then we've got Paschke in the Audi, the only Audi, up there in seventh. Toll in 8th place. Soldatov, like and subscribe, in 9th. And Adam Chemielewski rounding out the top 10, getting mighty close to the back of Konstantin Soldatov. There might be a move going down into turn 2 here.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this little group are pulling away, creating a little gap towards Fabian Uckert behind, at least a couple of seconds gap. Look at this train being led by Paschke. Down into T1, Soldatov taking a look, doesn't fancy it, not quite there. Pace of the Bentley of Mark Ball doing well. Trying to keep on the back of that Audi of Valentin Barriere. Fantastic racing. Uckert in the background, we've got someone off just back there. Let me check who that was. Oh, Fabian Uckert is in the grass, turning around 360 and about to rejoin the track. The golf car. Oh, and another. We just avoided an accident. Some track rejoining issues there. That golf. And Fabian Uckert is across the gravel again.
He's got huge damage on that car. Not too sure he could do much about that. I think he's struggling. He'll probably be in the pit straight away. I'm just going to go out and hazard a guess.
Rage with the crystal ball out early, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be spot on.
Right, back to this front-end tussle then that we've all been waiting for. It's all come down to this. 2 championship contenders in 9th and 10th. They need to tread carefully, really. They've got to be careful. They could fall over each other. The only team that can upset the apple cart, as I said earlier, is in 2nd place. All the way up there, having a very good run on the back of Abeladze. So PPR, who we're on board with right now, has got to play the long game against Konstantin Soldatov just ahead. They've been close, but I think Mark Toll is just slowing down the pace ahead. Oh, I hope that wasn't a disconnect for PPR. That looked very, very suspect for PPR.
I can't select Adam Chmielewski.
PPR, unfortunately, I'm going to go out and say, on a limb, have disconnected from this race. And they're going to be 2 minutes off the pace now. There's an automatic 2-minute rejoin penalty. So they're going to be at least 2 minutes off the pace. And that is a lap down for PPR. And we're only 2 laps in.
Good heavens above. I can't believe it. A disconnect on the championship finale. And you know what? That's Mats Anderson in 2nd. It's 1 less contender down. However, big pressure off. For like and subscribe, Soldatov, nobody behind, nobody searching up the rear end of that meat snacks car right now. Just needs to see this out. Now, top 10 finish is good enough from their perspective to take the championship. However, we know how hard they race. We know we'll want a good result and at least a podium. Big ask right now. That top 5 are pulling away from this group, which will be hurting Konstantin Soldatov for the team. Dominic Goltz heading up the rear of that front pack, and Abeladze has pulled a little bit of a gap now. Well, it's about 7/10, but it's just enough for 3 Bentleys behind him of Anderson, Caracas, and Bambra. Here, have a little train. Pull up with the Aston and Dominic Goltz.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
I don't know what we can. We'll keep an eye. If anyone from the PPR team wants to come in and let us know what happened, we'd love to hear from you.
He's in the pits. He's back in that car. He's obviously doing that penalty that we talked about. He's going to be at least 2 to 3 laps behind now. Oh, goodness. Championships decided because of disconnects is the worst thing, but it happens, you know, especially with this new update. I know some people might have some residual files with liveries still in folders that, you know, don't have any rights to be there. Yeah, you fight for the championship, you know, from a team perspective, you just say, clear out your old livery files. It happens, guys. I don't want to say that is the cause, but it could well be. We've never seen Adam have a disconnect like that before. But yeah, there we go. In the pit still, and he will be for probably another minute or so. Oh, can he get back inside the top 10? That's the main thing. Can he do anything about this issue? I think it might be a little bit too far.
I will say what we've seen before in Kyalami, they had an accident in lap 3 or 4, came out last after big repairs. They came back and finished 4th. really strong effort. However, that was a 12-hour event. For half that today, it's going to be a big ask for the PPR Esports team.
I mean, you could probably say they might have a chance if there's mixed weather condition, but looking at what we've got in front of us at the moment, 1 km/h wind, we're optimum track, sunny with a tiny bit of cloud. I think we're going to have a dry race. Yeah, this is... Yeah. You hate to have an endurance series that's lasted on track. What, we've had 2 12 hours, 2 6 hours, I think, roughly. So, you know, we've had many hours, 24, what's the 36 hours maybe in total of racing. To have a disconnect.
Never mind the weeks of qualifying.
Yeah, yeah. That is heartbreaking. Hopefully we can maybe have a chat with one of the guys on PPR's team, see what happens, see if we can, you know, console them in any way, shape or form. Life story, Luke, if you're around, give us a shout, mate. But really sucks for them to go that way, says Vincent Everett. Show respect for their great season they've had. Exactly, they've been on fire all season, and to have a disconnect determine their fate. Well, we say that, we've still got 5 hours 50 minutes. Knowing that team, they'll be back, mark my words. But we'll see how far they can get and how many points that they can amass in their fight to get back through the field. Have they rejoined? That's the main thing. I think they are out. They are out on track. They haven't given in. Adam's back, and he's dead last, I'm afraid.
Last indeed, and about to rectify that, I think. Oh no, they're not quite. They are passing blue flags, so unlapping themselves. Some of the teams further back. Obviously, they'll have the pace to do that. Fast boys, no doubt. How are the rest of the guys getting on? Where's Jamie in the Brexit boys? How good a start did they have? Jamie Ellis moved up to 17th.
Oh wow, they've had a good start then. Let's jump on board. There we go. So yeah, no, you're right. They started in 20th, managed to get themselves up a couple of positions, past Mo as well, which is important. We've got Saristo just behind in the 69 car. I think that's fighting for position actually. Juarez just ahead, and then Graffam and Nels for the lead. Arguably though, Graffam in the 999 Goat Racing doing very well this time out. Disaster for them last time at Bathurst, just couldn't get it together. But they are right behind Max Nels. Max Nels running around in the H7K Racing team, doing a very good job at the moment, leading currently in silver class. Then Graffam, then Juarez, I'm assuming that's how you say him, Robert Juarez, and then we've got Jamie Ellis in the Brexit Boys team, followed by Oscar Saristo and Robin Moe of N7 Racing. Shortly behind, Horvath is in the Revolution Sim Racing Black. Way off, actually, technically. They are a platinum split car right down there. Wonder what's happening to the 25 car.
Horvath, I definitely saw some incidents further back when we saw Fabian Uker 360 going around. He's down in 25th right now, and there was another few cars involved. So, check. But yeah, that's Revolution Sim Racing certainly could be higher up. That looks a little swirly coming out of the last couple of corners as well. Maybe a little damage out of the Ravatsa.
I'm trying to find Banan Racing. Have they entered this? Because I can't see another Audi apart from the 638. Chat just asked how's Banan Racing getting on, because they were doing very well round Bathurst when I left. I can't find them. Are they in? Are they here? I don't think
they're
are.
not here.
No.
No qualifying this time round.
So nothing for Banan, unfortunately.
Yeah, some teams that couldn't make it today: Carabimba Motorsports, Fast BR Team A, Le Mans Rennsport Team, one of the Simware Pros by BDES teams, and Gaming. This one, we've got 31 brilliant other contenders here today. Ready to fight out the championship and opportunities to creep into that top end of the championship overall. Because that's wide open. Plenty of teams. Let's see. 10th is 170 points. The Ace Hub team in one of the only Lamborghinis. So about 30 points down, you're down to 18th. 40 points down, you're down to 23rd. Victoria's Secret. So, top 10 finish in the championship. The inaugural endurance season will be a fantastic result. There's plenty of teams out here capable and possibly vying for those kind of slots today. What is happening? Mark Cole in the thick of it. Looks like that Audi of Pashka is looking to make an attack on Valentine Barrier. Through these chicanes, around the hairpin, and up the hill climb. You gotta be very close to get any kind of overtake here.
We're on board with the number 10 Audi, by the way. That's the one you're talking about, isn't it? Beer Racing.
That's right, the Beer Racing team, and as we mentioned, Beer Racing team 21st in the championship, 125 points. This finish at DNF, unlucky at Bathurst last time. We've seen a few teams DNF. Big opportunity for points here. 7th, and looking to get past Valentine Barrier in that McLaren, who's doing a fantastic job. Some support in chat for Valentine. Let's see.
Yeah, one of the lads in chat
Fairfield, that's right, Tim Lunn.
saying came from like and subscribe stream to say sorry for PPR. That's nice. Yeah, I think they need all the help they can get. Send them all the positive energy to get them back into this race. I think it's going to be tough for them. Obviously, no safety cars with ACC. So, yeah, they're going to have to do it the hard way, unfortunately. But they've got the pace to do it. They've got a very good team. But they've got to unlap themselves a good few times to get back on track. It happens so early on that it can be soul-destroying if it happens so early. Especially when the pack is so close. Yeah. So they're going to need a little bit of a miracle, unfortunately, to get right back up to where they deserve to be. Never mind, these things do happen. A disconnect, though, deciding the championship is, yeah, that's tough. Very tough. Right, I'm just looking back through the pack slightly. I think we have had a slight incident from the Brexit Boys team. They are down in 28th place. So whether they pitted or they got into an incident, yeah, they've got a big smacky smack on the side of the driver's, the passenger side. They've got a big old bump, so maybe they met locked horns with someone and ended up in a gravel trap somewhere. But yeah, they've fallen down a little bit now, outside of the top 10. So got to claw their way back up. Unfortunately, never mind. I'm sure they'll be able to.
And behind that fantastic Golf livery Aston Martin of Dan Minton, which has also been in the wars. So Jimmy Ellis will still have a chance here, maybe if the damage isn't too bad, of making up for the place here. I believe Dan Minton is carrying some damage here.
Yeah, the front end looks a bit damaged of that Golf livery car, Victoria's Secret.
Oh, we got an overtake happening. Fabian Ukert defending from Reese Tardisol, 24th and 25th. Through the chicane, and now Stein Everink in that Bentley has a run on Reese Tardisol's Porsche. Side by side, heading down the hill. And Tardisol has been passed down before they even get to reach the corner. And after going for the pass of Fabian Ukert, lost out 1 or 2 races. Good racing.
The Russians have joined chat. Welcome everyone. Suka to everyone. I think that's a swear word, isn't it, in Russian? Can't remember.
Spasiba?
What's hello in Russian? I don't know. Let me know. Anyone who's Russian, give us a hello.
Privet. Privet. Privet.
Possibly. That sounds right.
Privet, everyone. Hello.
That sounds about right. I think we've got a lot of an influx from like and subscribe. So yeah, thanks everybody. I think a lot of people are here to say unfortunate for PPR. They're all here to shout on for the like and subscribe team. Whereabouts are they? They are still 9th place, struggling to get past Mark Toll.
Well, they're much closer than when they were. I think they've pulled off mids, and I think they closed the gap now. I wonder if the Bentleys are beginning to come and go, or else is that Audi? Is that...
It's Paschke still.
Paschke. Maybe got past Valentine Barrier in the McLaren. So the Audi's made the move and is launching away from that McLaren now. And now it's Mark Toll on the tail end of that McLaren. Maybe struggling for a little piece up here with some of these other cars. They all know to behave differently. And Valentino Barrier looking, Mark Toll taking a look. Not sure you can pass there into the chicane. Looking for a good run. And all the while, Konstantin Soltov right on the tail of Mark Toll now, given the fight going on ahead of him. Loading the close right up. You can see a couple of overtakes here.
Struggling to hear you on your mic at the moment, I'm afraid. I will see if I can help you out.
I will disconnect and come back.
Yeah, it might be a server-related thing, so... See what you can do. See if we can fix it. It's no problem. Never mind. These things happen. Soldatov still hanging on to this little battle that's going on. Grantis Caracas still in 3rd place. So the top 3 haven't changed. Top 4 or 5 I don't think's changed. The only thing that has changed towards the top end is Paschke's got past Valentine Barrier for 6th place. And obviously PPR saying goodbye from 10th. Now Nowicki's jumped up and is in that place. Conor Wright though is jumping up slowly to get inside the top 10. Welcome everyone. How are you commentators? We are fabulous. Start of a 6-hour race. It's going to be a long one. Welcome everyone. Thank you for jumping in. Go get yourself a nice cup of coffee. It's going to be a long old race, and we will bring you all of the action for all 6 hours or 5 hours and 39 minutes that are remaining. What do you think about team number 1, the disconnect? I mean, it's we said earlier, it's just, yeah. What can you say? You know, we worked out it's roughly about 36 hours worth of racing we've done this whole series. That's without super poles, that's without practice, that's without qualifying. You know, it's hundreds of hours they've put in to this one series, and to have a disconnect decide the championship is tough. It's like tomorrow if Lewis gets a puncture. You know, having a puncture decide a championship. It's tough. It's a tough old way to go, but such is racing. Unfortunately, with esports, a disconnect is like a mechanical issue. It happens. It comes. You don't necessarily get mechanical issues in games, so, you know, disconnect is along the lines of that, the same as a hardware problem with a wheel or something like that. Where are you got both from? We are both English. Actually, no, Cardinal is Irish, I'm assuming. I don't know if he's back. I think he's back. Is he back? He's not back. We will keep an eye when Cardinal makes an appearance back into the server.
Well, hopefully you can hear me.
Yay, he is back, yes. I'll turn you up a bit, that might be the problem too.
What on earth I missed in the last 2 minutes?
Not a lot, really. I was just talking to chat. They were just asking my opinion on the number 1 departure. I just said it was a horrible way to decide the championship. You know, can't really do anything about a departure like that. It's I was liking it to a mechanical issue in, you know, real racing. You know, it's very similar. You don't get mechanicals in esports, so, you know, you have hardware, software, and internet related issues, don't you?
You're talking to me who's having them right now. Absolutely. So, but that's
seems
a good
fine
analogy.
now. Seems fine.
Stuff. That is a good analogy. You know, could have any kind of problem, especially in this kind of category of racing. Watch the endurance championship. even the Le Mans, was it this year or last year, the team in second or third retired on the final lap?
Yes.
It just can happen at any point. Now, luckily, it's happened at the start. If it's going to happen, at least there's the most time to try and build back, get as much as they can get, and see where they can take it from here. But yeah, I wonder what's going on in the minds of PCDC. As let's see what 100 points, or just if they can get the lead, 100 points could push them ahead of PPR Esports if PPR do not make it back through the field or have any more issues. So if first isn't up for grabs, second certainly is, even as far-fetched as it seems.
Yeah, no, it could happen. If PPR can't get up there, can't get a good points haul, then yeah, second place opens up. PCDC will slot into that gap quite nicely. But yeah, chat's right. The gap to the top 3 has definitely got closer. Grantis Caracas within 7 tenths. Mats Linham Anderson also within 7 tenths. It's getting a little bit tense here for the top 3.
It certainly looks like Grantis Caracas has more of a chance of passing Anderson than Anderson has of passing Abelate. Bentley's look like they're performing right now. What does this mean for the Simware Pro team to be leading this race right now? 100 points on the line. Currently 6th in the championship. This would take them to 322. That is at least 4th and ahead of the Beaver Grease racing team.
I think with Beaver Grease, though, finishing quite high up, it will probably be a 5th place. Obviously, Beaver Grease are in 3rd, so they're going to get a good points haul. It's only the Silver Racing team in between, which is sure...
We mentioned in Super Bowl how the Simware Pro team had been improving throughout the season. Maybe had been unlucky at some stages, but they finished 5th at the last race here in Bathurst. A win would be huge. And they look confident enough as Caracas takes a look around the outside and Anderson moves across to cover him off. I didn't expect that to go, but we got Anderson defending for that 2nd place.
Hustle and Castle says we want Russian language commentators. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. We only have an English duo. We're not multicultural enough, unfortunately, to have a Russian setup. I'm sure if you jump on board with the like and subscribe team, they'll give you all of the linguistics you require. But over here, unfortunately, you're going to get the Queens at the moment. As Grantis Caracas he's hunting, isn't he? He's looking for ways round. But it's going to take a little while. I think down into turn 2 is probably the best way to get it. If you can get on the inside. I guess if you can get on the outside, you do have a run into the next corner, into 3 on the inside, then you might be able to hold on to that position. But to and throwing, it's got to be where Grantis can get the job done, I think. Might have to wait for a mistake here, which you never know around Imola. It could come anywhere.
It could do, and a disconnect, anything could happen. Grantis Caracas sliding across those curbs, I think using a good bit more of the tyres to try and get an opportunity to pass here. Lynn Anderson, very experienced though, knows what to do and just needs to hang on to the back of this, and I think they will eventually get the opportunity for 1st. But only 3 tenths between 2nd and 3rd. We saw Caracas take a look down into turn 1 last time round. Spread to 6th. Anderson had a good exit off the out of the Rivazza, so doing what you need to do right now, hold that gap, keep the Beaver Grease racing team behind.
It has been a move back.
I'm going to have to learn more Russian, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think our new overlords are requiring us to use a little bit of Putin's magic, but unfortunately, not quite yet. Anyway, what was I going to say? There has been some moves towards the back end. Well, the back of the top 10. Soldatov.
How's your back end moving?
Very well. Soldatov has got past Toll, so like and subscribe up to 7th place. which is great to see them starting to make moves through after their less than good qualifying, we would say. The Super Pole not really doing the business. Hustle and Castle says, okay, I'm gone. Don't be angry with the Russian community. We're not angry with the Russian community, silly. Anyone who wants to jump in and have fun in the AOR chat is welcome. Everyone is welcome, wherever you're from. We've got teams competing in this split and in others from all over the place. I've seen Chinese teams, I've seen Iranian teams, I've seen teams from... where's Beaver Grease from? I always forget. Is it... Lithuania. Yeah, see, Lithuanian teams, Polish teams, English teams, Dutch teams, German teams, Italian teams, even a Greek team. So yeah, there's teams that take part from all over the place. We are multicultural, all-encompassing here at AOR. It's still going down to the wire up ahead. No moves though for Grantis Caracas.
Very fast English. I'll go watch on Soldatov. That is fine. Yep, we are happy to oblige.
Very fast English. I'm very sorry. We're trying our best. How slow would you like us to go? Because we can go slower if that's what you require. I don't know why I turn into Sir Ian McKellen when we go slowly, but I do. Grantis Cracker's got a great run on Anderson here, up towards turns 8 and 9. But,
he does.
No way through there.
Soldatov.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right, absolutely. Getting that toe down here. Kind of seems to like to slide down into this corner. Whereas Lynn's just very smooth. A little bit getting a good exit. They have closed the gap somewhat to Abeladze in first. It was about 1.2, 1.3. They lost a couple of tenths of the lead. So we're about 30 minutes in. I'm guessing that just Abeladze hasn't been the quickest lap of the last lap. So I wonder if Anderson will start to get a good toe or get closer on the back of that Aston Martin, because that would really spice up this fight. The fight for second becomes the fight for first.
Yep.
And I wonder how itchy Grantis Caracas's feet and hands at that racing rig will get if there's also the opportunity for a P1.
Well, it's not too much to ask. Didn't they get a very good finishing position in Spain, in Barcelona? But they unfortunately didn't have all the drivers required and got a little bit of a slap on the wrist.
That's right, they were second, but had a 125-second penalty slapped on their wrists at the end.
Yeah, never good, but never mind, sorry.
Best to avoid.
Yes, definitely. But I was going to say, as soon as you get inside of a second, the slipstream helps you. So Mats is definitely within a second to Abeladze at this stage. I think Abeladze is starting to struggle a little bit there. That gap was a whole second last time around, and now it is inside of 4/10. So, yeah, I think there might be some moves going on into turn 2, if we're lucky. But it looks like the Aston Martin starting to... maybe made a mistake somewhere along the lap. We've got penalties coming in here.
Penalties, we have indeed. Robin Moe with a 15-second penalty and Sam Smith with a 10-second penalty. As we see Anderson will just be looking for a good exit here. Good clean exit out of the Ravazza and following Abeladze down this long hard finish straight into T1. It's a big old wavy straight, this one. And only 4 tenths in it, 3 tenths now. That Bentley is closing.
Jump on board. Oh, it's almost like he looked for a move, but it just couldn't get onto the rear end of the Aston Martin before turn 3. Turn 2. Turn 3 was obviously the one just after. But yeah, that Tamarello section always proving difficult since the changes after 1994. Added that awful chicane. It used to be a beautiful corner, but as everyone knows, claimed the life of Ayrton Senna. So they made adjustments to one of the fastest corners in Formula 1. And now it is that horrible 1, 2, 3, 4 section that we have Varianti Tamarello Not a fan. I preferred it as the old days, but never mind.
I don't know if you remember, they made adjustments to lots of different circuits after that terrible weekend in Imola. But,
Eau Rouge was affected.
Eau Rouge was affected. They put a chicane down the middle straight in Barcelona. They went crazy to try and find a way of slowing the cars down. And Anderson really close, and Caracas right on the back of Anderson too now. This is, for Abiladze, it's all changed now. He's controlling the front, just managing that gap, and now he's got to think about making that Aston, giving it the biggest, thickest rear end they can provide on that Aston Martin.
Yep. Thick ends are exactly what he needs at the moment. Big old thick rear end. It's going to be an ask, though, to keep Anderson behind. Look at him weave to the inside. On the outside goes the Bentley. Anderson tries to get round. Abiladze tries to close the door, but realises their cut back is strong. There's a touch! Oh, the two leaders come toe-to-toe, and they spin out going through turns 3. Are they back on the track? Anderson is trying to. He is trying to. What happened to Abiladze? Whereabouts did he go? Is he back on? He is. Disaster in turn 3, Cardinal.
Oh my days. Lynn Anderson has dropped back. They've managed to rejoin, but they've just been passed by Gold and Pashke, and they've come out just ahead of championship leaders Soldatov.
Oh, disaster.
Oh, it was such a great move. Had the outside, pulled back as Abiladze took the inside, did the switchback, and was right alongside. It seemed to work perfectly, but the two collided. Oh, the two collided. What a disaster. I wonder if Abiladze and Anderson will have any damage. Certainly Anderson's tires will be roasting hot, pardon me. Grantis Caracas, beaver grease just slips on through. Little greasy beaver they are. Just picking up the pieces, and just says thank you very much in Lithuanian.
I'm trying to look for the damage on the side of that car, and I can't see any. So Abiladze coming off very well after that contact. Obviously, contact was definitely caused by himself. I just don't understand why he turned left on a right-hander. That seemed so counterintuitive. He was well and truly beat. You know, went so deep into 2 to try and defend. You can see a slight graze on the left-hand headlight, but I don't think the stream will be able to see that. And yeah, I mean, Mats couldn't go anywhere. He was an absolute passenger in that. I would be very surprised if they don't come away with a penalty, the number 2 car.
I think so. I mean, I was shocked. The cutback worked so well that Anderson was immediately alongside. I'm sure Abiladze didn't intentionally swerve left straight into them. They just mustn't have expected or seen Anderson be that alongside him so quickly. As Anderson definitely had the corner. Was possibly even a nose ahead around the outside again. But a big gainer here is Team Shazoo. You mentioned they had been improving, and now in 3rd place with Julian Vanbrugh, and also now taking a look at Abiladze for 2nd. It keeps on changing, this race.
Yep. Yeah, so Julian Vanbrugh, Dominic Goltz, Dan Pashke all got promoted after that incident. Abiladze obviously dropping down, and Grantis Caracas getting some free air, which is great. Why such a delay? Afraid of stream snipers? Question mark. No, it's literally a YouTube setting. Unfortunately, I can't change it. I can't do anything about the delay. There is about a 20-second delay, maybe 30. I can't do anything about it. It's a setting built in, unfortunately. If there is something I can do about it, I don't know how. So you'll have to put up with it, I'm afraid. There is a little bit of a delay. If the other person you're watching on Twitch, maybe that's why they are slightly quicker. But this, at least, is going to be a slight delay from real life, but not too much. Right, so let's run through the order then. Grantis Caracas in the number 12 car, currently leading. We're on board with Abiladze, who's still having trouble on curbs. He's in second place. Julian Vanbrugh in third, and is definitely gaining on the back of Abalabsi. Dominic Goltz in fourth. Daniel Paschke in fifth, and then obviously Mats Linham Andersen in sixth place with probably a bit of damage. Toll in seventh. Soldatov in eighth. So there's been a change around there. Like and subscribe. Obviously getting passed by Toll, because he was right behind Anderson a second ago. So something must have happened to the current championship leaders down in eighth place. Interesting. Got to be careful, haven't you? You know.
I mean, if they end up going to the back, if anything happens to them and they have an unexpected pit stop, we'll have a race through the field between them and the PPR team. I'm not saying that's what we want, but got to be careful, as you say.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we have a replay? What of the incident? Would you show us the replay? I can't, unfortunately. We could go into the race replay, but we risk missing something on the actual stream. So I'm gonna go with no. Unfortunately, yeah. It's too long to risk a 5-hour race on a replay. There'll be plenty of incidents. Unfortunately, we just can't do it. If it was a 1 hour thing, we could use the replay function, but I'm not going to for a 5. It's too much at stake. We'd have to leave and join again if something goes wrong. So no, we can't do the replay function, unfortunately. And it's too far gone. We can only go back within a minute. So that incident, we caught it live. If you want to replay it, you have to scroll back on YouTube and watch it. Interestingly enough, PPR have actually worked their way through the grid so much so they're actually just behind Soldatov to unlap themselves for the first time.
Good heavens. So they are. What how do like and subscribe approach that? I mean, as they definitely are all over the back of Mark Toll, I'm looking for a way back past, but yeah, I guess you'd let them pass. It's a safer thing to do.
Just let them past. At this point, they're racing for the championship. They're currently in the lead and are winning the championship. If they finish where they finish, they'll win the championship. So yeah, these guys have just got to avoid any incidents at all costs. Let people go if they need to. You know, as long as they finish inside the top 10, they're winning.
At Reg, we know what's happening in the Formula 1. Max. I'm worried about what happens in the race tomorrow in terms of if there's any, incidents that may or may not happen.
Yes.
What, if anything, happens between the two cars here as PPR come to try and unlap themselves? Well, I mean, do these kind of dark arts happen in the world of sim racing?
If someone was to take someone out, then they will just get disqualified. Simple. Yeah. They'll get removed from the race, I would have thought. They might even get their whole, team disqualified from the championship. A team like PPR, they would never do such a thing anyway. They're a fully fledged esports team. If someone was to do that in their esports team without the knowing of their team management, any of their sponsors that they may have, they'll just get fired. So no, that would never happen. And if it did happen, it would be a similar situation as what we saw, God, don't quote me on the year, 2009 Singapore.
Oh,
Crashgate.
Okay.
Yes, he lost his drive in Formula 1 and never drove in Formula 1 again.
Times. Old Nelson PK Jr.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, he's a great talent, but he would never drove in Formula 1 again because he listened to Alonso and Flavio Briatore, I guess, and he just yeah. But was it Flavio got a lifetime ban from being a team manager? I think Pat Simmons also got a 5-year ban, possibly, from Formula 1. And I've got a funny feeling. I'm funny feeling that the driver also got a similar kind of ban, but the ban then was overturned, I think. So he then wasn't penalised at all, because I think it was deemed that the team asked him to do it, and he was, PK I think was pretty much wiped clean his slate, but you've already tarnished your name. and it's almost sacrilege to tarnish a name like PK anyway. So I'm sure there was some upset within the family too, right?
Upset within the family indeed, and just taking a look at Valentine Barrier, yeah, they still have Adam Kamileski right behind him. Adam not able to unlap themselves past the desperate measures McLaren. Just think about PK. Doesn't Max Verstappen, isn't his girlfriend a PK?
Yes, I think so. I think she's a someone PK. Yeah.
Someone PK.
Got a funny feeling she's a PK, yeah. They like to keep it close, right? In the Formula 1 circles. I'm not too sure how that happened. I'm assuming that Max obviously knew a PK Junior somewhere, and obviously then met Mrs. PK, or Miss PK, in some form of racing, and yeah. I don't know what she looks like. Got no idea. I think we might have seen her in the latest qualifying session. He went up and gave her a hug. I think they celebrated her birthday as well this weekend.
Well, lovely. They might be celebrating other things too.
Oh, right, so let's get into it. Let's get into it whilst we've got a bit of lull in racing. Who are you, 33 or 44?
I am a Formula 1 fan, a racing fan.
Oh, how's that fence feel?
It's a lovely, polished, varnished, smooth fence that I have smoothed out over years of sitting on. I would like to see some clean racing, the cleanest racing. And I don't want any tactics such as brake checking and turning into cars happening. Well, they're trying to be passed.
It's going to happen. You know, I think it'll be sad if it comes to blows. But just looking at how Max has behaved these last couple of races, super aggressive with defence. Just ever since Silverstone, I think, really, it's been a bit different with Max. I think Max gave Lewis a little bit more space before Silverstone, and obviously since the incident that I think firmly weighed on the shoulders of Lewis, to be honest. I don't think Lewis should have put the car down the inside going into Copse. I think it's silly. I think it was Copse, wasn't it? That or Stowe, I can't remember. I think it's Copse.
Let's get a poll in chat. 33 or 44?
Yes! Oh, God, what have we done? Well, first of all, I've got to end the poll that we've got up already. If you do want to see the poll that we've got up already, look to the top of the chat screen. It says, who do you think is going to win? Oh, we've had quite a few votes, actually. Let's end that poll. We've had 300 votes, which is great to see. We'll see the results of that poll. I think Like and Subscribe won the poll quite comfortably. Who do we think is going to win the championship? There you go. Like and Subscribe with 68%, PPR with 22%, and then PCDC with 8% of the votes. 324 people voted. Thank you very much, everyone who took part. We will do another one. So, what should we do?
This is absolute bait.
F1. Oh, there's a move going for P16. Nels and Mo. That's for P2 in class. Mo having to settle there, I think. Nels getting very defensive. Graffam licking his lips behind. We'll stay on board for this little battle because it's going toe-to-toe. It's not for very good positions overall, but in class it's for second place. So get your elbows out.
15-second penalty on the line here for the next pit stop for Robin Mo, but I got a good exit out of Ravazza, sticking to the rear end of Nels. Are we going to see another move around the outside? Maybe a duck down the inside, late on the brakes. Pulls out. Not today. See if it's steady.
I'm just about to throw the cat into the box full of pigeons, alright?
Unleash it.
Oh, God. There you go. It's a very ferocious cat.
What's the worst that can happen?
Exactly. I've put who's going to win tomorrow, Max or Lewis, and then we'll find out. I'm a Williams fan. Go George. I love George as well. Yeah, but there you go. There's your question. Who's going to win tomorrow, Lewis or Max? Give us your predictions. And when I say win tomorrow, I mean win the championship, of course.
Of course.
I think Lewis has got it in the bag, to be honest.
I think it's advantage Max. With the starting on the soft tires, starting on pole, And also, like Q2, they had maxed in a 121.8, and then suddenly in Q3 does a 121.1. I mean, where did that pace come from?
Well, he got at least 4/10 or so on the toe from Sergio. Huge advantage on the toe. I'm very surprised Mercedes didn't do it afterwards. They saw that it was a huge advantage, and considering how far back Valtteri was at that time, they should have done it, but they didn't. So yeah, I think that's probably what the difference was.
I think the issue with Mercedes and why they couldn't do it is because Bottas' first lap was so far off, they couldn't just get rid of Bottas' chance of getting further up.
Well, they don't. They hedge the bet. They send Bottas out first to get a lap, or at least just to start his lap a little bit further round than Lewis. So a recharge lap. Whilst Lewis is on it lap, it gets the toe. And then once Lewis's on it lap has done and is recharging again, he then tows Bottas on Bottas's next go round, exactly like Red Bull did the time before. So they just missed a beat. Red Bull got them in qualifying on strategy. So yeah, I think you're right. Advantage Red Bull, but I think in the race to start on the medium tyre is definitely better.
Yeah, I know Christian Horner was talking about he could possibly one stop. However, it's the softest class of tyre this week.
Yeah.
The race,
Or the compound itself.
Yeah, the compound itself is C5 or something. I don't know. I don't see that would be able to get far enough into a stint to go to the hard. Well, maybe it could, but the hards are going to be dead by the end of the race. All conjecture, of course. All just hypothetical. But
I think
strategy decided.
I think it will be decided in the pits. I know that sounds horrible, but I think we'll have a safety car of some kind, and someone will get lucky with a pit, and they'll get gifted a pit, and that'll be it.
What about in chat? We actually have Max Verstappen in with us, watching the race.
Hi, Max.
Great to see you, Max.
Yeah, lucky
good luck
today,
How
mate.
are you feeling?
You should have said I was on softs on Q2. Would have been more believable. Should we have a look into those penalties whilst we're watching Mo and Nels go toe to toe? Let's have a little read through what those penalties were for. We should have a little bit of information in race control. Let's just scroll down. Okay, so tier 1. There was an inquiry for cars involving 760, 117 and 29. That would be Rob and Mo involved. 15-second time penalty for 117 for causing a collision. 2 licence points. So there you go. Caused a collision with 2 cars, 760 and 29. 29 is Justin Dijkstra, and the 760 car. Goodness, where's that? That is... not too sure, actually. Maybe...
out 30th, Jakub Tarasuk.
That'll probably be why the 2 licence points, because his race is ruined. Then what have we got? 34 and 180. 10-second time penalty for 34 for causing a collision and 2 licence points. That's
Sam Speth.
Speth,
in the
yeah.
Mercedes.
Caused a collision with 180. Who's 180?
180. Doing the 180 is Stian Everink in 19th,
Okay.
just up ahead of Simon Speth, who is right on the back of the Aston of Sergei Bulletin, fighting for the 20th spot.
And then this is a big one. There's 871, 224, 55 and 500. No further action. Unfortunate racing incident. So 500 was Adam DeBeal. The 55 is Dan Minton. He was the gentleman, unfortunately, with all of the damage. The 224... not too sure where 224 is, but anyway, big accident back there.
This was in lap 2, I think. This...
Yeah, Max Nels was involved in that too.
I think. And
224, yeah, Perry Alex Jones. Yeah, not having a very good go of it because of that. But there you go. Right, well, that's all the penalties so far. Only 2 time penalties being added and 2 licence points to go with it. So, naughty, naughty. We're watching a race right now that was involving one of those drivers. Robin Moe fighting to get past Nels. Sorry, mate.
Nope. Just thinking about the penalties. Slap on the wrist. We've had a change in the number 1 car. Mantis Povilitis has taken over from Adam Kimliski.
Okay.
Still down in 30.
They are still right off the pace, aren't they? Right down there, unfortunately. Have they managed to unlap themselves? Let's have a look. No, they haven't. They're actually a further lap down. Oh, it's disastrous for them, isn't it? You know. So Mantis is in the car now. They've decided to pull the trigger on a pit a little bit earlier, so they're on a slightly different strategy now. Oh god, I think we have actually opened up a can of worms. Let's have a little read through.
Yeah, I've seen a message redacted and everything.
Oh goodness.
What's going on?
Every title fight between Lewis, 2007, 2016, both. I think Lewis can't handle the pressure tomorrow. Okay. Then I think Max will lead, have to pit early. Hamilton goes long, changes tyres late and chases him down and DRSs him at the end. If he's losing the championship and got it back coming to the last race, I'd say its head is on point. His head is on point. Okay. He's replying to the he's lost his head on the pressure. I think Mercedes are going to copy Red Bull up to the first pit stop, and then it's a toss between the mediums or hards. Yeah, I mean it's going to be decided, I think, in the pits really. I probably wouldn't say that Lewis has lost his head. Definitely not. I think Lewis's head is in the right place. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think that the pole is quite evenly split. Lewis, I think, has got 41. Oh no, it's actually going into Max's favour now. 39 to 61. Lots more people voting for Max. I think Max is just a popular guy, isn't he?
You know what? He is. People love an underdog as well. You got to think back to when Schumacher was dominating. People didn't like. Yes, people love Schumacher. There's a lot of people didn't like Schumacher because he was always winning. And people wanted to see the change, and Alonso got that swell of support for being that plucky underdog. Came through and ended that run. And Max is sort of doing something similar now, and he'll kind of have this support. But he is a well-followed guy. Despite that, I'm not saying it's down to just situation. Like drivers for who they are. Sometimes it's tough to like drivers who race under Helmut Marko, but that's...
Yeah. I don't know why the guys still seem to think that that man's a good idea. Obviously he's got his hands in many pockets, but yeah, I know he overlooks the whole young driver program, doesn't he, Mr. Marko? But
yes. And it's been a successful driver campaign. There's been so many drivers on the grid come through the Red Bull Academy.
But I just wish he'd keep his mouth shut.
Yeah.
You know, he says some very controversial things. Yeah, not the. I don't. Well, I think he's just typically. Is he Austrian? Typically German Austrian, just straight down the line when you ask him a question. So I just don't know why the media seem to go to him, because he gives those kind of answers. So obviously he sells papers. I guess that's the reason. That's probably why. But yeah,
Daniel Paschke slips into the pits.
He does.
Sorry,
no,
that
good.
Audi. We are 60th, almost coming up to the hour, and the Audi in amongst the pack, just behind Linda Anderson and Ed and Mark Toll. Sides, they're going for a little undercut.
They are. Ivan's probably hit it on the head there. I want Lewis to win, but I think Max deserves it. That exactly the same for me. I think I used to be more so than I am now a Lewis fan. I think Lewis doesn't need any more fans and doesn't need any more help to get him up to the championship. I preferred Lewis in the McLaren days. I'm much more of a Norris fan nowadays, and George fan more so than Lewis. But yeah,
certainly.
I'd like
having Lando and George in the sport is.
They're both great.
They're both great. Yeah, for different reasons. You know, George is a huge talent.
I seriously don't think people realise how good George Russell is yet. They still don't understand that man is Senna-esque. He is unbelievable.
Yeah. That's a very big statement. Senna-esque.
I mean, just look what he did at Spa.
He is absolutely fantastic.
Look what he did at Spa. Again, just a shining performance from someone who is unbelievably talented. Yeah, it is. I think now the world will see, come next year, how good George Russell really is. But yeah, no, I like to see Lewis do well because I know he has a lot of people that don't like him for various cultural and other reasons, which we won't go into. But yeah, I think Lewis does get a very, very bad press, and lots of people think that he's arrogant, rude, or selfish, or just, you know, self-centered, which is completely false. I don't think you can really find a nicer, kinder person apart from Vettel on the grid at the moment. But every time I see Lewis do well, it's almost a tick in the box for karma. It just gives his haters something more to get their knickers in a twist over.
Twisty knickers. And speaking of twisty knickers, Abilazzi, you know, had to get the big thick rear end out, and unfortunately it wasn't thick enough just to catch up. Down now in fourth, Dominic Gultz has moved ahead into third place. That rear end just ain't thick enough today.
Nope. So Dominic Gultz in third place. You're right. Yeah, Abilabsi. I think he's suffering with the pace since he's got maybe a little bit of damage on the car, possibly.
Maybe. But speaking of damage in the car, Matt Anderson. Maybe. I mean, let's just say pits may be about to happen, but Anderson has moved ahead of Mark Tall. So I think that's put a car between them and Soldatov, the 911 car. Okay, snaps like this.
See, I knew as soon as I would mention certain things about Lewis, I didn't once mention skin colour. I literally did. I said cultural. That's got nothing to do with skin colour. You can be cultural, whatever you want to be. I never said anything to do with skin colour. Unfortunately, you know, that's the conversation that you have to get into when someone talks about Lewis. If you believe that he's got a bad character, then that's your decision. I think he's a lovely guy. I've never heard Lewis say anything bad about anyone, to be quite honest. But yeah, I think, you know, if you have a bad opinion of someone, then it's very hard for you to have that opinion changed. The main thing I don't like about the whole Lewis Hamilton conversation is the fact that people can't just like him for his talent more so than what he does in or outside of the sport. That's the thing that really frustrates me. I don't know about yourself, but there has to be merit to the argument that, you know, people say that they don't like Lewis for that reason, right? So, you know, there has to be some examples of him having a bad character and being, you know, horrible to people for people to obviously have that feeling for him, right? Because they can't just be unfounded accusations. So yeah.
There's always reasons. It's whether those reasons are reasonably justified.
I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? You know, you have to think some people have got those opinions for a reason, and this is why it gets such a heated discussion about this kind of thing. You know, the main thing is people are they're allowed their opinions, but when they push them on others, that's when it gets tough. If you don't like that driver, then don't like him. You know, I would prefer if everyone would just enjoy the sport, and, you know, it goes down to how much so you can enjoy one driver racing. But when you have a team or a sport that involves, you know, liking certain people or certain teams, it's always going to be like, oh, I hate your team, or I don't like your players or your drivers. It happens in football, it happens in racing, you know.
Chat, what you got to realize is Rage has a crystal ball. This, you see it every time, every event. Calls things how they're going to happen. That's how it lays out. You don't want to push him to call what's going to happen tomorrow because he already knows. Or he can find out. Okay, so don't pick and Rage, or else he might affect things how you don't want them to go.
Joe says we need a podcast. There used to be an AOR podcast back in the day.
Did there?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, there used to be one. I mean, if that's what the people want, then we can do one. What I was going to say, you clearly, Vincent says you clearly have to see Lewis's true character in Silverstone when he put his opponent into hospital and acted like he won the World Championship with that. I mean, yeah, it's a true point. Lewis did have an accident with Max, and Max had to go to the hospital, unfortunately. But I think you'll find Lewis was quite apologetic over the radio to his team, and also asked if Max was okay. I think something very similar happened in other races. I think Italy, Max jumped over the top of Lewis and he didn't check if he was okay, and it was all so high up in the media. Max didn't have to check if Lewis was okay. He could see him that he was okay, where the accident happened in Cops, we got PCDC coming in, importantly. Where the accident happened in Cops, was it Cops, I think it was, you can't exactly slow down and double check if your opponent's okay. It's 200 miles an hour through there, and by the time you've had the incident, Lewis is off round Maggots and Beckett's and he doesn't even know that Max has hit the wall. So yeah, I mean, it's tricky, isn't it? And it's a conversation you can have, until you're blue in the face. But the main thing you have to remember is these people are tough competitors, and you're going to see the tough side of that competition when you're racing wheel to wheel, and they're going to not meet eye to eye when stuff like that happens. So you have to judge a man by his actions, not necessarily by what he says, right? So I think that's all we can really say about that. But yeah, I don't have a problem with any drivers. Have you ever had? I can't really think of any drivers that I've really disliked because of certain issues. The only person, unpopular opinion, Schumacher, ruthless.
Yes, I mean, I'm sure everyone's had a chance to check the Schumacher documentary.
It's great, right?
I think that was very light on some of his more ruthless actions, and maybe didn't include a lot of things too. But the one thing that got me was how him and his wife, lovely, talked about they'd always been together.
Yes.
No, they hadn't. It was Heinz-Harald Frenzen's girlfriend.
Oh, really? Was she?
Yeah. They were like, yeah, we'd been together from the start. No, you were with Heinz-Harald. Heinz-Harald hated you because you took his girlfriend and then married her. It's all very nice, the Schumacher documentary, but I was a Damon Hill fan, okay? I was a Nigel Mansell. The other side of it. But you got to respect it, it's no irrational hate.
The British bias is strong in here. Not really, not at all. I like all drivers. I've never said that I don't like any. I literally just said I don't dislike any drivers. But let's think of some non-British drivers that I like. Checo Perez, such a lovable person, really good driver. I really like Carlos, amazing driver. I like Ayrton Senna, amazing driver. I'm not a huge fan of Max's driving style, but I don't dislike him. So it's a tough, isn't it? I don't like it that it's that. Again, I think you have to judge a driver on their actions, not necessarily what they say, right?
I think Max is good for the sport right now.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Max has been great for Formula 1 since he come in, and I mean, who else would be fighting this championship right now? Who would have that number one spot in Red Bull? Would it be Danny Ricciardo still? If Max hadn't come in, how would that fight have played out? We've got a car off. No, it's okay. It's a back mark. Sorry.
We do have a drive-through. Bogrodowski. I think Abeladze got it before, by the way. But he's come out in 4th place, and he's going to have to go back in again shortly to do that drive-through.
Narazov, Team Shazoo Racing off wide, 2nd place. Nazarov, sorry.
It's all right.
Drops further back behind. And Golds, yeah. Certainly it is.
Oh no, he's got past, yeah, because he came off the track. No, you're right. So Goltz is up in 2nd place.
God, drama happening here as we try and catch up and get through the Formula 1. Heavens. Loving all your opinions in chat, by the way. Keep it coming. Benson, nobody's saying it. Schumacher isn't like a goat or something. Calm down.
I said he was ruthless, and you have to be ruthless to be a champion. Look at Senna, ruthless.
Senna was brutal.
Prost also ruthless. Lewis, ruthless. Wow! Did you see the Aston Martin there? He got a good 2 foot of air going through 15. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, that's definitely not the fastest way through there. Yeah. I like Schumacher as a driver. I think his approach to winning has never been challenged or has ever been beaten before. He was ruthlessly efficient, and I don't think we've seen a driver so hungry and have such a strong work ethic as Schumacher. I don't think we will for a long time. I think Max comes close. Oh, there's another car off the back
that
there.
drive through from 5th, dropping down through the field. Sorry.
It's all right. There was a yellow car off in the gravel trap. Didn't quite see which one it was. I think it was a Porsche. Well off into the gravel trap. But yeah, there's drama going on left, right, and centre here. Yeah, like we said, Bogrodowski in 9th place because of that drive-through. He's currently doing it now. That's going to definitely affect him. So Team Shazoo in 3rd place. Dominic Goltz gets a lucky pass through because of an incident in the first sector. So we've got some changes going on. Dominic Goltz, though, as he's double stinting. He must have pitted already.
One thing I will have to say, sad news, everyone. The PPR esports team have left the building.
Oh, championship's been decided, unfortunately.
That is it. Unless something happens, the 911 car now and the PCDC team come through to take very high points, possibly a podium. I think that is the championship for like and subscribe team.
Whereabouts are like and subscribe at this stage? They're P6. Yeah. They're indeed P6.
Yeah, doing well. Lots of traffic around. Now that the pit stops have started to come into play. Some flashing lights there, letting the park marker know. Let me pass, please. Let the King's Meat Sacks through. Blue flag being waved. Getting a good toe hold down the whole start-finish straight, which will help their pursuit of 5th place, Marcus Glitzman. And there they are. Let's through into turn 1, turn 2.
Let's see if we can maybe reach someone from PPR.
Yeah, that one. Garrett's car off again in the background. Terrible afternoon. Fantastic poll. 124 votes, and it's 44 to 56.
Is it actually 44?
Oh, it just changed to 43.
Oh, someone else vote for Lewis, quick. Oh, great. Well, we'll keep that up for a little while. Anyone else who's joining, want to use that vote poll? Who do you think is going to win tomorrow, Max or Lewis? We just got embroiled in a conversation about drivers. It was good fun. Always like to talk about Formula 1. It's always good. Don't get me wrong, Vincent. Sometimes just because I say something bad about a driver doesn't mean I think bad of them. Like I said, if he was ruthless, that's technically a good thing. Who else was pretty ruthless? Nico Rosberg was ruthless at certain points, wasn't he? Sebastian Vettel also ruthless. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Nico Rosberg had to be. I think he always developed himself to try and get where he wanted to be. I think I remember in the 2016 off season, or in 2015, 2016, he was trying different breathing techniques, like holding his breath during qualifying and all sorts. He's doing everything he possibly could to change his life and hit himself just winning that championship. And he did what he had to do, got it, and I don't think he could repeat it again or keep himself alive or healthy long enough doing what he was doing to beat Lewis Hamilton.
I think it took such an emotional strain on him that he just didn't want to do it again. Didn't want to enter into that battle again. I think we might see something like that next year with George and Lewis.
It's going to be really interesting. Yeah, when was the last time Mercedes had to manage their drivers? I think it was 2016.
I think so. Yeah.
Hamilton. George, guess it. I think we know George is fast enough. You know, he's earned that seat. Red Bull were touting and looking around for George Russell. They were looking around for Lando Norris as well, for renewing Perez's contract. So the talent's there. The new generation's coming up.
So what do you think of Lando Norris? I know some people's opinions aren't exactly complimentary of Lando.
Are they not? Oh, he can do no wrong.
He can do no
Hero.
wrong.
Legend of the sport. No, he's a great character, and again, good for the sport. So,
Yeah.
Some people come into the sport, you don't hear much from them, you don't know much about them, fade away, don't do much. Lando is having an impact, whether he's going to be a champion or not. You're going to remember him. And just good characters, good for the sport. Big character. And you need those antagonists and protagonists.
Yes.
The whole story. Sell it, don't you?
Yep. Vincent said, I'm going to head out. Going to have to put the champagne in the fridge for tomorrow Max Championship party. Well, best of luck to you, Vincent. As Toto said, may the best team and the best man win. Yeah.
Right. What have we got going on in this race, Reg? What is happening? We've had Beaver Grease.
Yes.
They had a 6-second lead out in front. They've had a driver swap over to KUNOS-Simulazioni. About 4.5 seconds now. Yeah, starting to fall. Dominic Goltz has stayed in the car in the Revolution Sim Racing Black. Obviously, took second place off the Team Shazoo Racing, who had that off, and still in third place. Bastian Haila in the PCDC car up to fourth.
Yep.
So
Coming back.
they dropped down to 6th or 7th, so getting back up there. Not too far behind. 3.2 seconds off third place. Let's see what they can do. Marcus Politzman in that Audi in 5th, the Beer Racing team. Looking for a real strong finish today. That'll be a great result for the Beer Audi.
Ivan's asking, what? Lando Norris is mint. I know he is. He's awesome. I think he's probably one of the most promising drivers on the grid at the moment. Love Lando. Like you say, can't do any wrong in my eyes. I mean, the whole McLaren team is epic with Dan and Lando.
Oh.
Yeah. I like it that a lot of other teams are also looking at how good Lando's performance has been. He's, yeah. I rate Lando and George roughly about the same. I think George is probably slightly better, but we'll soon see when George gets a good drive. But yeah, I reckon they're very similar on pace. I think George is probably the better driver, just slightly, but Lando's so much more likeable, right?
He's certainly a bigger personality.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. In the Formula 2 season when they were together, I think George was more consistent. I was at the Hungarian Grand Prix that year, 2019. Very excited to be there. And it was a wet race for one of the races, and Lando sprinted ahead in the wet. But was so far out in front. And then it dried up, and he stayed on the tyres. Just lost grip and lost a few positions at the end. But it was a great performance. But of course, George went on, won the championship, consistent finishes, always overperforming. And he was the last, I think George was the last driver to win the Formula 2 championship who wasn't in the Prema team.
Oh, really?
Up until this year. Yeah. So it's always been the Prema team. Mick Schumacher, Leclerc, all in Prema team. Whereas George did it in a team that hadn't. Up until this year, where it's been Oscar Piastri. Just took it.
So what do you think of the new joiners to Formula 1? We've got, I can never say his name properly, so I won't say it, but the Chinese guy.
Joe.
Is it Zhang Hu Zhou? Is that it?
That's yeah. Guan Yu Zhou?
Something like that. Yeah.
We're gonna learn, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna learn. Team. Yes. Now I understand. Oscar Piastri is also an Alpine young driver, and they have. Where have they gone? Alpha, right? Weird that the Alpine rental team have sent their drivers to Alpha, but I guess Alpha Sauber are sort of declaring their independence. They're not just a sub Ferrari team.
Who are the new drivers that are coming in? Obviously, we know that that driver that we just said a minute ago, the Chinese guy, is driving. Who else is jumping into Alpha?
Oh gosh, it's Bottas.
Bottas, you're right.
Valtteri. Yeah, the rookie driver, Valtteri Bottas. Let's see how he does in his first season.
I know that Williams are also knocking on the door for Bottas.
Or they can bring in back. But I think Bottas was happy he's getting a long-term contract. I think it's like a 3-year contract or something for Bottas. Yeah. He was craving. Williams next year, so they got Latifi again, and who? Oh yes, it's Alex Albon.
Yes, that's amazing. I'm so glad that Albon's back.
Albon, yeah, what a tough initial season Albon had. Of starting the AlphaTauri, well, and then being promoted midway through in his rookie season, and then getting a heap of criticism for not being on par with Max.
It's
a tough life, huh?
It just goes to show that car has just been developed around Max, and anyone who jumps in the second car, it's Horvath, almost coming off at Aqua Minerale. I was going to say that car's been so heavily developed around Max. Anyone else who jumps in it is just subject to Max's nuances in that car. It's quite evident, isn't it, with the likes of Pierre Gasly not being able to perform in it. Who else were we? The young Russian guy, Daniel Kvyat, not being able to perform in it. Then obviously Alex Albon not really performing well in it, but slightly better than others. And now Checo.
Yeah. Sorry, Horvath. Had a wild moment.
He did, yeah. It's back on though.
Yep. Just checking. Joe Bailey, keeping me right in chat. The last non-Prema driver to win Formula 2 was Nick De Vries.
So he was hinted to go places, but never got it across the line, right?
Well, yeah, went to Formula E.
Did he?
What is Nick? Did he win the championship this year, the Formula E championship? What's happening Nick De Vries these days? Where is he?
Because I know he was looking for the seat at Alfa Romeo, but never clinched it.
Yes. So he's the reserve Mercedes driver.
Alex Albon is bloody wonderful. He is! I like Alex. He's, again, just precious. He's a very nice guy, you know, just a genuine nice guy. I get Mark Webber vibes from Alex Albon. Just a down-to-earth, nice person, you know. I always felt so bad for him. Like, he posted up on social media when he moved to Monaco, and you know the life was turning around, Formula 1 driver, and then bang to DTM with you. It's just so harsh. I'm glad to see him back on the grid, definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah, and not in a DTM AlphaTauri covered Ferrari. Enjoy. Bye.
Yeah, very odd, very odd. How well did he do in that?
I think he was beaten by his teammates.
Oh God! Should we have a look on Wikipedia?
Yeah,
Alex Albon. Let's have a little look.
And there was some drama in the final race as well.
Oh, he had some drama, did he? DTM. Came 6th place in the championship. He never won. I lie. He won twice. No, he didn't. 2 third places. He won in Germany, by the looks of things, and he got a 2nd place in Hockenheim. So yeah, he did very well by the looks of things.
His teammate was Liam Lawson, who 2nd and just lost out in the championship at the last race.
Okay.
But Alex Albon didn't compete in the final round. Final 2 rounds.
It'd probably be because he's moved to Williams. He wasn't able to contractually. That'd be why.
He did get a race win at the Nürburgring.
He did, yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Lucky boy. Anyway, let's see what's going on in the race. Dan said, so what's going on? Dan, maybe we can have a chat and we can find out what happened to the Brexit boys. If you're free, jump into... Oh, he is. He's there. We'll drag him down. So, Dan, what happened? Give us the highs, give us the lows.
Well, it's been a story, I guess. But no, so we were taken out by the 69 car on lap 8, which was very nice of them.
Your microphone is quite low on the old sound volume sides.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Shall I just get really close and shout?
Get rid of that. Close is good. Close is good.
Close is good.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. So the nice 69 car took us out
Oh dear.
on lap 8, which wasn't spectacular, and then I mean they got a 20-second penalty for it, which put them behind us until Jamie disconnected again.
Oh.
And now we're 4 laps. Well, 4 laps down, depending on where the leader is. So it's a character building race now.
What? How is Jamie getting plagued by these disconnects?
I don't know. I think he needs to get a new adapter. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it could just be an AOR curse, right?
Yeah. A new adapter. What's that?
Oh, for his Wi-Fi.
Ah, okay. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Never mind. Okay. Well, like you say, character building. Character building it is. Is Tommy still in good spirits?
Could be better.
Okay.
It's not too bad. No, like it's just disappointing because we had a really good pace actually, and
great qualifying
we were
as
looking
well.
forward to a strong race. Yeah, when we were hit, we were on the cusp of a class podium as well.
I know.
So it was.
You were right up
it's
there.
just typical.
Never mind. We missed what happened. We missed the incident.
Yeah, it was just at the I can't remember the name, after Aqua Minerale, the chicane.
Oh yeah, Verante Alta.
Yeah, Jamie was just a little bit offline and therefore slower out, and the 69 car just ignored that and just drove into us.
Nice.
Put us round and then hit into us again, and then we just had to wait for everyone to come past. There's no way you're rejoining there, so.
No.
Yeah, we're at 90 degrees to the track as well, so there wasn't an easy merge. It was just wait, let everyone pass. So.
Well,
that was. I mean, the race was going to be hard from there on, and then the disconnect just did the rest, really.
Compounded the issue, right?
Yeah, it's a shame, especially after how well we were running at Bathurst for a disconnect to get us again. So.
Oh dear. Well.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah, one day indeed. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. Well, thanks for coming in and filling in what was going on with the 88. Because you were running up in 3rd place in class at one point. That battle is still hotly contested at the moment. So, yeah, if only didn't have that incident, you would have been right up there and battling. I think it's still the same kind of drivers up there. Yeah, it is HK7, and I think Robert Horace in Project Reminiscence is up there leading the class. But never mind, mate. You know, take it as a learning experience.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to see where we can get up to. We're pretty quick, so we might. Well, I mean, obviously we're not going to get any laps back on the leader, but you know, maybe we'll be able to catch back up into the early 20s with a bit of luck, and we'll see where we go.
Good. Well, thanks very much, Dan, for jumping in. I appreciate it. There has actually we've just been informed because we missed it because we were talking.
Yeah.
There's been a driver change, a change for the lead. Sorry.
That's right. Dominic Goals has taken the lead from Thomas Vokas. We didn't see it happen, unfortunately. Thank you very much, in chat, for calling that out. And yeah, I called it out earlier. The gap has started to fall since we had the driver swap. Pit stops.
The Dutch driver swap, was it?
Yes, the old Dutch stop, and it's pulling away. This is still a great result for the Beaver grease, but maybe too much grease at the pit stop, and falling a bit back. Still 9/10 there, but we have to think Matthias Heila on the PCDC up to 3rd as well. They have got past Team Shazoo, Dmitry Nazarov. So PCDC on the comeback of the race so far, trying to come back from 7th and head back up to the 1st position they challenged for. And Freyev is in the car. Vasilyan Freyev in 6th for the championship leader, right behind Marcus Kingston in that Audi. And where is our pole sitter?
That was PCDC, wasn't it? Oh no, it wasn't. It was.
Abeladze.
But he's changed, so it won't be Abeladze in the car, I don't think.
Abeladze in the... Oh, it's Bogoroditsky, and I think they have retired.
Oh no, they have. They're in the pit. They're gone.
Cars 1 and 2 both out of this race now, and yeah, that's a shame. They will get the 8 points for the pole position.
Yep.
But that is all they're going to get today.
Alright, it's a shame. I think because obviously it's the last round of the season, we might see people, you know, throwing in the towel early, like we had with PPR. So yeah, not surprised to see Bogoroditsky and co throwing the towel. I just double check if I got a reply in regards to the questions about PPR. I don't think I did. I wasn't surprised. I did get a shout from those guys. I don't think anyone in chat. No. Okay, never mind. Well, it is an incredible shame, obviously, that we've had the championship decided because of a disconnect. Obviously, it's not all over. We're on board currently with PCDC, who could technically, mathematically, I think they might be able to still win, right? Let's just double check.
I think for sure if they hold this position, they can still mathematically win. But Anna Freyev in 6th means that isn't going to happen unless something changes there.
That's what I mean. But, you know, if Anna Freyev has a disconnect or has an issue, it could still happen.
Yeah, and you know what? We need to go check the points system.
428 is the like and subscribe, and 353. So it's less than 100 points. So technically, PCDC could win the championship. It's unlikely, but technically, mathematically, it is possible.
What is very possible is that they will take 2nd place off PPR in the championship. If they can finish on the podium, because they are taking home no points today. Unexpected DNF, and that's the risk, you know, of qualifying and not grabbing your opportunity in the Super Bowl. And we talked about that during the Super Bowl, and we saw the incident. Stuck down there in the 9th place, starting behind the championship rivals.
Well, we're watching.
I absolutely love to see it.
Yes.
Just the drama. It's the drama rage. I love it.
What if PCDC could turn something around?
All of it. Just keep this mix-up going. Who's next going to have an issue?
I don't know.
We have.
We're gonna pray for issues.
Yeah. Oh, where's the rain, huh?
We can pray for rain. That's possible. I don't think it's coming though.
Up, you know, from 1 kilometer to 2.
You never know. You never know. You can pray in small crop noises, and hopefully the rain will start. But I'm not sure if it will. Anna Freyev is getting quite close to the back of Glitzman. Might see a change. It doesn't need to get past him, really. Like we were saying, it's kind of all but summed up at this point. Just needs to keep driving, and they're the current champions. So yeah, it's everything for this team to lose at this stage, isn't it? For the 911.
Absolutely, and you know that there is a big Russian community in AOR. They will, if the team don't already know, the community will be letting them know the situation with the PPR team, PCDC team, and that you just need to finish here, top 10 it, whatever you want, just bring it home, and the championship is theirs.
I just can't believe that PPR it ended that way. You know, after tears in Bathurst because of incidents outside of their control, and then obviously a disconnect that happens at a horrible time, and obviously then you get penalised by the game for disconnecting, which is just ridiculous. I've really got no idea why that's a thing, but it is. You've already been, you know, penalised enough by leaving the race. Let's give you a bit more of a penalty by rejoining again. It just seems crazy to me, but there you go. Yeah, horrible stuff. Never mind.
Does we just have one driver, Stephen Theobald, serving a drive-through out in the number 180 Aston. Down there, down to 22nd. is that for? Is it 1 Don't see
Drive
anything on the
through.
procedure list.
Probably be for track limits.
Ah,
Will be like corner cutting somewhere. I would have thought
it
at least.
happened. I guess we probably expect to see more of that. An hour and a half in, someone's already been caught up with the track limits. Probably see a few more. I think Bogoroditsky also had one of those before retiring.
Well, B Nico in the chat said apparently they had a drive-through because of stint timer. However, why they left, he doesn't know. So, not too sure why they decided to leave. That's the Abeladze team that have run away now. What's the number? Is it number 2 car? Yeah.
Yeah, then.
Why they decided to pull it over, I'm not too sure, but they have. But, we're still on board with Vasily Anarev as he tries to get onto the back of Gleitzman. Gleitzman driving very well. He did very well in the Super Pole as well, and super aggressive. That's Audi seems to be driving very well round here. It's not causing too many problems. Going through some back markers at the moment. It's nice that they're getting well out of the way of this battle. 8/10 is the gap. It's been jumping up and jumping down. It's not stayed the same.
Rage, I have to apologise for something.
Yes.
Tell you what, I told you it was 100 points for a race win.
How many is it?
150.
Oh, wow.
for a race win.
Okay, so technically, PCDC or Beaver Grease could win.
Mathematically, yes. Which is... It just makes it more possible. I didn't expect it 150. Let's see, PCDC are third right now. That's 128 points. But 6th place gets 104 points. So I'm afraid 24 points isn't going to cut the mustard right
Nope.
now.
So
Interesting, you know. 150 points.
PCDC,
What a haul.
the gap's too big, really, isn't it? Between
Yeah,
Anarev
it is.
and Co.
They put themselves in that situation by being consistent, taking advantage of anything, and just being absolutely quick. The Revolution Sim Racing white are currently leading the race. What would 150 points mean for them? Certainly a lot, because they're in 189. They've nearly doubled their points haul. Take them to about 320, which would at least put them fifth. Probably.
Yeah, it's good
Yeah,
showing.
lots
actually,
of
from
positions
White.
still on the line here.
Yeah, it's good showing for White. Revolution Sim Racing White. They've not been up to the top end of the grid for a long old time, have they? I would like to see what happened to Beaver Grease because they're dropping back at quite a rate now. PCDC's right on the back of them. Might see a change here. Hyler's very, very close, but we know how quick Hyler is. Oh, Beaver Grease getting well over the curbs through 15. And I think Hyler's going to have a good move down into Ravatsa. If he's not careful, he'll get it done on the braking zone. Thinks better of it. Might have to try into turn 2. Let's jump on board with
How
Hyler.
thick can that beaver get?
Not too sure how thick the beaver can get. Well, I think we're about to find out. Beaver Grease. They are saying they're going to get out of the way. They don't want to fight. Very interesting here. They know that the car is faster. They let the faster car through. That is endurance racing for you.
There we go. Good pace though from Maches Hyla. It's that kind of pace that's put themselves in that situation, and Beaver Grease don't want to fight that just yet. So let PCDC back up the second, 7.2 seconds off the first place.
I mean,
And that is 100 and they moved from 128 points to 138 points.
the win is definitely on the cards for PCDC. 100%.
I think so. Dominic Galt is no slow coach. I He's leading this race by any means, but yeah, big opportunity for PCDC. Would be their first win. They had the second place at Kyalami, 56th at Barcelona and Bathurst. A big golden top of the podium step would do nicely.
Yeah, it's eluded them so far, hasn't it? Haven't quite got there. But yeah, if things come together today, I think they're probably the faster car at this stage. Dominic Goltz has got to get a move on, really. It's got a nice gap, though. 7.5 seconds will do. We're on board with Anna Frev as he tries to work out Gleitzman for a 10th time. Hasn't been able to get past. I think they're just as fast as each other at this stage. But what I will say, if you don't mind, Cardinal, I'm just going to take a quick comfort break, pop something in the microwave, and yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes if you don't mind.
Get comfy, get whatever you need on, get your smoking jacket out, whatever you need.
I'll keep you on board with Anna Frev because he's getting very close to Gleitzman, so you guys can keep the battle going for 5th place, and I'll see you very shortly.
Grazie ragazzi. Okay, folks, he's gone. What other chaos can we cause in chat? Should we start saying things like Max Verstappen and Gaydon Lewis or something? You know, no need. King's Meat Snacks, like and subscribe team, all over the back of Marcus Gleitzman here in the Audi. Tagging looks up the inside. I think that's Robin Mose, the N7 car just in front. Back marker will be in the way. Something to consider for Gleitzman. Is the back marker going to get out of the way and give the space? The 117 car is currently, it's Maudsley in the car right now, down in 18th. Certainly no slow coach. They've had their own incidents this race. But yeah, there's Gleitzman moving out, getting past now, and getting in the way, cutting across in front of Anna Freev, and that absolutely has held up Anna Freev there. Unfortunately for Maudsley, so we have been robbed of a little fight here for a few laps at least. Anna Freev will no doubt gain on the back of Gleitzman. Freev just needs to be careful. Just needs to not throw too many risks at at any point at anyone. But we'll certainly pick up the pieces. I'm sure they'll want to finish on the podium by the end of the race. So the gap extends to 1.2 seconds. Breathing room for Gleitzman, who in turn is 3.2 off the back of Nazarov in 4th. Those 3 Bentleys holding out in 2nd, 3rd, 4th. And a bit of theme for the whole season. Have the Bentleys, the gaggle of Bentleys, up near the top. Consistent across all the tracks we've seen so far. Maybe less of a performance for the McLarens here today. We normally see the Bandwall SimSports further up. I think they're down in 11th at the moment. Connor Wright in 9th at the moment, going well, but we've seen them fighting further up the field. It's still a long way to go. So initially our championship winners and leaders here. Like and subscribe. The King's Meat Snacks livery I've loved throughout the season. It gives us a good laugh from the start. And by the end, it's making me wondering how I can order and check out some of these meat snacks. But that aside, Anna Freev has been a colossus in this championship to date. Yeah, certainly the 911 fans have been loving that. Konstantin Soltitov, obviously the other driver in this team. The pair have been fantastic throughout the whole season. And yeah, this is just their opportunity to bring this home. 1.1 gap between himself and Gleitzman, so it's a very steady gap. They're very even on pace. By the looks of it, that Maudsley car that they have hasn't exactly drifted back. It's sort of still hugging on to the back of the Like and Subscribe Aston Martin. Maybe falling away a bit now, but sort of looks like it could unlap itself down that start-finish straight. Yes, the streets today for Bentley's. Certainly for Monthly there. Elsewhere going on the track, Dominic Gultz is up in the front. Marcia's Pilot, DC. The gap is around 7 seconds. It has steadied around then. It was a little over that, but 7.5. So Gultz has good pace here. So if he can maintain that, there'll be another pit stop within the next 20-25 minutes. So a nice 7-second gap would be nice for the for Gultz and team of the Revolution Sim Racing team. Beaver Grease pulling back 5 seconds now off the back, and Nazarov looks to be Dmitry Nazarov of Team Shazoo. You're doing well catching up here. Are now on the back, are really approaching the Beaver Grease team. Will be looking to take that 3rd place off Team Shazoo. Unlucky in some previous races, but doing really well out here today. As I check back with Anna Freyev, yeah, 7 tenths, 8 tenths. Certainly, that last section of the Imola track, the Ravatsa, Anna Freyev getting a great run out of there and managed to reel back in towards 5th place. I remember there used to be a chicane in the start-finish straight, playing the old Formula 1 and the different racing games. It's still there for the motorcycle track, the Variante Bassa. It's just the chicane just before the start-finish line. They had to go through it. You could, in Formula 1 97, you could just cut across the track with no penalties or flags and gain about 10 seconds. Fantastic. But yeah, so like and describe experiencing pressure issues. Tim, thank you for letting us know. Okay. So hopefully that's something they can change at the next pit stop. Then the next, I guess we're coming up to another pit stop. Yeah, we want to see good pressure. We want to see a good race, obviously. And yeah, I'm sure there's other teams out there suffering from the pressures as well. Track's changing. That could really change things. I think we just caught a glimpse, a brief glimpse of Nazarov pulling out to have a look at Thomas Savulkas there. Earlier, a Team Shazoo, absolute. Hang on, where are Beaver Grease? Where are our Beaver Grease racing team? Mantis, Alice. Something has happened to Beaver Grease team. I'm not sure where they are. They certainly have dropped down the order. Is it Thomas Savulkas? Yes, down in 7th place. Anna Freyev, Leitzman, and Valentin Barrier have all got ahead. Something is definitely up with that car number 12, the Lithuanian team of Beaver Grease Racing. They were leading at the start of this stint, and they've dropped down to 7th place. Big disappointment. Something obviously has gone south there, to use a turn of phrase. And that promotes our championship leader up into 5th place. Or whatever happens. Oh, Tim keeping us up to date with the pressures. Thank you. 27-4 both. Here, 27-6. Ooh. I'm sure. You know what? Credit to Anna Freyev, who is able to put Leitzman under such pressure, despite the higher pressure issues. You know, it's clearly caught back. That 1.2 seconds is non-existent now, and Anna Freyev will have a think about diving down the inside. Not quite close enough, but impressive racing from Anna Freyev, right on the back of Leitzman now in the Audi. This is now a fight for 4th and 5th place. 3 tenths in it as they meet in the chicanes, turn 3, turn 4. As we held into Pozza and Piratella, climbing up the hill. Through Akmarinali. It's tight, and look at this, is the car in front of them is another back marker. It's one of the PCDC, or it's one of the Revolution Sim racing cars. Gleitsman has to pull out. Anafreev doesn't have to compromise their corner speed as much, and Anafreev may have a run on Gleitsman here, down into the Ravazza as they come down the hill. I think Gleitsman's approach to the corner was just compromised that little bit more. Anafreev was able to keep a smoother, wider line. This could be the opportunity for Anafreev. 3.5 tenths at this stage. How is the Audi in the straight line? It's looking pretty effective, but Anafreev, that Aston, maybe just not getting the tire pressures, maybe not getting the drive out of the Ravazza, the final corners that they are looking for. How you doing, Maxim Balkanov? And Brendan Pell, yep. I didn't watch my start. Oh, Fizzy, what happened? How's the race been going? You're obviously welcome to come tell us. Rage at the moment is just taking a comfort break, maybe a snack break, maybe a meat snack, who knows? Rage. Let's just take a quick check. So here we are. As we know, we are at Imola, the Autodromo Enzo di Ferrari. Racing has always been important to this region of Italy, near Bologna. Dating back as far as 80 BC, the Romans built an amphitheater for gladiatorial chariot racing in this area. So for a couple of millennia, this area has a history of racing. Obviously, the Imola track doesn't date back to 80 BC. The Romans didn't build Imola. Shock. But yeah, it was built in... The roads itself were built in the 1940s. And they built a little circle of roads. Tarmac laid in the 50s. And the first race in 1952. Initially sports cars and motorcycle tracks. Until... With Enzo Ferrari himself attending. Using it for testing. New drivers, such as Scary, tested around here, one of the first to drive around. The first Formula 1 race, I think, was 62. So 10 years later. And it's been gradual improvements ever since. 1963 was the first Formula 1 race, and that was Jim Clark winning in his Lotus 25. But apparently there were no Ferraris entered, which disappointed. We'll see.
Right, I'm back.
Rage, welcome back. We got a good fight in our hands. Anafreev and Gleitsman here. There was a back marker got in the way.
Nice.
Built the gap. Anafreev has been fighting with tire pressure issues. Still drawn the gap right back in, 3 tenths in it. How was your snack? What have you got?
I have a lasagna. It's one of those pop in the microwave and hope lasagnas. So it's now cooling because it used to be the heat of the surface of the sun. So it's going to sit down there while it cools.
Oh, bellissimo.
Have it in a minute. I did have some nachos. Oh, interesting. Gleitsman in.
Gleitsman in. Nachos and lasagna. I don't understand, but Mexican and Italian. Ciao.
Why not?
I don't know.
Why not? It's like Sergio, running around Imola. It works.
Yeah. Good to see. Oh, lasagna. Got to love it. All right, and in chat, Tim has been keeping me right. Tim's been keeping Tim or above. Been keeping me right with the tire pressures, the latest information. Yeah, so Anna Freyev has a free track ahead of one of its seats.
Yummy.
What? Bon. Gonna go French now. French, Spanish, Italian. We could try and be multilingual, but we'll probably just ruin the language. Gleitsman in the pits, dropping down to 8th, making a fairly early stop. I wonder if they, you know, maybe felt that they could make some changes that would help them and maybe get a jump. Because Anna Freyev, no doubt, will be catching setting some faster times now with some clean air. But it won't be clean air for long because Anna Freyev is catching 3rd place Nazarov 2.5 tenths back. That gap is falling, I believe. Rage, we had some kind of incident with Beaver Grease.
Oh, yes?
Yes, Beaver Grease was following into the clutches of Dmitry Nazarov and wound up in 7th actually, but is now back in 6th due to pit stops. So Thomas Savokas has some kind of issue on track, lost a few places. You remember they were first at the start.
They were.
Of,
Thomas has not had a very good first stint in the car, has he?
Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine has really tanked it today. But I'm sure he'll pick himself back up, and the rest of the team will be helping him there. I don't know if his nickname is Thomas the Tank Engine, and I really doubt it.
I don't think they know what Thomas the Tank Engine is in Lithuania.
Thomas the Tank Engine isn't international. Globally renowned, voiced by Ringo Starr in every country.
Is it actually voiced by Ringo Starr?
Thomas the Tank Engine's voice is Ringo Starr.
Really?
AKA the Beatles. I mean, really.
I
That's
know
what Ringo's been doing.
I know they recently modernised it. Is it still voiced by Ringo Starr?
Ooh, I don't know.
No clue. I was never really a Thomas fan, unfortunately. I was more of a Fireman Sam.
I thought you were going to say James the Steam Engine or something.
It was actually more in tune.
Pedro the Diesel engine.
Frank the Electric. But no. More, I like Fireman Sam. On reflection, though, Fireman Sam was just a waste of time because literally the whole time, all Fireman Sam was doing was running after that kid that just set everything on fire. All he was doing was fixing the issues of a serial arsonist. Can't remember what his name is.
I mean, that's been my impression of small Welsh towns ever since.
Can't remember what was his name of the kid that's always in trouble in Fireman Sam. Oh, can't remember.
Kids shows back in the day, though, had some risky stuff going on. Pugwash, Captain Pugwash, had his sidekick called Master Bates.
Yes.
I have just a little image for you.
I'm trying to think who was in Fireman Sam. Let's have a look. Who the characters were?
Postman Pat, if you recall,
Yes.
the writer of the song of Postman Pat, Little Jingle. They were offered, I think it was like £150, or the loyalties for the track. I can't remember which. I think they might have chosen the £150
Oh my god.
rather than get a piece of the action every time the song is played, and it's been played for decades.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rip-off, that, isn't it, really?
They've missed out on millions.
Oh, gee. Never mind. I can't remember what the name of the little kid that always set everything on fire. Anyway.
I'm sure this is very important to the audience.
Exactly. Fireman Sam characters, here we go. Norman! Bloody Norman! All Norman did was always set everything on fire. And then Fireman Sam used to have to go and sort stuff out. Flipping Norman. That was it. Oh dear, Norman set the cat on fire again, Fireman Sam. Can you come down and sort it out? And then he would. Hello, Norman. How you doing? Oh, Sam, I'm on fire again. That's all it was. That was the whole thing. And, you know, I loved it, apparently. Did you like that impression? Was that good? Was that spot on for you?
That was absolute Welsh out of 10. Well done.
Oh, dear.
I thought Tom Jones was in the room with me.
It's not unusual. I've got the voice of Tom Jones today. Jesus, gravelly. Wait until Timasorus joins us. He's apparently just as gravelly as me today. It's also...
Oh, I'm looking forward to hearing big deep throat Tim.
Deep Throat Tim.
That's-
That's his new nickname. God.
We'll see how he sounds. On track and afraid of getting past a few of the back markers, just to change the topic quick.
Yeah, I was
before
watching it.
AOR
Yeah.
remove me from the broadcasting. And yeah, Tim, if you're listening, looking forward to seeing you. If your throat allows.
Big Throat Tim. Oh my God.
That's why he's on comms.
Huge throat on him. Massive adenoids. Anyway. What's going on at the top? Let's have a look. Hyler, 6 seconds. Hasn't been able to close that down to Galtz. It was 7 when he finally got that position. Hasn't really shortened that at all. Anafrev's getting closer to Nazarov. That's the main issue. He can't let that back marker pass because it's going to spoil the fight. Or do you let the back marker pass and hope that he spoils the fight for you? Do you get what I mean? Gets in the way of Nazarov. But we're coming up to pit time, so I guess we should hold on. Probably about 10 past. We'll be seeing people come in for their second sets of pits. Is it second pit now or is it third? Can't remember.
This is second. You're right. You're right. This is 10 past is the cutoff, so to speak. So any time from now, we should see our friends jump into the pits. We have Pashkit back in the Audi of number 10, down in 12th. Here racing, they were just ahead of Anafreyev. They pitted a little earlier, so we'll see how if they come out. I will say Pashkit is lapping slightly slower than Anafreyev, so I think Vasily Anafreyev will keep the position. Here racing Audi team.
It's whether he loses it to Valentin Barrier a little bit further back. That's the main thing. Whether Pashki can keep, I guess, 4th place. Or no, it'd be 5th place, won't it? When it all sorts itself out. We'll have to see.
I've just been slapped in the face because Pashki has just done 42.3 compared to Anafreyev's 42.8 and Barrier's 42.7. So half a second in that last lap.
Fresh tyres for you. They switched them on now, so that's probably why.
Yeah, Pashki on a push. I was
Good
calling
evening,
out.
gentlemen.
Oh, hello.
Ooh.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm not too bad. Sorry if I'm here a little bit earlier than originally decided, but I did get the message that you want me here as soon as possible, so I am now free until the end.
Are you on your normal microphone? It sounds slightly different.
I've got my... Does it sound better or worse?
I don't know.
It sounds like you've got a really great throat.
I still have a slight throaty issue, so it's both of us rage. We're both sounding a bit nasally and grunty from time to time. I'm trying to think. I've moved my mic so it's much closer to my face now. I hopefully shouldn't be getting the same echo as before.
We'll leave it how it is. I think we're absolutely fine. Well, Tim, have you been watching it from the beginning? Do you know what's going on?
I've watched as much as I possibly could in between looking after my boy and also trying to cook dinner, but I did have you on, but I couldn't hear you in the kitchen. Seen the disconnect, big disappointment there. Seen the odd crash. There was a Bentley and what was that? It was the first and second place, wasn't it? In turn 2 or 3, bit of an incident there I witnessed as well. Apart from that, no, I think I'm a little bit behind. I'm really surprised to see car 500 so far down the order, though.
He didn't have a very good start, so I think that was a little bit of an issue his side. I know that's Adam DeBille, yeah, their team. You know, they didn't have the best of starts, but yeah, main issues obviously PPR disappearing. Beaver Grease were right up there, but they've had a few incidents now. They're down in 6th place.
Yeah, I did see the Tier 2 guys, Caracas, obviously sort of one of my Tier 2 boys from last season. So, yeah, shame to see they've dropped so far down again.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a shame, but never mind. I'm sure they'll make their way back through when, you know, they change some of the drivers around. I think Thomas is just having a bad time in that car, but we'll see if he can improve his luck. But at the moment, we're watching Nazarov and see if he's losing time to Anafrev, which is the race of choice at the moment. We're going to get some pits soon, Tim. So we're going to see, hopefully, a little bit of movement from everyone involved. So that'll be good. So yeah, you've caught half the race, which is good.
Yeah, great to see you, Tim.
Yeah,
Welcome.
glad to be here.
Your voice and throat sound fantastic. And just an Anafrev, 42.4 last time, catching about a 10.5 on Nazarov last lap alone. What did I say? Pits are imminent.
Did you hear the lovely nickname that Cardinal just bestowed upon you, Tim?
I didn't. What have I got?
Go on, Cardinal, let him know.
You know what? I've forgotten.
Really? Big throat.
Wait. Was it something to do with, I heard something to do with adenoids? And I'll have you know, I had them removed at the age of 7, so there we go.
Oh, gee. I don't know why he called you Big Throat Tim, but there you go.
Oh, thanks. To be fair, a couple of weeks ago, you could have quite happily called me Big Throat Tim because I had tonsils the size of walnuts. So it was not fun. It was yeah. I'm glad there was a bit of a break between all the races because otherwise there was just no voice whatsoever. I had nothing.
Oh. Well,
What is it with this season, and our commentators? Rach, didn't you lose your voice?
I had no.
Someone lost their voice.
I've been definitely struggling since this winter with various colds. I think I'm on my 4th sniffle cold thing of the year. That's how tricky it's been this year.
Are you in the Omicron cold?
I've not.
Cold?
I've not had the dreaded COVID yet, though.
Good.
Neither have I. Managed to stay clean of that.
Yeah.
And from Omicron per CIA hasn't managed to catch up with me quite yet.
the sweet little Omicron. No, I haven't had him yet. I've had all of my jabs, though. Jabbed up to the hilt.
Jab City in here.
Yeah.
This is such dad chat, isn't it? Sorry, I've come in here and I was hearing you guys all talking about F1 earlier on, and I was thinking, oh, this is all really motorsporty, and I've come in here and immediately we're discussing how many colds and flus and things we've had this year.
Oh, dear.
Well, look, Tim, you can still get involved. The poll is sitting at 220 votes. Max is leading by 60 to 40.
I would like to mention, I think in my entire 31 years, nearly 32 years on this earth, I think I've maybe watched 3 or 4 F1 races. So I've got absolutely nothing in this. I can't give you any kind of opinions. I couldn't tell you anything about anything to do with modern F1 or any F1, to be honest. I think the last race I watched was Button. So that shows how long it's been since I've watched F1, because it always clashes with British touring cars, and, you know, I'm a loser for front-wheel drive cars being absolutely hacked around banging doors.
And there you go. There's the
Worse
insight into the...
really.
They are polar opposites, so I do apologise that I can't give you any can't give you an input on the Max versus Lewis. It's yeah, I've got no, I can't say anything because I have no idea. Oh, is Anfred? Oh no, he looked like he's slowed right down.
You are right. That did look like he slowed down. Not too sure why.
Has he pitted yet? Could he possibly be running low on fuel?
He is suffering badly from tyre pressures. I know they have been getting worse. Chat has been keeping us up to date with that. So, I mean, we bound to pit this lap. I think at this stage, the tyres are so bad. It certainly has dropped back down away from Nazarov.
And it almost looked like he let off the throttle completely coming around that hairpin. And I mean, it looked like on the exit as well. That's why I thought maybe he'd run out of fuel and just on that run up the hill.
And you know, that's interesting because Pashke is doing a 142.2, 6 tenths quicker most laps. And all these cars will be coming into pit now. Pashke, one of the fastest on track. I say that, Martinez Isla is absolutely fast on the mark for 1:22.0 in second.
Yeah, both cars in.
There we go. Here come the pits. And let's keep an eye out on Daniel Pashke, who is just climbing up the hill out of Posa into Cartella, and has a long way to go probably before getting near the start finish. So I just while it's in my mind, Timasorus, you still play the Toka Race Driver 3?
I don't play that. I've got some of the British touring cars on Assetto Corsa, and that's about as much as I can get.
Oh, have you seen the new touring cars on iRacing? It's come out.
Yeah, I have. I haven't got iRacing. It's what really makes me want it, because I want to jump in Tom Ingram's Hyundai, but I just can't quite bring myself to invest all the money into renting that game. Oh, really similar pit stops from Anfrive and Nazarov, isn't it, in the Bentley? I mean, absolutely identical pit stops. They
Pashke is just coming off the start finish. Sorry, Pashke just crossing the line now. Where are we with cars coming out of the pits? There's Adafreev, and Pashke is by. Pashke is ahead of the like and subscribe team. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's absolutely fine. I think he's still stuck behind car 251, isn't he? Didn't quite manage to get past them. So he is, which seems like that's the number 13 Bentley. So he didn't quite manage to sneak past that one as well. Or am I looking at the wrong car? Oh,
yeah, Lewis Delts, the 251 Team Shazoo. They've had a blinder of a stint, it looks like, and come just out ahead of Pashke. You're right. Saltatov's back in the car. Or like and subscribe. They again, fifth. It's where they need to be. Anywhere is initially good enough because they're ahead of. They're only championship contenders. You can pass them. Or PCDC, I think, who are ahead in second. But yeah, fifth is more than enough to secure the title.
A bit of a shame to see the Dow King community car not here this week. I know they've had some issues. I think it was Kailami where I think there was only one racer available and put in a sterling effort. I think, was it 5 or 6 hours? One racer did by himself at Kailami. And so I wonder if it's a case of they didn't have the numbers to meet the quota this week and decided to sort of just not bother at all, which is fair enough. I mean, they would, even if they completed the race with one driver, they wouldn't have been able to, there would have been quite a penalty in place. But I wonder if maybe that's why they just couldn't get the drivers together. I don't know if you guys have been told in the chat why Dow King aren't with us this week, or this round.
I did ask, didn't get an answer. I think I put in the chat earlier on. Let's have a look. I said, where are we? Why no Dow King in the Super Bowl, and then cries in Blue Aston. And all I got was Cardinal reacted with an F, and that's all we got. So yeah, no idea on what happened. I'm surprised that he can't muster a team, considering the size of his community. So yeah, not too sure what's happening. Maybe he's got a clash of, bits to do. Sometimes can happen.
Maybe.
Possibly. It's the busy time of year as well, isn't it? A lot of people sort of travelling and trying to squeeze in and spread out, seeing friends and family. Obviously, still with the big dreaded sea looming over all of us, it's a bit difficult to squeeze in your normal family visits. Sort of you can't do it all in 1 week anymore. You're kind of mindfully trying to spread it out. So, sort of further in advance, Saturdays and Sundays are being taken up with family duties, I think.
Who's excited for the festive season? F's in chat for festive.
F's in chat for festives. I can tell you what, I won't be listening to anything that Boris says after the cheese and wine incident. It's absolutely ridiculous. So
Here we go.
Won't be listening to any advice, I'll tell you that much. You shouldn't see your family at Christmas. Well, you shouldn't have had a party. Never mind.
I think the latest advice is please work from home, but have a party, because we can't tell you not to have a party because we've been having parties.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. If anyone doesn't know what we're talking about in chat, the British Prime Minister had a party at the headquarters, let's say, whilst under extreme social distancing restrictions last year because of COVID. And no one else was allowed parties, and people were getting fined thousands of pounds. But apparently it was okay for the leaders to have a party, and it even included cheese and wine. And then they lied about it. Good stuff. Who said politicians never lie, eh?
Definitely demonetised the video. Yeah, I happen to share your opinion. Yeah, quite strongly. It's a bit of a joke. But I mean, they've even come out and said it's completely unenforceable. The police have said it is 100% unenforceable because there just isn't enough, police to go around. I mean, realistically, a family of 5 in a house, are they really going to get the police to come to their door? I don't think so. I mean, I think on Christmas Day, I think, you've got enough big sharp knives for cutting a turkey up. I think there'd just be a lot of people going missing. To be honest, I think.
Why is it unmonetized? What, because we said political stuff?
I imagine so, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know how it all works.
I don't think you can say the big COVID. I'm not sure you can say that.
I said the C word. I said that. I said C word rather than, which, to be honest, could be a much worse word. Oh,
hang on, you said the C word on live chat?
No, I said no.
Here we go. Big mouth Tim opening again.
That throat shining through. Pashke's getting close to Zelch here.
Yeah, I'm about to say, while we've been chin-wagging away, might see him moving to turn 1. He's definitely in the turn.
He's going for it. He's going around the outside. He's trying to outbreak him. Will he use the cutback like we saw earlier? The PC, Matt's tried it. Doesn't get alongside fast enough. That's who we were talking about earlier. Mats Anderson on Abadazi really had an impressive cutback, but then it was taken out. Did we ever see a penalty for that, or did it come up in the stewards?
Ooh, trying around the outside again there. I did manage to catch that incident on the stream earlier when I was watching, and yeah, there was some questionable choices made by some of the drivers involved in that incident. It has to be said, but yeah.
And you know what? There was a penalty given out, 15-second penalty for car number 2 and a license point. All not for play for now. Number 2 has retired.
Which one was car number 2? That was the Aston. Or was that the other one? I can't remember off the top of my head. It was 2 and 3, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he also had a drive-through as well to compound issues.
Bit of a shame. Obviously, I know you guys were talking about it earlier with the liveries and things. I overheard something. Yeah, real shame. Obviously, that sort of this late in the season with one race left to go, that there was that almighty giant patch followed by a dozen more patches trying to fix Assetto Corsa Competizione. So lots of people not running their liveries due to sort of disconnecting and crashing issues. I mean, even when I followed the rules correctly and obviously deleted all of my skins and restarted with the ones that were sent through from the powers above, I still found that when I opened them for the first time in like the multiplayer, like the menu, it still made my game pause for a few seconds before opening it just to view it in car selector. So I imagine there's some of these guys that haven't necessarily done that. They might have jumped into the race today, and it might be the reason why we've seen so many disconnects is because it's not a full-blown freeze. But I mean, if you have a stutter while racing at this kind of pace on this circuit especially, if you lose connection for a second or it just lags for a second or two, there's so many places to get caught out. Giant curbs, close walls, lots of traffic. So I mean, maybe that might be why we've seen a few people just randomly disappearing. You think if they don't, you might not have to see a car on track the entire time, and then you finally come up on a back marker or someone you've somehow managed to avoid the entire circuit, and your game goes, oh, I haven't loaded that livery yet, and then suddenly you're caught out. So I wonder if that's maybe playing a bit with it, but
I think the
bit of a
issue
shame if that is the case.
Somewhat related to liveries. Yeah, it's a shame that KUNOS didn't think about this. I'm sure they've got enough people to rely on to test for them before they release patches. But hey, the real test is when you release it out to the world, I guess. Yeah, no, I'd probably say half of the disconnects are probably related to that. It is a bit annoying, but what can you do? You know, halfway through a series, you can't exactly just go, well, no paints now. You've got to try and rectify the issue, and I think some of the coordinators definitely did some good work in relation to getting the new paints to register, the liveries to come through okay. And I would say half of them probably have. But yeah, it is very frustrating.
Some of them look beautiful.
Yeah. No,
and again, it's
sorry.
Oh, carry on.
No.
I suppose a lot of these people as well, a lot of these teams, they aren't necessarily making the liveries themselves. They're happy because there's lots of people out there that will do paint liveries on commission. So, and suddenly everybody that's had a paint job off them for this season or across all of Assetto Corsa, not just obviously the AOR community, they've all suddenly gone, oh my God, I need you to change this and change that. And so these people are backlogged themselves trying to sort out people's liveries. So it is understandable that some people haven't been able to get it done in time. There probably is a backlog on these guys. You see it on Instagram and sort of on Twitter, people advertising saying, I can make your liveries. But if they've had to sort of try and catch up with all these changes, it's a bit of a mess. But it happened at some point, I suppose. It was never going to be a convenient time. Oh, mistake from car number 251.
Yep, running wide, exit 15. Hopefully Pashki can capitalise on that, but it's an easy place to run wide and an easy place to rectify the issue. A little bit of a wobble, but I think he's all right, to be honest. Might have lost a tenth or two, but yeah, not disastrous. Pashki might have a go though, down into 2. Might see a move happen. You never know.
So it looked like Peshki had dropped back a little bit because he was really looking racy and was really on the attack. I wonder if he dropped back, maybe just let his tyres cool down. Very easy to overheat if you're really on the tail of someone pushing hard. So then I wonder if now he's thinking, right, there's been a mistake from Zelch. Let's see if I can capitalise because he does look really fast.
He's going to get him here.
Oh, tighter of a line there. No room at the end though. That Bentley is
defence.
Thick. Oh, we've seen wide throats, wide rear ends. We're seeing it again today.
Tough defence there from Zelch. Oh, another tough defence.
That was a bit under-braking-esque.
I think both of them were slightly on the limit, to be honest, but that's racing, I guess.
I mean, it just shows sort of the level of driver here in Tier 1 that they can react and avoid an incident. I mean, it's like neither of these drivers, I'd say, are driving sort of dirty or overly aggressively. I mean, they're just defending sort of elbows out and attacking elbows out as well. But it's really good to see that it's not just a case of bumping into each other and making mistakes. They are reacting to each other absolutely perfectly.
Look who's coming over the hill, though.
Car gaining on these guys.
I was just about to say, look who's coming over the hill.
Yeah.
Daniel gets a bad exit of 15. You might see Soldatov come into the picture and loom on the back of the car. You never know.
These guys were faster last lap, but obviously the fighting has affected it because Soldatov is visibly closer. Just 1.7 seconds.
You can see them dropping off as well from Matt's just up ahead. The gap's huge now because of their fighting, but yeah, interestingly enough, Zelch is holding on.
Oh, someone off Porsche. Not sure which one that was.
Matt Sanderson, current fastest lap holder, a 1:41.7. That's not too far away from some qualifying laps.
Yeah, pretty sure car number 96, Haley, one of the Porsches, had a bit of an excursion on turn 1. Then I could see him out in the gravel.
Yep.
Oh, very slidey as well. So I'm not sure if he's on cold tyres or whether he's now knackered the tyres he's on by going off.
Yeah, those tyres are best lots. And we had Fizzy in chat earlier saying, hope he didn't catch our start. He's down in second. So making amends, having a good run out there.
What car is Fizzy in? Is he in the 999?
Just the 9.
Ah, the 9. Okay, yeah. 22nd at the moment. What is he in class? Maybe 10th or so? 8th? Something like that?
Looks like 8th. Yeah, 9 just chasing down 69. 69's been in the wars. Served penalty earlier. They have Sadri still.
Is this the first race this season where the Silver Cup drivers have been excluded from the top 10? I think there's at least one Silver Cup driver up in the top 10 for a majority of the race.
I think you're right.
So was it? Zinski in 12th, so he's in one of the Audis.
Yep, no, you're right, definitely. You normally saw a silver car that far up. I think that just pays testament to AOR's constant managing of the split. They've got it spot on towards the end. Got it just right. Paschke's trying so hard to get back onto the back of Zelch, though. Zelch is looking like he's being a bit of a tough customer. 8 tenths is the gap, and now he's 8 tenths back from Soldatov as well. So if Paschke closes up this gap, he's going to have a bit of fun behind as well. It might be attack and defend. It could be attack so much that you lose a position behind. So got to be careful here.
Absolute Paschke sandwich here. Squeezed in from both ends. He'll need to find a way out. But that getting past that Bentley's a big ask, especially down the straight. The Bentley seem to have so much pace today at Imola.
The piles of tissues next to my desk ever grows as we continue on this race.
I don't want to know about that. Goodness gracious! Now we're demonetised.
Big throat, Tim. It was. Rages did this fantastic Welsh accent. You pretended to be a guy Norman from Fireman Sam, and for some reason that ended up in you being called Big Throat Tim. I don't know why.
I mean, I'll go with that. That's fine. I mean, I'll go with that. To be honest, I panicked a bit last night. I went to bed and realised that my voice was completely knackered again, mainly because I was playing the new Halo multiplayer.
It's very good.
Yelling. Yeah, really, really into that. I'm going to start the campaign soon as well.
Also very good.
just Guardians was a bit of a miss in my book.
Yep.
So, I mean, but I did eventually play all the way through it, and I was glad I did it. But yeah, I'm really, really, really looking forward to getting into Infinite. I'm really glad they put it back because it just. Sorry, I know it's a totally wrong game, but it just plays so well. It plays how I remember Halo 2 and 3 playing. Haley off again in the background.
Yep, noticed
but
that.
I'm not sure
he just came through.
Yeah, I think he might have just dived to the gravel to get out their way. I mean, understandably, you don't want to be holding up the lead pack.
I mean, just touching on Halo again, it is so well optimised, isn't it? And it looks amazing. Like, the fidelity is so good. I was mightily impressed.
I'm running it on pretty low settings to try and make sure my FPS is sort of up as high as I can get it, and it still looks great. It looks brilliant, even on like low graphical settings. I know there's quite a few issues, people complaining about like the sound being a little bit broken, and I occasionally get that, but they have sort of put out some settings that can fix it, and the multiplayer sort of selecting what kind of match you want to play is a little bit limited at the moment. But for a game that's come out, well, it's essentially only a couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been out, the beta, maybe slightly longer than that. But for the multiplayer, I think it plays great. It plays a lot better than some other fully released games at the moment, from what I can understand. So,
no, I agree. It's great. I've been enjoying it. It's the fallback game, you know. After you've done racing or something like that, you have a couple of games of Halo. Yeah, it's old vibes of times gone past, definitely. I played the first couple of levels of the campaign. I was mightily impressed with how smooth that runs too. So yeah, very very good game. And all the better that it's free, or very cheap on the Game Pass at least. I think £1 can secure you that for at least a month, but definitely worth the £1 anyway. If you want to bow down to the Xbox overlords, you can do. If you don't, you can buy it on Steam. Anyway, we're not being advertising Halo. We're not sponsored by Halo. It's just very good.
It's just
other game streaming services are available.
Yes, talking of other shooting games, Tarkov gets a wipe this Sunday, which is going to be fabulous. Any Tarkov players here?
Apart from Halo, I'm all for any FPS. I just can't do it.
I'm sure the Russian contingent in our chat will be very, very appreciative of the Tarkov shout.
Well, I was just going to tell you, the NI Nighthawks team in the Tier 2 are all Tarkov players. So
great
fans taking part in that. So yeah, there's a bit of Tarkov going around the AOR community.
Yep.
I mean, I definitely watch it streamed, and it always looks mightily impressive, and it looks like a genuinely, like, almost, I don't want to say scary game, but it looks proper nail-biting when you're, in like a block of flats, and you can hear someone, and you have no idea where they are, and you're just trying to trace their footsteps. It does look...
we got some fighting here at 8th and 9th with Beaver Grace and Dennis Latz in the Banwall Simsport team. have been side by side through Villeneuve. We want to see some on-track action.
Yep. Can see it. They're coming through Aqua Minerale. Yeah. Oh, yeah, toe-to-toe. Really close. Latz getting right on the back there of... oh, Jesus, how are you saying his name?
Crystallatus?
Gediminas.
Crystalllatus, yeah.
Crystalllatus?
Gediminas Crystalllatus.
Oh, wide.
Well
There's the
wide.
mistake.
Yep.
But God, Bentley just
still
managed
ahead.
How did it find the grip out there?
Oh, he might lose a bit of the drive there. Dennis Latz is a wily old fox. He might find a way through. I don't want to miss the fight that's going on just up ahead as well, because Paschke's getting mighty close onto the back of Zelch too. So we'll have to switch from one to the other. But yeah, Dennis Latz wants past, doesn't he? Oh, I feel bad for the number 12 car. It was doing so well. It was leading the race, wasn't it? Not too long ago.
Number one, absolutely. It was the car that benefited from Matt Anderson and Abadazi's incident. He scrapes on the side of that car, mind you. So they
Could be
must have had a
suffering.
tussle. Sorry, Tarkov games. Yes.
Oh dear. Yeah, no, it's a good fun game, and yeah, it scares the crap out of you. It is literally jump scare in a box.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. I mean, fair play to anyone that plays it. It always looks mightily impressive. I mean, I tend to watch a fairly wide range of games being played. Everything from really boring like Power Wash Simulator all the way through to Tarkov and things like that. I do enjoy a good
Wash
range of games.
Simulator?
Yeah, it's...
That's...
All I will say is when you have a newborn and you want entertainment that's quiet, Power Wash Simulator is great because it's just psh, 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 just over and over. It's just like it's white noise for babies, so it works great.
Why not? I guess it's somewhat satisfying as well, isn't it?
I think that's like polar opposite of what we have in Tarkov. So fair enough. I stick to the nice grand strategies. Like the Stellaris, the Hearts of Iron, the slow moving. I can pause at any stage, and I don't even have to hear anything during childcare.
I mean, now carry on.
No, I got caught up by Dennis Latz having a good run out of the Ravazza, and just 2/10 behind Gediminas Crystalllatus.
Is he going to try going under braking? No, not quite, is he? He's not quite able to. But there is a back marker in front of them, I think. Is there not? Or is that... no, is that car number 7? What's car number 7?
One of the Revolution Racing sim cars.
Yeah, that's the 25 car. I think it's Nell in there at the moment.
Oh, they both made a mistake, but Latz is trying to go around the outside.
What a move.
Oh, the tree's getting in the way a little bit. Can he? Oh, if he makes that stick. That was a great move. Goodness gracious. Brave as anything to go around the outside there.
That was waiting to happen, that move, wasn't it? It was set that up a good couple of laps ago. Oh! Almost trying to come back, Beaver Grease. Dennis Latz going slightly wide. No, he'll keep that.
Greasy beavers.
Those greasy beavers. Let's... Sorry.
Sorry, please move on.
I was going to say, let's see what's going on with this, with the top three. Well, not quite top three, but a fight for the top three.
Oh, to be fair, Goals nearly rear-ended, what was that, a Bentley? I'm not sure who it was. I think they were trying to get out the way, but they were right in the middle of the track, hard on the brakes, and goodness gracious, Goals nearly wiped himself right out then.
It's easy done with back markers. You know, get slightly distracted, and yeah, can be end of your race quite quickly.
Well, I don't think it was quite clear what the back marker was doing. It sort of went to the outside, but then continued to brake quite a lot. So I don't think Goals was quite expecting it. Very close.
Suggesting that it's unusual for a car when you're trying to let another car by to sort of swerve or stay in the middle of the track and brake suddenly in a straight line. That would be dangerous or unusual.
Are you trying to like poach me into some sort of F1 kind of thing? Is this what's happening? I feel like I'm being drawn into a debate.
Being drawn into a Lewis versus Max debate. We've already had this. It already got fighty.
I heard you guys getting having lots of discussions about different racetracks and people causing incidents and then not checking if someone was all right. But yeah, can't say anything about it.
And 2 getting very close.
They are.
Thank you, Mark. Mark's in chat. Appreciate it. Keeping it forward 1 second just between the leaders. That was 7 before, 6 before the pit stops. So obviously, Matt Anderson has got this Bentley hooked up. Pressures are good, tires are good. Leader is in sight. I love this. We're starting to get battles up and down the track right now.
Do you think that incident with that car maybe slowed Goltz down a little bit?
Yeah, 100%. It put him offline. I think he was expecting to sort of go around the outside of that back marker. So I don't know whether the back marker maybe just outbraked themselves a little bit and then sort of panicked and was like, oh, I don't know where I'm going. And he was sort of middle of the circuit, hard on the looked like he was still quite hard on the brakes mid-turn. And yeah, definitely I think it made a difference to Goltz' lap. I mean, I honestly thought there was going to be a collision there. So really, really lucky that nothing did come of it.
Matt's
That's a quick
inside
one.
of a second.
Earlier,
Sorry.
a discussion we've had, I think probably all the way back in maybe back at Kailami, I can't even remember, or might have even been all the way back in season 8 when we were discussing Spa and how they're going to make it safer, and they've got rid of the chalet, haven't they, at the top of the hill? They've gone and they're putting a runoff area in it. It'll be interesting to see what happens there, because it's not going to slow anyone down, I don't think. It's just going to make it, obviously, that if they do have an incident, it isn't going to be quite so extreme. But it'd be interesting to see how it all goes in the different racing. I can't think of the word now.
No, that's probably I think that's the most important changes back in May, because it's not that it was a dangerous part. It's just when you hit the tires, the cars hit the tires coming off. They bounce back, and it's cars bouncing back into oncoming cars, but flat out. Really.
I wonder how much
Seriously.
that chalet went for. Because obviously there was people occupying that chalet. It's probably a very, very good piece of real estate, probably worth a few million. How much do you reckon?
Been there a long time.
How much do you reckon the Spa circuit had to pay for it? Because obviously they probably didn't want to get rid of it, so they would have had to pay over the odds to get them out. Yeah,
Easy millions.
Yeah, big millions. I reckon probably into the tens to get them out. Just to move that corner back. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's well, but like we said, it's with the pace that race cars go nowadays, you know, it really has sort of become an issue that, you know, the fact that the downforce and grip levels on modern cars are so much more. The speed people can carry through there, like we're saying, it's like if someone spins, they hit the tyres, bounce back into the circuit, and even if you try and get on the brakes at the bottom of the hill before you start climbing, it's a massive task to try and stop without, you know, having a crash yourself. So had to be done. Real shame to see such an iconic circuit get changed, but you know, who knows? It's just going to be interesting to see how many people get sort of track warnings and penalties, and how quickly people complain.
And Anderson getting on Goltz for the lead down into turn 1. Just 3/10 in it.
Oh
Sorry,
gosh,
Jim.
Yeah. No, absolutely fine. No, interrupt me. I'm chinwagging about a totally different circuit, so.
Well, you know what? Just thinking. One thing's for sure: the chalet owner is gonna easily pick up a new chalet. I think that's they'll be fine for chalets.
I think he's not going to have a problem in the chalet hunt, is he?
Chalet market is maybe pretty hot right now, knowing that chalet hunter is out there. That's the big bucks.
That'd be interesting to see if once it's completed, whether it ever gets patched and they put in a new, well, I guess maybe it'd be 2022 or 2023 Spa on ACC. Whether they'll change it or whether they'll just leave it as it is. Because obviously the danger side of it on a sim doesn't really come into it, because no one's really getting hurt apart from maybe a sore thumb as their force feedback whips at them if they crash.
Oh, let me tell you, it ruined my season 21 Formula 1 2020 game. I crashed out there. So get rid of it.
I reckon someone's probably broken a finger on Eau Rouge through sim racing.
Oh, almost certainly. I mean, God, some of the rigs you see people playing with, they're like insane. They're basically getting thrown out the seats, aren't they?
Well, we have like the motion ones.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's me with my old, my Logitech, was it G220, 290, or whatever they call it. There's me with that one, and then you see some people, they're there with like gloves, harnesses, the full racing boots, everything, and you think, Christ, snap my arms off. I tried using that, I think.
What is it, like the race cube? The rec drive wheels?
SimCube.
I've seen some people lay it off. SimCube. They let go when they have an accident or something, and that wheel is jolting, like jarring left and right.
Yeah, it's the same with the Fanatec wheels. Anything over 10 Newton meters, really, you're gonna have to let go. If it's it's going to be a tough impact. Yeah. I've got
Anderson
CSL.
had to.
Sorry,
no, Anderson. Sorry, had to really almost back out. He was caught by surprise by Gull's wrecking. Just a different marker. Anderson was lost a little time.
Oh, very close.
Yeah.
About halfway through the stint on, I presume, or either of these two races, I hadn't noticed sort of while I was watching if any of them are off sort of scheduled stops.
They should be bang on, these two.
So I mean, yeah, about halfway through. So it might be that maybe the Astons sort of starting to switch off a little bit, and the Bentleys coming to life.
Do you know? It's funny you mentioned that, Tim. In the first half hour, the Astons were doing particularly well, out in the lead, and after 30 minutes, the Bentleys seemed to come back. And that seemed to be what happened even in the last stint, as a back marker gets out of the way for the race leaders. Good to see. I think it was Anna Freyev in 4th or 5th was starting to struggle with tire pressures. Something about the Aston after the half-hour mark to be a consistent rhythm here.
I suppose this is the first race as well since the new tyre models come into play. So although these guys would have had plenty of time to rework their setups and all that sort of thing, it is sort of probably one of the first times they're doing a full 6 hours on the new tyre model.
Probably one of the There are other obviously series that do different endurance stuff. You probably do one every weekend if you wanted. But yeah, it could be a majority of these drivers. It's the first proper test that they've had, as in long distance test on the new update. Now obviously it's caused a few issues. Is it obviously got to be careful what I say here, but one of the very popular setup guys, the setup people, I won't name which one, they weren't offering updates for free. You'd had to buy a new one.
Yeah, that's correct. You had to buy brand new ones.
Which is
quite a few of my friends that
scandalous.
are much more into, much more serious racers than me. Sort of, I think that some of them are part of the AOR community, sort of like tier 5, and I think one's in tier 8. They were very disappointed to see that certain companies were not updating their tunes and were just offering brand new ones at full price, which is a bit of a shame, really. So you think they'd want to support the community that supports them, but at the end of the day, I suppose it's money, isn't it?
Well,
it is all money.
I kind of understand. I do understand slightly. They're probably going to have to put a load more work in to get the setup back to where it needs to be, because you've had a huge change. But have to weigh that up, I guess. A couple of hours under your belt for the good of the community, but who knows? Yeah, like I say, I've got to be careful what we say with that kind of thing, because obviously they're probably quite well embedded into this community too. But yeah, I heard it and I was a bit surprised. Eyebrows raised.
Past Paschke.
Has he got past?
Sorry for
He has.
Oh, and Paschke's coming back at the end of the straight, the speed of the Audi, trying to go around the outside. Soldatov covers the inside. Paschke looking for the old switcheroo, the cutback.
Might get it.
Might get a good run here. Absolutely. Look at that defense. Covering down the inside straight, making sure I am absolutely taking the inside line, says Soldatov. You're getting nowhere near it.
Oh, he's going to get this.
Still.
Great line.
Oh, the audacity. Is there going to be a touch?
Ooh, that was close.
Naughty braking there from Paschke.
He wasn't first tapping.
That was a little bit naughty. Got in front and he knew that he was in front. Put his car in the middle of the track and then applied the brakes. Yeah, you're very careful with that. If there was contact and it could be proved of an incident, then yeah, might get a slap on the wrist if it was.
Well, hang on here. Yeah, I mean, the championship is still to be confirmed here.
Yeah.
This kind of fighting could lead to an accident or an issue. There's a lot of points on the line, and Anderson is only 4/10 off the lead for 150 points. You know, a spin here for the like and subscribe team would be very costly.
Yeah.
I'm going to say as well, Paschke left that braking, I mean, almost too late then, didn't he? You saw he went really deep into that turn. He was nearly on the outside curb. I think that was a real sort of throw it all on the table at that moment. I don't think there was anything left.
We've got fights going on all over the place here, guys, at the moment. Obviously, you've got Paschke versus Soldatov in the background. We've also got Anderson versus Goltz for the lead. 3/10 separates the two drivers at the top, and only 4/10 separates the two drivers for fourth. So, yeah, we got movement all over the grid. At the moment, though, we'll stick with the top two. It seems to have been closer than it's ever been. PCDC need to get past it for good points to keep their title hopes alive. It's still possible, though, isn't it, guys? 150 for the win.
It's unbelievably close, isn't it? Oh, a little bit of a look on the outside there from Anderson as well.
Nice.
I don't think he was ever going to make him. Yeah, I don't think he was ever going to make a move on the brakes, but he's certainly showing his nose. He's not letting Golds sort of relax for any moment. He's saying, if you back off, mate, I am going to try and make a move. So he's really keeping him on his toes.
Yeah, the Bentley's clearly the faster car. It's just the Aston's fast enough, right? Oh, that was a mistake. He's all good. Kept it going. Just looked like the Bentley lost the rear end through the exit of Ravazza. I think it's 18. And yeah, weaving starts then. Say hi. Goltz going down the back straight. Weaved a few times, but all good. You can do once or twice, just, you know, not crazy. That, though, is a little bit tricky there from Goltz. You've got to be careful. He's already weaved once down the back straight. Weaved again into the braking zone. We're on sticky wickets.
Oh, he runs wide.
Yeah.
He runs wide. He's lost his exit, and he's now on the outside.
Lost the position.
And oh, gosh.
I think that's karma there. That for a little bit too much movement under braking in Goltz's favour.
I wondered whether we were going to see a reaction in chat from some of the other drivers in the team, or, you know, if not, a report for that. But Anderson gets back and takes the lead. And let me tell you what that does to the championship. Anderson and the PCDC, 150 points for the win. At this stage, to take the championship, the like and subscribe team need to finish 11th or above.
So they've still got it.
They still have it in the bag, but they absolutely need to be careful.
They've still got over 3 hours to go, haven't they? And like we've said, we've seen some big teams disconnect, and we've seen it before in previous races. Well, you know, you think, was it Bathurst, where I think it was Dowking Community? You know, I think we all sort of thought they had it in the bag, and then a fueling error right at the end. They doubled the amount of fuel they needed to go in, and then they threw it away at the last second. So I mean, it's still all up in the air.
I mean, the gap from 4th to 11th is not that big, obviously. It's only 5 places. So it's 5 places? No, 7 places. Wrong way. So yeah, anything can happen. Anything can happen. All it has to, you know, little spin. If he's fighting with Paschke, anything like that could cause a nightmare. But I think it's gonna be a big incident that's gonna cost him that much space. You know, like a drive-through or 30-second stop-go. That is, you know, championship ending for like and subscribe. But you know, they've been very good throughout the season. Can't say that they've had a lot of penalties, maybe the odd one here or there, but yeah, we should, I think we're seeing like and subscribe holding on to it here. I don't think we're going to see much movement, as I get a lovely voice crack at the end of that sentence.
Crack that voice whip.
Yep, music to your ears there. You should call me Throat Rage.
Rage throat.
I've seen that video.
Oh god.
Oh god. That was what I was trying to say about earlier. Completely forgot. Nearly blew my voice out last night. Yeah, playing Halo.
Playing what?
Playing Halo, just because I can't help myself. But whenever they start a new round, is doing the voice.
Oh, what, like, ball returned.
Slayer.
Yeah.
And all that kind of stuff. I can't help myself.
Oh, gee. Yeah, I like the rampage and all of that when you get multiple kills.
Isn't it 7 kills? It's Kilimanjaro.
Yeah, probably.
It's like, I think, isn't it like double kill, killing spree, kill-tacular, and all that kind of stuff.
It is good. I can't say I've got that far up, though, to be honest.
I think I've done it once, maybe, in my life, years and years ago. Lockout. And that's only ever happened once.
Look at the gap that Anderson's already pulled. Huge. 2 seconds.
I'm afraid I just witnessed a murder.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Yassine Nirol in 16th was being passed by Kubis Nell in the Revolution Sim Racing black car. Kubis got spun around. Yeah, and has recovered, but down in 18th now. Lost a couple of positions there.
So was it Nell that got spun?
Yeah.
That's Revolution Sim Black, isn't it?
Yes.
Pashke about to come up on a back marker. Oh, it's all right. He's moved out the way. It's a Pashke coming up on a back marker into turn 1.
Oh, Jesus! That back marker almost took him out.
Yeah. Soldatov nearly got taken out then. That was very close. I imagine that was a code brown moment for both those drivers.
Oh my goodness! I think that the Bentley got caught out on the brakes, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was offline, which is that's the one thing. I said when you're a back marker, you go offline because you think, oh yeah, it's fine, I'll let someone pass, but you miss your braking points, and it's really easy to make mistakes. Even when you're going slower, that tends to be when you make mistakes because you turn in at your normal point, but you're doing 20 kilometers less, and you turn in too soon, and then you're clipping curbs. Really easy to make mistakes. It's why, to a certain extent, sometimes it's better to just stay on your line until you're on a straight, and then maybe just let the throttle off slightly, let the guys go past. But mid-turn, it can be a real stressful moment. It's got to be said.
That was a beautiful insight from Tim there. Thank you for talking us through that. We saw this in the last stint. Black marker hooked themselves in between Pashke and Soldatov and just inched out that gap and gave a lot of breathing room for the Audi. Where they again back marker blue flags affecting the racing. It happens. It's something you have to navigate. And there we are. Pashke into the pits. They pitted early last stint, forcing their hand into pitting early this stint too.
Yeah, the pit stint time would be on 15 minutes, isn't it? Or is it 20? I can't remember now.
I think it's nearly 20 past. It should be this time, right? Oh no, it would be 15, sorry.
15 past, yes.
So, yeah.
So, Soldatov, what kind of lap times can they pull out?
What
Here with the free air, can we catch up to Snell?
2 more laps and then they'll have to come in, I guess. Or at least this lap and 1 more. Pashke, they have pushed it a little bit further because they came in a good 10 minutes early on the first stint, and now they pulled it back to 5 minutes early. So yeah, they're coming back. They obviously had to do an early stop on the first stop, so that number 10 car is coming back into the sink a little bit more now. I think in maybe a lap, 1 more pit's time, they'll be back on the normal pit stint. Anafrev is in 25 minutes, apparently.
Hey, they're going to do a driver swap, and that's exactly what Beer Racing have done. Marcus Gleitzman back in the car, or in the Audi. Pashke.
I think they've only got 2 drivers, haven't they? Gleitzman.
Back and forth between the two. Same as like and subscribe.
Yeah. They've had 2 drivers, though, for a long time. Apart from when they do the 12s, they get another one. But
they
yeah.
get Smolio, the Formula 3 driver.
Sometimes. Yeah. Haven't seen him this season, though, have we? Alexander Smolya?
No, we haven't seen him in this Endurance Championship. But as you mentioned, the independent endurance races. So.
It's quite cool that they can just call upon an F3 driver, though, isn't it? Just, Alexander, we need you.
Sure thing. And they won. I think they won.
They did win. Smolya Soldatov and Anna Frev. I can't remember where we were racing when they won. Suzuka possibly? Can't remember. We've done so
Strong
many.
memory.
Can't remember which one it was.
Well, I had a sudden scare the other day when I was taking part in a racing series myself, and I was there in a GT3 car, and I just couldn't believe how fast someone was compared to me. I was like, oh my god, they're like 5 seconds a lap quicker than me, and like I just don't understand it. And then I saw the name, and it was Steinhauser. So one of our tier 2 drivers, and also he has been competing. I can't remember what team he's in, but he has definitely competed in the endurance league.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh yeah, that'll explain it. That'll explain why he was so much quicker. I fully didn't realise when I signed up for the one I'm in at the minute that there'd be quite such a wide range of capabilities. Needless to say, I'm at the back.
I can't remember what team Steinhauser races for, but yeah, no, you're right. He's middle field platinum, isn't he? So yeah, fast boy. Definitely tier 1.
Christian Steinhauser, Revolution Sim Racing White.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there you go. So second place then.
Well, yeah, so I think it was at Nürburgring, and yeah, I think he was 5 seconds a lap quicker than me, and I just couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, like, I'm giving it everything, and this guy's just hammering past me. So didn't matter. I got taken out anyway, so it's fine. Someone decided to rejoin at the end of the Schumacher S's.
Oh, jeez.
And that's just they were off the circuit on the outside, miles away, and they decided to rejoin and try and go to the inside as me and a Bentley came flying round. I hit the brakes hard, but couldn't go anywhere because Bentley went round the outside of me, obviously trying to avoid hitting the back of me. He managed to just miss the back of the car, and I instead smashed into a car, and it completely. That was my race done at that point. I was like, okay, no, I'm gonna hang my hat up at this point.
It's a tough old
coming
track
up on 100 laps.
Nürburgring. It is 100 laps, you're right. I think the last time I raced around Nürburgring, I was in F3 cars, I think, on Assetto Corsa. I was fighting for my first podium of the league and got taken out going through the very fast right-hander before the last chicane. Someone decided to go up the inside through their fastest corner of the track. I wouldn't advise it.
No.
I flew!
No. Here we are, just at AOR, joining our last race of the season, this endurance season, and we're just sharing our most painful moments of our own sim racing careers.
Oh, I've had worse. I'm just too embarrassed to say.
I joined one of the iRacing Formula servers to practice on, and there was an Alexander Albon at the top of the timing charts, at least 7 seconds faster.
Oh, wow.
It's very depressing when you're there and you're like, oh my god, that's my PB. I'm beating my PB, and then you look and you're like, I'm still 4 or 5 seconds a lap faster. But do you know who could help with that? Driver 61 tuition.
Oh, smooth!
And
Smooth!
Wow.
through the community, you can get a discount through Apex Online Racing. And maybe you're thinking, it's not my skill, it's just that my pedals are too slippery. Well, we've got the answer for that as well. SIMSOK. SIMSOK premium race simulation racing socks. Got little grippy bits on the bottom. I know a couple of the guys. Well, I know you've got a couple of pairs, haven't you? I haven't quite got my first set yet, but yeah, I hear absolutely amazing things about them. Apparently, absolutely fantastic to wear. And if you're thinking it's not that, I get all confused with what buttons I'm pressing. Well, Elgato have got a Stream Deck, and you can use that for pressing buttons rather than having to try and press moving buttons on your wheels. So we've got an answer for everything here at Apex Online Racing.
Very well done.
I didn't plan that. I suddenly thought, oh, let's give that a go. So you hear an Elgato? I want a Stream Deck myself. Come on.
Where is Elgato with all the gifts? I've seen nothing. I want a Stream Deck too. Not using one. I use a mouse. It works just as well. Anyway, SimSocks are fabulous, by the way. If you do want a set of SimSocks, I highly recommend going to simsok.com, co.uk, wherever, and buying a pair. Go for large, small. I don't know who would possibly fit into a small, but go for a large if you're just a normal person. They are fabulous, very comfy, They're like trainer socks, so they're about that high, just come up above your heel, and they have the sticky little pads on the bottom, and they are good. They are very, very good, especially if you're using high-grade pedals, metal pedals. They stick perfectly. I can't say I've used Driver 61 though. I'm sure they're good as well, right?
I have heard good things. Yeah, personally, again, I don't race enough and seriously enough to really sort of require sort of extra tuition. But if you're looking to possibly move up a tier, maybe you want to get into the tier 1, tier 2 category so you can be part of the streams, then yeah, maybe Driver 61 is the way to go.
They did hold a community session for AOR, which people can sign up in the Discords, and a couple of members of Driver 61 came and tutored about 20 people, just on very quickly through different things they could improve. Watched a couple of laps and helped us out. Took part in that, and they are very good. It was definitely worth taking part, and that was free. Never mind the discount that Driver 61 are also in one-on-one sessions. And it's also interesting to see which drivers turn up to tutor you.
Were there anyone famous? I don't know who they employ, to be honest.
There's just a lot of big sim racers, and you might come across a familiar name.
I know.
Is it you, Cardinal? Is it you?
Yeah, I think it is.
All this time, secretly, it's you.
Cardinal turns up.
You just
My
it's
racing
Cardinal,
number
but
is
with
61. It's unrelated.
I think they take. There's a Driver 61 car in, I want to say, is it Janetta's in the UK?
Oh, probably.
I can't remember now. I think so. I think it's Janetta GT4s. I'm sure there is. I remember being at Donington and seeing a Driver 61 liveried car, and I was like, oh, hello, I know that one.
Friends.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I was very deep into the siders, and I had my Tingram flag, so I only had one thing on my mind, and that was generally yelling at Gordon Shedden and giving him abuse while waving my Tingram flag. So it was a bit blurry by that point, but.
Did you know that Motorsport Games are producing a touring car game?
Yeah, apparently it's not a sim though, is it? But I'm still going to get it, and it probably will take up all of my life. And if for any reason there ends up being any kind of a streaming done through Apex Online Racing, I will 100% throw my hat in the ring to commentate on that, because that is the dream. Do some British touring cars commentating, because I'd never be quick enough to be a driver, but my mouth can definitely blabber quick enough to keep up.
Emmanuel Mesa in chat, get subscribed to Apex.
They're not liking the torrent of advertisement we just forced upon the ears of a few people.
Sorry.
We're actually at the halfway point, and there we've just completed our ad break.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
But there you go, it's halfway through. I mean, it's far better than some of them videos you see on YouTube where it randomly cuts to an advert that's like 20 minutes long, and you sort of think, like, who's watching this thing?
And racing, it's a 9th Beaver Grace under pressure from Danny Jansen in the John Deere Motorsports.
Yeah, we're on
Green
board
and
watching
yellow,
that at the moment.
Big tractor company livery.
Whenabouts did the change for the lead of Silver Cup happen? Jay Gang in the 871 Bentley, currently leading there.
Is that the
Last time I looked
HK7 team? It's Gang. Yeah, they've been threatening anyway, and if not, they've been in the lead. It probably happened around the pit stop time. I think HK7, to be honest, have been right on up there. But yeah, not too sure what happened to Iunsky, but yeah, maybe an issue with fixing the car or a penalty, something like that. Yeah, there has been a change.
Pressure here.
Yeah, definitely. John Deere going up the inside. Oh, that's disconnect from Beaver Grace.
Oh no.
Oh, and I'm not sure what happened there, because it doesn't appear that he's disconnected. It's just a big lag, and he's causing incidents rejoining.
Yeah, no, I saw that. That's disastrous, that.
Well, they seem to sink into the floor for me and then hover through a wall. I don't know what you guys saw.
Yeah, no, exactly the same.
He went straight on at turn 1, looking like a dog with worms, sort of like scooting along on his bum, and then suddenly appeared sideways at the apex on top of the John Deere racing team, and then both of them were on the gravel. So, yeah, not sure what happened. I mean, obviously, as far as Beaver Grease were concerned, on his end, he probably didn't think he really had done anything wrong. I mean, and if anything did happen there, it wasn't necessarily intentional because everything would have changed around him very suddenly.
Look, Lithuania, please make sure the internet's right there. It's, coming through the Baltic. I don't know what you need to do. Vilnius, the capital, sort out, get the broadband in there. We don't want to see you falling down anymore.
I mean, we're in the UK and mine's pants. My internet's bloody awful anyway, so I'm just in the southwest. So
Mine's awful too. Yeah. Britain are falling far behind with the old internet, so I'm not going to lie. It's not helped by Virgin capitalising on most of the fast lines.
Are you meaning that net neutrality, that lots and lots of the UK government didn't really seem to care about in most of the last couple of elections, didn't care about, has actually now started to sting us in the tail? That people are hoarding the best of the internet and it's now a premium rather than everyone having the same equal internet? Oh, Beaver Grease really look, they're dropping back.
Yeah, I think they're struggling. They've definitely dropped back from Janssen.
They're letting back markers unlap themselves.
Yeah, it's Brexit Boys just behind them, trying to not get caught up in this, I think, really. But unfortunately for Beaver Grease, it's not helping their journey. They're getting out of the way, look. Or not, who knows.
Brexit Boys need to learn Lithuanian and fast. The opportunity's there to unlock themselves and keep up with that other Bentley up ahead. Or for the chat. Had a couple more people out. I think Dan Minton has left us, Igor 55, and I think Cormod Christofferson, Connor with 33, has also left us. So 5 DNFs right now. We'll disconnect.
It's a quite a large amount of people to leave. I was saying earlier, because it's the last race of the season, I think we'll probably have that higher level of attrition. So I'm not surprised that some of these guys have left. But Mats is just about to come round to start lapping some people. The battle that we were watching only a few minutes ago between the John Deere team and the N7 team ahead is just about to become back markers for the leader. Crazy how things change around so quickly. Konstantin Soldatov still trying to get onto the back of the Shizou car. Not had the best of luck since, we're coming into almost that pit stop window, aren't we? Or have we already done it? I can't remember.
No, it's still coming. And just on that, Marcus Politzman in 10th is 3/10 faster a lap than Soldatov. We could have the undercut yet again.
So it's going to happen at about 20 past-ish, is that right?
Quarter past.
20 past? So yeah, a little bit of time. Hello from Russia, welcome. Mr. DJ Mel Aman. Hello indeed.
Privet.
Privet, as we worked out earlier. Are you watching your boys here? Soldatov, the Russian team, doing very well. Leading the championship. They're, at the moment, points-wise, leading the championship. Anything could change, though.
I find that if any time we say a word in a different language, I do the little Italian hand sign. It's maybe because we're racing at Imola and there's Italian flags everywhere.
You have to. The Italian hand sign is almost compulsory when you're saying anything in Italian.
I personally, the factory I work in, I work with lots of different nationalities, and hand signs are just, everyone does them. Everyone does them. So, shout out to Hugo. He's my Portuguese teddy bear.
I love the Portuguese.
He keeps me sane while I'm at work because he's always full of beans and he's excited. So, for any reason, if you are watching this, highly unlikely, but love you, Hugo.
Shout out to Hugo.
I weirdly waved when I did that as well. I don't know why, but there we go.
Can't see you. Oh dear. Right, well, I know Chinson was going to come and join us at some point, halfway through. Not too sure if he's sticking to that. So we've got a good amount of comms for the last race, eh? It's good to see that we've amassed a nice little contingency.
We have our little gaggle in here. Yep, we've got this covered.
We have indeed.
But speaking of having this covered, gentlemen, I may have to depart to go fulfill some real life duties.
Okie dokie.
And I know, I do know Chinson is due to come join us at some stage. Sure. But if that's okay, I will sign out and let you guys carry on without me interrupting you to talk about Big Throat Tim and Thomas the Tank Engine and
No worries.
whatever else.
It's all good.
I understand the Thomas the Tank Engine in the commentators chat. I didn't understand it before, but there we go. Now I understand. Great, thanks.
Thanks
Ringo
so
Starr.
much, Cardinal. I appreciate your efforts and your help at the beginning of this. Superpole was epic, as always.
Bye, viewers. Thank you very much. Epic Cardinal Smith. Goodbye. Enjoy the race.
Oh, we got some people coming in. That was the
Beaver Grease just gone in.
yes, Beaver Grease coming in very early. I think he really wants to get out of that car.
Yeah.
Who is in that car at the moment for Beaver Grease? Can't quite see. It's Stellatus, isn't it?
Yes.
Crystal
He was
Atlas.
actually just about to be overtaken by the car number 10,
Gleetsman.
Gleetsman. So who obviously we know he's off sequence with his pit stop, so he's already pitted ahead of these guys. But yeah, he was really making some ground, and to be fair, he's got back markers in front of him, but he's not slow. He's really gaining on them. Look at his times, 1:43 last lap, but I say he was starting to have to fight to get past people. Everyone else is on kind of 1:42, 1:43s in front of him, so he's definitely on pace. He had a bit of traffic. Yeah, was it not him, Zilch and Soldatov were all together at one point, were they not? Or am I thinking it was slightly further back? Oh, second place man into the pits. Anderson, he's pitted. I think we are seeing a bit of... Oh, and Nowicki, you just said about him. Drive-through penalty. Quite possibly. Lots of places here to pick it up when there, I suppose. I mean, is he in the... No, he's not in the pit as we speak, so, I mean, it's not as if it could even be pit speed. I presume. I don't think he was in the pit, was he? No, he definitely wasn't. Yep. Oh, yeah, no, I'm looking at Nowicki, aren't I? Oh, my good lord. Sorry, my brain just went completely out the window then. Soldatov into the pits as well. No, he's in the pit, I thought. So... Yeah, it just popped up just as you were saying about it. I don't think you missed it by much. He's been sat there quite a long time. One off the comms is super quiet.
It's me. I was muted. I was muted on the stream. It's my bad.
Right, yeah.
Because I'm not feeling great. I constantly have to blow my nose, and I don't want to blow it on the stream. So I mute myself here and there, and I forgot to turn it back on. So sorry, that's my fault.
No, Don't worry about it. I forgot. My last stream for AOR was an absolutely abysmal mess, so I did apologise profusely, and I apologise again. I don't really know what happened, but my computer, even though it was doing all the normal things it would normally do, just decided, no, it's just not going to look right on the stream. It's going to look messy, and then I had mic issues, and we had software problems, so it was just a right old mess last time I streamed. So, yeah.
It happens.
I think 911 has got problems. He is still sat there.
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling he might have pulled himself to the pit, you know?
Quite possibly. I mean, it looks like the car's down on the floor.
Disconnect.
So whether or not...
Someone's saying 911 disconnect.
I mean, they got back in quickly then, because it didn't look like he dropped down. Oh, he's moving. He is moving. Currently in 8th position.
This is quite hot topic here. If he falls below 11th place, he will be out of the championship hunt here.
10th, 11th.
Oh.
And we've got, who is that? It looks like the John Deere car passing him as well now, so I don't know if that was a back marker or not. Yeah, 12th. He's down to 12th.
Okay, right. So, I know this. If Mats Lund-Andersen, who's currently in 3rd place, needs to get up into the lead, he would be the new championship leader if he finishes where he finishes, but obviously he's got
down to 15th.
Oh,
15th. And it turns out, according to Tim Toropov, it was a game crash.
Yeah, game crash. Oh well, here we go. Like and subscribe. This is the first bit of pressure they've been under. Dominic Goltz is going to come in for the pit soon, because I think Mats Lund-Andersen has got a lap on him, so technically PCDC are leading at the moment. Dominic Goltz will be pulling it in very shortly, or coming in quite soon. This is huge for the championship. If it stays how it is at the moment, we'll be crowning PCDC the champions.
God, I don't know. He's just gone down to 18th on my timing screen. He dropped from 16th to 18th, but I didn't see anything past him. But yeah, he's 18th now.
Yep.
So I'm not sure what's going on, whether it's just a bit of a...
It's because he's just gone through that split, that's why it's finally catching up with him. I think that's probably what's going on.
Pixel Game, Apex Online Racing, the replay now needs to be done for when 2 leaders take off. It no longer counts. I don't understand that statement, personally.
Yeah, not too sure what you mean, to be honest, buddy. The replay now needs to be done for when 2 leaders take off. It no longer counts. Oh, okay. I know what he's saying. He's saying that because 2 of the championship leaders have had disconnects, they need to replay the session. That's what he's trying to say.
Right.
Not sure I agree with that.
No, I hate restarts in sim racing. It is it's something I really don't agree with at all. Even if half the field get taken out on turn 1, oh, and there we go.
Goltz is in.
Who's this? Goals in.
Yeah.
I personally don't believe in restarts because I've got caught out where I've had a great start the first one and someone's made a mistake. And yes, it is annoying if a bunch of the group get taken out. But then I've done it when on the restart, I've then got taken out and there's been no restart, and it does make you pretty sour for the rest of that race. It has to be said. Happened at Spa. I managed to survive all of sort of half of a lap, and then there was a massive crash, and they decided to restart it, and then I got shunted, and then ended up getting all sort of concertinaed up as we were literally at the start of the restart, and then that was it. My race was done because I then was running around with lots of fuel, and I had to pit more than once because of the pit window. So yeah, not a big fan of restarts. It wouldn't happen in the real world. So yeah, I'm not a massive fan.
If you were to say that, say, both the championship leaders had reliability issues, let's just say that they both had punctures, you wouldn't restart the race, would you? So, just because you've had 2 of the championship contenders have internet issues doesn't necessarily mean that you have to restart the session. I mean, it's a conversation. It's a conversation that I think needs to be had with the AOR coordinators. What they decide to do is completely up to them, and that is PCDC taking the lead out on the track as it was done in the pits. Dominic Goltz getting relegated there to 2nd place, and now we are on board with the current championship leader. He is the only title contender right now because of that incident. PCDC have come back from 3rd place, I think, in the championship standings, and they are on the track, at least, to winning this championship. Like and subscribe team, currently 428 points. However, PCDC Motorsports on 353 points. For the win, you get 150 points, 353 points. Plus 150, gonna work, there you go, 150, they would be on 503 points. Okay, so like and subscribe are on 428. How many points are they gonna get? Let's have a look.
I'm going to let you do the maths on that one. It's not my wheelhouse. Got a little battle going on for 7th place. So that's who is that? That is Witzak versus Toll. So that's the John Deere Motorsports versus Silver Racing Team X Eurowash.
Lovely.
But I think they've got car number 22 in front of them, which I'm presuming is a back marker. Car number 22.
So all like and subscribe need to do is get 75 points. Okay, so 75 points is 11th place, and then they'll be drawn on points, so it'll go to count back, and like and subscribe will get it. So that is it. I thought it was 11th place. If it stays where it is with PCDC in the lead, like and subscribe, currently in 15th place, have to get themselves up to 11th. Looking at the times between them, 17 seconds in between Erks and Zionsky, plus the 3 seconds ahead, so that's 20 seconds. Soldatov is 10 seconds behind, that's 30 seconds. And then looking at Zionsky to Sazkola, let's have a look what the distance between them is. So you've got 30 seconds already. Let's have a look when it comes through. Zazkola to Jelinek. Have to wait for the next timing beacon to go through. So
just a second.
We're 30 seconds at the moment. Where are we?
It just keeps going to 2 laps, doesn't it?
It will hit over when they go through the next. We're waiting for Saskola to go through the next timing beam now, and it will tick over to the amount of time. It's in the double figures, that's why it's taking so long. Oh.
No, it's gone blank. And still blank.
It will give us a time in a minute.
I mean, if I'm looking at... I was trying to look at live timing and see if it gives us anything. I want to say it's about 6 seconds on the live timing. Oh no. Well, it's all over the place, isn't it, on the live timing? So it's a bit difficult to say.
It could possibly be a lap.
Well, I mean, it was saying 2 laps, wasn't it? So he was there a long, long old time. Plus, if he had to return to the pits, he would have immediately been given sort of a wait, wouldn't he?
No, P11, Tim. P11. 42 seconds. So 30.
It's doable.
They need a minute and 12 to win. A minute and 12 time. 1 minute 12 seconds is the time they need to make up to get to the next car. That's the gap between them and 10th, or them and 11th. Sorry. So it's going to be a tough old job. They've got 3 hours to do it. It is definitely doable. No, I just did the maths, Tim. It's 11th they need to get to. All right.
You're getting so confused because you keep saying Tim, and I'm like, oh no, it's Toropov in the YouTube chat.
Tim Toropov.
That's all right. As well, I need to just change my change all my online stuff to Big Throat, don't I? Was it Big Throat or Wide Throat? I can't remember. It was one of the two.
Yeah, so I'll guide you through how I came to that, if you'd like, guys. So at the moment, the standing...
Online Racing have also put it, the official 11th place.
That was me.
Chat. Oh,
that was me.
All right, well...
Yeah. So,
it's still official. It's
still official. So at the moment, PCDC have 353 points, all right? For the win, they'll get 150, all right? So that's 503 points, okay? So if I take 503 points away from the 428...
Oh! sorry, I got to quickly interrupt to say incident on turn 1. There is Wissack and Toll, so that's the 2 Bentleys I was talking about earlier, Silver Racing Team Eurowash and John Deere Racing. Those two have been squabbling quite a bit lap after lap, and they got together on turn 1, and now Beaver Grease is all over the back of those guys as well. So it's now a 3-way battle. It has to be said, it's getting a bit scrappy. I think maybe they just need to have a little breather, these guys, because they are drifting and sliding, and they are bumping into each other quite a lot. There's been quite a bit of rubbing going on. This is not NASCAR.
Nope.
There's no rubbing here, please.
No rubbing required. So just going back to what I was saying, so they're on 300, where are we? 353 points. So 353 for the win. PCDC would get 150 points. That takes them to 503 points in total. Alright? Like and subscribe at the moment are on 428. So if I minus 428 from that 503, we're looking at 75 points. So the difference between them at the moment, if like and subscribe were scoring no points, would be 75. So they have to score 75 points to go even with PCDC. Now they would actually get it on countback because they've got 2 wins if that happens. So just if I go to Barcelona, I can see how much they'll get for a 11th place finish would be 75 points. So they have to finish 11th or higher to win. If they finish any lower than 11th, they will lose. So if they finish 12th, they won't win the championship. They'll be 5 points adrift. So they need to finish 11th or higher. Just so
that's nearly 3 wide into turn 1. Sorry.
It's fine, I saw it.
Massive dive there from car 101. Oh, be careful with your rejoin, please. Oh, goodness gracious.
Is that Grantis Caracas in that car by any chance?
No, Caracas is in the middle. He is in the he's in the Beaver Grease car, who very quickly caught up with these two. I mean, he was a shining star in my Tier 2 lads last season. And obviously in the Sprint Cup, I mean, he didn't have much luck, but my God, that man's pace is absolutely terrifying. But yeah, car 101, massive overtake on both of them actually. But went a bit too deep and hit the gravel. But like I said, these three are elbows out, and it's not a small car to try and go 3 wide into turn 1. It was always a bit risky, but they all seem to be pretty complicit with it. They all know what they're doing.
Bentley versus Bentley versus Bentley, isn't it?
It is, and to be fair, all of them, it just seems that they are really similar paced. I mean, looking at their timings, yeah, all sort of 143, 144, 143. Their best laps are all incredibly similar, all within sort of like, well, within a second of each other over this stint. It looks like Wissack is just dropping off ever so slightly, and Caracas is on the back of Toll. So Beaver Grease versus John Deere. I know this isn't the race for the lead, but this, I think, is definitely our closest trio. And every time the front two start to squabble, the third one catches back up. Ooh, Caracas looking racy into turn 1.
Just having a look through the chat, see if we've got any points that we could cover. But no, we're all good. There's no issues. I was seeing if anyone was bringing up anything to do with the recent disconnects, but no such luck. It's looking quite bleak for like and subscribe at this stage. They are 14th place. They need to get up to 11th. The gap was about 40 odd seconds. They've got to do it. They've got to do it on track if that's the case. I'm looking at it now. It's at least 20 seconds. They are coming back, you know. I don't think this is over yet, Tim. I think we are. Oh
no, not until the fat lady sings. I'm not going to let anything go through. I mean, we saw, I think every single race we have seen an amazing effort by sort of multiple teams where they've been big comebacks. I think the main sort of story I think from Kailami was Carnival 500. Obviously with Black Gold Saw behind the wheel, I think he led for quite a while, and then they made a mistake sort of quite early on in the race, and we all sort of said they might get back inside the top 20, and they did that. They might make it in the top 15. They did it. The top 10, we sort of thought, no, that's impossible, and I think they were in the top 5 by the end of the endurance race. I mean, I think I did the first half of that one, so I'd I'd already gone to bed, I think, by the time the race was finished. But I remember looking back and just being godsmacked at what they did. I missed the Barcelona race, but from what I understand, there was second leader is have disconnect. Golt's team also crushed.
Yeah, Golt's, I think, has run into a bit of an issue. I'm not sure if they're in the pit.
Oh, yeah, I can't click on. Oh, who can't I click on? Steinhauser? Can I get to Steinhauser?
No, it's Steinhauser. Yeah, that's the car I can't click on, the number 22.
Oh,
Christian Steinhauser. He is Revolution Sim white. So, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
They have
So that's
disconnect.
possibly... that's a real shame. I mean, the only upside to that is that's one free place.
Well, you know,
In
it's
sort of, but
another high tier disconnect, which is, you know, ruining this race.
yeah, it is a real shame. I mean, obviously, if this was real world, you might put it down to it would be essentially like an engine failure or something that wasn't fixable. But sadly, Steinhauser 9th appearing in the pits. So he's managed to get back in pretty quickly.
He will have a 2-minute penalty now.
Yeah.
3 leaders disconnected currently. Yeah. Aware.
I know it is frustrating, but it isn't something that we're doing on our server end. It is issues to do with ACC in general at the moment. Lots of people having disconnect issues all across different communities. It's ever since this newest patch has come in.
So had an issue joining and then got kicked again. So.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that is tough. I mean, we'll raise the question. I'll raise the question with the coordinators, see what they say. We'll go from there. Right, we have possibly Fizzy in the interview box. I will invite him over. I've raised the question. I think it needs to be raised at least at some point. What do we do? You know, when do we say enough's enough? How many more disconnects do we have to have before we, something's done? PCDC are probably sweating at this stage. Who knows?
I mean, everyone's probably just watching their ping and hoping and praying that nothing happens for them. I mean,
I think they've gone again. I can't see them.
No, I can't see them either.
Yeah, no, they have gone again. Steinhauser is now unclickable. So, yeah, 3rd crash in a row. The only thing I can say, if anyone's got a line to that team, turn off all of the liveries. Any liveries that you have in that livery folder, get rid of them. Same with customs, get rid of them. And then try and join again with a blank car. It's the only thing I could suggest at this stage. But yeah, that is very frustrating. I was going to say quickly, we've got Fizzy waiting for an interview, so I'm going to drag him down, if you don't mind.
Yep, absolutely fine. Oh, still quiet.
How you doing, Fizzy? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hey. Right, hot topic at the moment, disconnects. Have you suffered at all this race?
Thankfully, no, we have not. I mean, we've suffered from plenty of other things, that's for sure. But no disconnects so far.
Currently P21. Daniel's in the car at the moment, I'm assuming.
Yes, he is.
How's it been going then? Keeping yourselves to yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, so Daniel forgot to do qualifying, so we started from the back at the start, and we had a really rough first lap. Got into the side of a few cars, which were all racing incidents because there was poor lag. And well, since then it's just not been, it's not been a great race because we had a lot of damage at the start. Struggled for pace. Daniel had a couple mistakes on his stint, which was the second one of the race. And we just haven't had the overall pace here in the Porsche today at Imola. It just doesn't seem like it's a track that's ideal for it, at least with how we're driving it.
I guess you know, if you kept your nose clean of disconnects, that's the main thing. But yeah, it can't be helped if you have a damaged car. Did you ever think maybe you know, cut the losses, pull it in early?
No, because we're looking at this and like we did that for Bathurst, and we're like, all right, let's try to finish it out. It's only a 6-hour race, and so we're like, you know, we've been gaining positions as a result of the disconnects. I mean, we're up in the 21st. We were down, you know, like closer to 28th at some points. You know, we've been riding towards the back most of the race, so it's free positions. I personally want to run down the 142 car who's ahead by 24 seconds at the moment because we had an incident on lap 1, which if it wasn't for the so it was into the braking zone of the chicane where the 142 car is going through right now. It's in sector 3. He left the door open on the outside, so I kind of went for a late lunge, and he broke to the left, so smashed into me. And I would have been more upset if it wasn't for the fact that I last second moved a tad to the right, so I moved into him, which I looked at, I was like, all right, because I did that motion, it's got to be NFA. But I did that kind of instinctively to avoid the grass, and I just felt like I was never going to be left enough space there, so I kind of want to get revenge by beating them on track, you know, the right way. So that's kind of my goal at the moment, but they just did a 43.3 SC, and Daniel's not had the best of races today so far, so we'll see what we could do. But, you know, we're enjoying it. Now 2.5 hours left of the season, and it's not been the best, but, you know, we could still get a top 5 in the championship for class, so that's a lot better than our initial goals.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a checkered checkered season for you. I know you did have a very good race in the middle. Where were we? We had was it Kyle Army? Went well?
It was Spain.
It was Spain.
We got the podium. We did the splash and dash. A lot of people didn't, even though I talked about it on stream. I came home with that 3rd place. That was such an insane race.
So no, it was good. It was good to see you high up, and obviously, consistency gets you inside the top 5 for the class championship. That's all that matters. So yeah. I mean, well done for hanging on in there. I mean, you're still about 10th or so in class, roughly. I am saying roughly, it could be 9th. You know, when I said, did you ever think about pulling it in? I meant just doing an early pit, not chucking in the towel. But no, you're just struggling with pace, just generally, anyway.
I mean, I thought about it for a minute because with how we're doing, we've been maximizing the stint timers actually perfectly. And my pace wasn't too bad with the damage. Like, I mean, it was just inconsistent. That was dropping 45s. I even did like a 46 with some mistakes, like it was bad. But on the flip side, I was able to do a 43.4 midway through the stint. And I'm like, considering that's kind of what our pace has been on the higher end of it, like that's in practice, and you know, we'll be fine. Unfortunately, because of how short the race is, we don't think a splash and dash is doable today. But because we've pitted with like 15 seconds left in our stint timer every time already, so we've completely yes. So we have it like probably the most maximized on the grid, and so even though we're gonna change the tires for our last stint, we'll be able to run lower fuel, and we should be able to have a leg up on these people who are pitting every hour. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I mean, like I said, we started all the way in dead last, 31st. We're up 10 positions. And I struggled a lot in qualifying with keeping it valid because I was the only one out of the 2 of us who did do a lap. And considering how this has gone, yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I was only able to get my time, which was good enough for like 27th overall, and we're already 6 places ahead of that. So I'm very happy with how today's gone. Even if it's not our best day, it's been a pretty good day for us so far. Yeah,
I mean, it's good for the championship, like you say. Final round, 5th place to hopefully secure in the standings. Good. No, I'm glad you stuck with us. You're planning on doing a further AOR championship if we decide to do it again?
I'm gonna need I've heard some stuff in the whisper mill, because I know a few people, and I know they'll do another one. As for, it depends. Like, I don't know when it's gonna start. Like, if it were to start in like January, I might just ask to be as a backup driver for a team, because I want to let a little bit of a break because I have this going alongside the F1 stuff because I do the commentating and the racing over there. So it's a pretty busy weekend on weekends like this, and I'm just gonna kind of try to enjoy the January month of just sitting back and relaxing. Yeah. Kind of not reset, but like just calm myself down, step back, because I feel like I've gotten faster in both ACC and F1. I mean, ACC, granted, I don't drive it all the time. I just do it for this endurance stuff. And considering how I've been previously, I mean, we were the 50th team in the time trial leaderboard. So we were the last car in the top split, and seeing how good of a season we've had, like, it's a lot of progress that we both had, both Daniel, me, and then Heiko when he was able to race in Kielami. Unfortunately, wasn't able to race today last minute. So yeah, it's a lot to look forward to, but you know, just want to step back, not get burnt out with it, and yeah, I would definitely look to come back and do it. I love the Porsche. Yes, depends on when they run it. As for car, I love the Porsche, but I hate how it has no straight line speed. I mean, I've been absolutely rocketed past on some of these straights. So
yeah, some of the Bentleys and stuff just absolutely blasting past that Porsche. It's not I don't think we've had very good Porsche tracks, to be honest, in this endurance.
I mean, if we get Laguna, I'll run the Porsche hands down. It doesn't matter what the rest of the track are. It could be all non-Porsche tracks. You get Laguna, like, all right, that's a guaranteed one good race for us. Okay.
I mean, it runs well around Suzuka as well, doesn't it?
I've actually never driven around Suzuka, but I do think it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a very good car. It's a very fun car, and I mean, I'm used to the F1 car, so I'm used to braking later, higher downforce, and this car definitely gives that. But of course, the trade-off is the straight line speed, and it's so heartbreaking when you are 0.2 seconds behind someone and they pull away from you while you're in their slipstream and they have no slipstream.
It's funny, like that car, really, at least maybe 2 seasons ago, was the winning car. You know, everyone was running the Porsche in Tier 1 and Tier 2. It was almost a Porsche tier.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's funny how the ebbs and flows, you know, with the cars and the balance of powers. The Porsche's always been very good, and a lot of the top tiers used to like running the Porsche, but it tends to be more Bentleys now, right? That people are going towards.
Yeah, I have noticed that the Bentleys have been really good. I know in both tiers. I can't see myself ever driving a Bentley because, you know, being in America, steering wheel left side. I tried loading up into it once. And I was just like, nope. Like, this is just too weird. I don't know. It's like one of the cars I don't want to drive. Like that, the old BMW, I just could never get behind driving. You know, there's a couple like that where I'm just like, I don't really see, you know, much of a point. So.
Well, thanks very much for jumping in, Fizzy. Appreciate the insight to what's happening in Silver Split. We don't normally get to chat with a lot of people in Silver, so I appreciate you jumping in. I hope that you guys can catch the car in front. You're about 30 seconds behind, so you never know. It's still got a long old way to go. So yeah, best of luck, and hopefully you can finish with a top 10.
Thank you. Cheers. I do have one final closing thing. Our teammate, the 999 car, is on track for their best result of the season.
I know. We've been watching.
So yeah. So we're cheering them on. So hopefully they can pull it off. Yep.
They've got Maudsley behind, or Maudsley, sorry, that's not too far behind. Who's very quick. So they're going to have to get a shake on if they want to hold on to that position, I think. But no, we're watching. We've been keeping an eye. They've been doing very well this race.
Yep. All right, well, I'll go talk to them. Cheers, guys. Thanks for having me.
No worries at all. Speak soon. Well, there we go. That was Fizzy. Brendan, I think he's in the game, at least for the number 9 car, down in 21st.
Updates.
Yes.
Soldatov up to 13th place already.
I saw, yeah.
And the next car in front of him, which is Zionsky.
Yep.
It seems to have settled now, but he had intermittent red ping a lot.
Yes.
I really thought we were going to lose him at one point. There was some real big ping issues for him there. He didn't appear to be jumping around on my screen when I was having a look at him, but it's it was not ideal, but he seems to have settled. But there are a couple of races out there with some quite some wonky some all over the place ping. Erzg running in 14th, or Erzgbal. He's obviously one of our leaders. His is a little bit all over the place. Nell, I've seen it quite a few times getting some big spikes. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on their end, but whatever was going on for Zionsky, he has sorted. So I wonder if maybe he was streaming himself and he's just cut that to sort of try and save his bandwidth, possibly.
Could possibly have come into it. Tangent Smith says you guys should definitely contact the devs with crashes and disconnection issues topic because losing half the leaders during a champ like this is unacceptable for esports disciplines. I mean, we totally agree. You know, us as at least hosts, we totally agree. You know, unfortunately, you know, me and Tim can't do anything. We will feed back to the coordinators. Obviously, we don't coordinate anything. We just shout about the race. We'll feed back what you guys have said, obviously, and I'm sure the people involved in those disconnects will also feed it back to the coordinators, and I'm sure the coordinators will feed it back to any contacts they have with KUNOS, whether they do have or anything like that. For information purposes, but yeah, no, I agree. I think it's unacceptable. Obviously, it's not. This isn't an AOR problem. This isn't an AOR issue. This is an ACC issue. This is a 1.8 issue. So there's nothing, unfortunately, we can do. We don't have the powers to reset the game. We don't have the powers to reset the server. There's nothing we can do apart from watch and tell you what's happening. So as we do agree and we sympathise with what you're saying, unfortunately, we can't do anything about it. I have put forward my concerns to the coordinator, but he's currently actually out in the car himself, so he's not going to see it until later, and I'm sure he's aware of the issue. But yeah, I mean, I think it will be discussed after the race. What more can you do? You can't stop the race mid-flow and say, oh well, some people have disconnected, so we want to restart the whole thing. It's a 6-hour race, you know. If it's an hour race, you might have a little bit more, you know, a little bit more of a reason to do it, but this is a final race of a series that's been going on for weeks. You know, what more do you reckon that we can do to solve the issue? At the moment, it's nothing. But yeah, 911 needs 2 more places to win the championship. Unfortunately, it's going to take it to be done on the track by the looks of things.
It's still well within the confines of sort of reality, I'd say. I mean, and just as you know, these guys have disconnected. There is the possibility that the other guys up front are also going to disconnect. So I mean, it's bad luck that the people at the front that we're really looking at are the ones that are disconnecting. But I mean, it could have been anyone on the field, all the way to the back of the field, not just the people right at the front. It's just you know, was it the sun rises on the is it good and evil the same or whatever it is? It's just, you know, it's the flip of the coin, and sadly it's caught out a couple of our leaders, and it is a real shame. You know, the same as tomorrow if it ends up, you know, with the F1, if it ends up being that there's an incident and, you know, Max and Lewis go off straight away, I guarantee most people are just going to go, oh, for God's sake, and they'll just turn the TV off.
Yeah.
You know, you can understand it. Yeah. So, you know, I think it's pretty important that we say we do fully understand everyone's frustrations. Obviously, you know, you guys are sat at home, you've got guys that you want to, you've made the investment of the, you know, to sit down and, you know, enjoy watching us for 6 hours, and we obviously massively appreciate it. And it is obviously when your guy or the team you're supporting gets disconnected, it is a massive blow. But again, it is incident, car number 101 and 24 getting together. That's not great. Wisak hit the back of Toll in the braking zone, spun him round and has carried on. Looks like Toll's got himself going.
He is, yeah. That was Aqua Minerale, I think, the incident.
Yeah, I think it was just a bit of it just didn't look malicious, but certainly no attempt to possibly give the position back. He's taken full advantage and kept his toe in. He's got quite a gap there now, and those guys were within half a second of each other for quite a long time. So.
Chat saying 11th was when Goltz's team was the leader, but now when 13 car is leading, they must finish at least 9th place. I assure you, I've done the maths. They need to finish in 11th. I can show you exactly how I did it. They need to finish 11th place. If PCDC are leading, which they are, which is the number whatever team, let's have a look.
13.
Number 13 leading. So they have, I'll do it again, just to make you believe what I'm saying. Right, so standings. At the moment, PCDC, they have 353 points on the board, okay? 353. For the win, they get 150 points, okay? 353 plus 150 is 503 points, okay? Like and subscribe, they are 428 points, okay? If I minus 428, it gives me 75 points, okay? If I go back to Barcelona, which was race 1, 75 points was awarded to 11th place, okay? So they need to finish in 11th place to get those 75 points, and then it will be even on points, alright? And it will go to count back, and because Like and Subscribe have got 2 wins and PCDC don't, they will be champions. So Konstantin Soldatov and Vasily Anofrev need to finish 11th place or higher to claim the championship, alright? I promise. That is the maths. Don't question me. I'm only joking. It's always good to question, but I've done it many a time now, and it's definitely the case that they need to be in 11th place to still claim the championship. I will double check with an AOR admin shortly, but I'm pretty sure I'm talking the truth. Sorry, Tim.
I think if anyone's going to know, I think at this point it's probably you. I don't think there's anyone else that's got quite so much authority when it comes to the ACC streams. So I think you've done it longer than the rest of us. So yeah.
Never mind. Well, seeing as now's a good time as other, I was going to wait until the end of the race, but I might as well say now. This will be the last AOR race that I will be doing. I'm going to take a break from AOR Endurance. We've got a nice little contingent of streamers and commentators, coordinators and what's not. I think I've been doing it for, I think it's probably the 2nd year now, and I've probably shouted about 10 plus endurance races now. So yeah, I think now's the best time as any to take a step back and let someone else take the reins. So yeah, this is going to be my last endurance race, shouting and hosting. It's been fun, Tim, it's been good, but I've got to concentrate on other things from now on.
I mean, I'm gobsmacked. Are you still going to be covering the sprint series, or is that also going to be taking a step back?
Not sure. Haven't decided.
I mean, no, totally fair enough.
Yeah.
I think I speak for all of us new guys when we say that you have welcomed us with open arms and given us a massive amount of help behind the scenes, whether that be just with general setups, with using OBS or anything like that. I mean, you've been a massive help. So, I mean, it would be a massive shame to see you go, and I imagine the door will always be open for you to come back, and we will do our very best to keep the lights on for you. But oh my God, kind of I don't really know what to say about that. It'd be really sad to not hear your lovely tones coming through on my TV anymore.
Sad times. Never mind. I took the decision. I think last race. It was a long one. It was 12 hours, wasn't it? Last time we did it. Obviously, I only did half. You covered kindly with Chin for the remaining couple of hours. But no, I've done a fair few now. I think I can't remember when I first started doing them.
Soldatov came together with, was that Zionsky? It was an Audi
368. I think that was Zionsky. Yeah, that was for position. Yeah, it needs to get that done. Good stuff. He is now 8 seconds behind 11th, so really reeling him in. I think he's going to get this back under control. So yeah, all good for Soldatov. Yeah, no, as I was saying, it's it takes a huge effort, as you know, Tim, to sit down and talk about a race for so long. I think that's why, I mean, you know, Erks and Haiku and myself at least have been helping to kind of fill the ranks to make sure that we've got a nice amount of people that can continue bringing everyone good content and continue to stream these races after, you know, I'm not here to do it. It was at first all on my shoulders to do the endurance stuff after I got handed the reins from Domino. So yeah, I think now, like I say, now's as good a time as any, because we've got a real nice band of brothers, let's say, that are doing a great job actually in shouting about AOR, and I still genuinely think AOR for ACC is right up there with the top guys. I won't shout out other league names, but they know who they are. They're giving absolutely top quality content, and I think AOR focuses solely on driving a community of racers together. And I'm glad that they've managed to continue doing that. And yeah, it's now, like I say, I'm not going to do anything else. I'm not going any other place. I'm not going to any other league. I'm simply just taking a step back off the endurance side. Maybe I might even be in a race or two, who knows. As a couple of people know, if they've been watching, I do have a team that I race with, and they're currently at the back of the field, bless them. So you never know, I might be doing some of that.
Time to practice. You haven't got time to practice when you're commentating. I mean, I've only been doing this a little short while, obviously, with you guys at Apex Online. Previous to that was working for working with an Xbox community. So I used to do all my streaming through Xbox. It does take up a lot of time. So I fully understand why you need to take a step back for a little while. It's 100% understandable. It's quite a commitment. It's not just a strain on you. It does put strains on relationships, you know, whether that be with, you know, sort of family or friends. You know, it does. I think every Monday night, essentially, for God knows how long, you've been tied to your PC. So it does make a big difference. So I know that everyone that's ever watched any of your streams or that has taken part in any race that you've covered, I'm sure they will always sort of raise a pint to you for your efforts that you've put in. So it'll be really shit to lose you. I know we don't normally swear, but I can't think of any other word to say. It will be really sad to see you go. So yeah,
I haven't decided what we're doing about Monday yet. I said to Heiko I'll let him know in the new year. So I might still be here to do the next season. I think we're season 9 next, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, haven't made a choice on that. I think I'll probably stay around for that. Everyone's absolutely spamming chat right now.
Wow, amazing. Thank you ever so much, guys, for giving him the send-off that he truly deserves. Cause
I think the Russians just arrived. I think that's probably what it was, to be honest. I don't think anyone's saying goodbye for me. I think that's the 911 team coming in to say hello.
We'll claim it. To be fair, I can't understand half of it, so we'll say it's for you.
The Russian mafia are here.
Oh no, there's quite a few of them for you.
Oh, thanks. Thank you very much. Anyway, back to the race. We'll do sad goodbyes later. It's only endurance. It's only endurance for now. So I just won't be sitting down doing the 6-hour stuff. Just, you know, it's good fun, but can't always do it. So we're constantly focused right now on Soldatov. He's only got one place to get back into the place he needs. I don't know why he seems to think... No, we did come here to say goodbye. Okay, well, thank you. I don't know why he thinks he needs 9th. I'm pretty sure it's just 11th. I will double check with the powers be, but I'm 99.9% sure it's
I only thought
it's
it's maybe 11th. Because has car number 13 got fastest lap, and are we doing points for fastest lap?
I don't think so.
It's still got the purple marker, which I think something's only come in since the new update. I'm not entirely sure. I've never noticed it before. But
it's they've come over from Anafrev. That's where they've come from. The Russian mafia from Anafrev. Oh, thanks, Anafrev. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. We're on board with you guys at the moment. We're willing you across the line. So yeah, well done. 178 viewers and 185 of them are from the like and subscribe team. Yes, they are.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah, thanks guys, appreciate it. From Russia with love.
Oh. The car number 10, Glitzman, obviously we know he's off sequence. He is just into the pits now. So there may be a possibility that I'm looking. It's still coming up with 2 laps for Soldatov to Sokola, I absolutely butchered that, car number 500. So I am intrigued as to... Oh no, it's actually got a number now, 5.8 seconds.
Yeah, you can just see him in the background there.
That's doable, isn't it? That's really doable. 2 hours, 4 minutes left. That is well within it. I'm really glad to see the chat giving you some love there, because you definitely deserve it.
Yeah.
And if you ever, if you do decide you want to hop in and give us some abuse for an hour or so during one of the races, I'm sure we'll always leave the door open and let you come in and have a chinwag.
Yeah, I'm sure I will.
Oh, there we go. Got a new word for us. Patzani?
It means
Patzani, which means goodbye. Or good guys. Oh, I said goodbye. That's my fault.
9/11, super top. Thanks for organisation of this championship. Well, it's that's all down to the AOR coordinators. Nothing to do with us. We just look at it and shout about it. You can see the gap there behind. Sazgola is currently holding up the like and subscribe team. This is the Polish team here versus the Russian team. No love lost there, I'm sure. Soldatov is reeling him in at a rate of knots. It's now 3 seconds between Konstantin Soldatov and Lucas Setskola. That is going to come down very quick. Should we go on board? I think we should. Let's see what Soldatov is doing inside the cockpit as he's rounding Aqua Minerale.
I imagine he's probably squeezed his hand so tight on the steering wheel there's just like barely anything left. It's just the metal framework and some buttons. If he's probably holding onto that wheel, leaning forward, teeth gritted. Yeah, then now, like I say, I'm watching Setskola, and Soldatov is appearing on the back of the screen more and more in each and every shot. That meets next car. It is 100% reeling him in. I'd be amazed if he can keep this pace up. But I mean, he's only necessarily got to gain one more position, and then he can just try and control the gap over this next sort of period of time, and just hope and pray that there is no more issues for him. All the pains looking kind of the same as they were before. I can see if there's anything else going on, but I imagine Setskola is probably looking in his mirrors and going, "Oh God, here it comes! It's coming for me." I mean, he doesn't have to give way, but at this point, I think I'd be like, "Just go past, mate, please. just go past."
It's I think a matter of time that he's until he's right on the back of him. So yeah, it's gonna happen. It's just where and when, I think, isn't it? At this stage, where he's going to pick the opportunity to get past. You can see how close the gap is now. What is it? 2.7 seconds. This is for the championship. I would like to know why Anafrev thinks he needs to be 9th. Yeah, very interesting to see why he thinks he needs to be 9th. Does he know that he gets 150 for the win, not 100? Guys, in the chat, does Anafrev know that he get the win is 150, not 100? I'm not sure. Oh my God, Soldatov is wringing the neck of this car.
Really is. I'm sorry, we've kind of gone a bit quiet, haven't we? Because we're just watching in disbelief. I think it's that. What can we say? He's maybe he's got the head of one of the devs underneath that throttle pedal, and he's just pushing it as hard as he can. He's just going, "God damn it, KUNOS!" Just absolutely giving it death. God, just. That's a quick one. I'm surprised to see that after I've forgotten the name of this particular update or patch is at the moment. I am surprised to see that a lot of the British cars are still so competitive on BOP, because I know when they did the British GT stuff, it kind of seemed to bolster all that, the McLaren and stuff like that, and they became quite dominant cars. But I did wonder after this update if there would be a change, but they still look like they're pretty dominant, the old Astons and Bentleys.
The only thing I know is it's had quite a big effect on the Bentley and his ability to take curb. So there has been some weird changes in some of the cars, but I know the Bentley you can't aggressively take curb like you could, before.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, it's made it that little bit fairer, I think, for the Bentley against the Bentley. But yeah, thanks everyone from the Russian Mafia for coming over and saying hello. I appreciate that. Do say thank you to Soldatov and Anafrev when you go back to the like and subscribe team. We have been just absolutely absorbed by their race back through the field. But yeah, no, thanks everyone from coming in. Lots of love coming from those Slavic countries. There's Belarus came up there, Moldova, Russia, Mafia in the house, be ready. Blimey. Thanks guys, appreciate it. Stay as long as you like. We'll get you all the views if we can. But we might see a change. Here's a car coming out of the pits. Soldatov's going to have to be careful.
He's flashing.
That was close. Brown pants time.
That was... And he's lost a bit of ground there. And car number 500 getting a little bit of a chance to try and break away. That was one of those moments where I say about you're trying to be safe, but you're offline. And saying he obviously ran a lot of inside curb the whole way around that corner. Very easy to lose the back end of the car when you're running a bit too much inside curb. So, yeah. Code Brown. Very much a Code Brown there. I did see in the chat, I don't know if it may have sort of whizzed on by in amongst all the goodwill wishes. From A46. No, he didn't know. So I presume... I presume that means he thought it was 100, not 150 for his win. Nazarov into the pits, classic car 251.
Yeah, so we thought at the beginning that it was 100 for the win, because that just goes, you know, with what people were getting for, you know, season 8, the AOR, yes, you know, season. But no, if you go back to Barcelona, PPR, they got pole and the win, 158 points. So the win was 150, 8 was for Super Pole. So yeah, they'll get 150 points for the win here. So that's what I based the maths on. We're so close now. Soldatov is going to be making moves for the championship here, guys. This is big, big stuff now. He's getting ever closer to the back of Sescola. This is Sescola Adam DeBille's car, isn't it? The 500. Not had the best race this afternoon, but trying to claw themselves back into the top 10. Get themselves some good points, but Soldatov and co are trying to get back into the race for the championship. Mats obviously needs to win for it to be 11th. Obviously, if he drops back anyway, then it's pretty much Soldatov and Anavrev's championship already. But
that's a massive amount of pressure, isn't it? To think that you know that you can't go any better than you are. You're already on pole, but you're just having to try and stay there as desperately as possible, knowing you cannot drop back at all.
What's the gap? 1.011. It's getting close. Will this
marker coming up in front?
Yeah, 69. Is it 69 or 96? It's a 96 car. Might get in the way slightly. They've not had a very good race, that Porsche. Hopefully they do get out of the way though for the faster cars, because Sescola will be flashing the hell out of that car.
He's not yet. He's not at all. He hasn't. I can't see any flashing of the lights yet. Maybe he's just plotting himself. Oh, but the Porsche makes a mistake.
This is scary. Oh, he's using the car for a slip.
He's trying to use it for a slip, but the Porsche really isn't the car to try and get the toe from, I don't think. It's a little bit lackluster in the straights from what I understand. This could be the saving grace.
Hey! Tim Toprov donates 100 rubles to AOR. Thank you very much for doing that, buddy. Actually, he doesn't think he has to make it to P9. It's just the viewer's opinion. I told them, what's your opinion directly? Well, thank you very much. And thank you for donating for AOR. That goes directly to helping organise all of these. AOR is literally non-profit. We don't make any money whatsoever. So that goes back towards the community. That goes towards prizes. That goes towards servers. That goes towards keeping this community together. So thank you very much.
Yeah, massive hats off to you, mate. That's the first donation I think I've actually witnessed.
Yeah, same.
So, yeah,
thanks, Tim.
Well impressed. Thank you ever so much.
Turn the lights on. We will. They'll keep them on that little bit longer for that. Thank you, Tim.
I think that was. I think that's actually replying to someone else earlier in the chat saying that they felt afraid and when asked why, he said his lights were off and he heard a noise in the corner. Just run at the noise. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Run at the noise. That's
run at the noise.
It's definitely
that's
what you do.
What a ghost doesn't expect you to run at.
That's quite true.
They're like, ooh, I'm a spooky ghost. If you decide to bring it on, mate, and just run at them, they'll be like, oh my god, what? And then just kiss it passionately on the lips. The ghost won't know what to do, regardless of how heinous the monster is. Just give it a big smooch.
Is that like the same thing like with a bear? Like, oh, he comes in! Oh my god, Sescola comes in! Soldatov is back in position. 100 rubles is a pound.
2 grand. 100 rubles is like a sorry.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's $20. Thank you very much.
still counts. Thank you ever so much, mate. Oh, goodness gracious. It's all gone a bit Pete Tong suddenly. Soldatov is technically now in 11th place. As it stands. So the meat snacks have fought their way back up.
Like and subscribe are currently in the lead of the championship. As far as we can tell, Mats and the PCDC have done everything they can. The championship is starting to roll back towards the 911 team. What a season they've had, right? What a season. Thank you very much, Tim. That's mighty kind of you. I knew 100 rubles wasn't a lot, but still, any donation that anyone wants to throw AOR's way is very, 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 very nice of you. As far as I'm aware, P11 is enough for the championship. Yes, P11 will get 75 points.
He's not that far behind Jellyneck either, so it's not an impossible task to say that he could climb up there.
So right now, he's on 428 points. If he finishes where he is, he'll get 75 of those points, so that'll give him 503 points. PCDC currently are 353 points, and if they finish where they are, they will get 503 points. So they are even on points right now, unbelievably. However, like and subscribe have got 2 wins, they'll win on countback. So who thought that this championship will be concluded on countback? I did not. But like you say, Jellyneck's down the road. It's quite conceivable that he'll be able to catch up with an hour and 50 to go.
And it doesn't really appear that Soldatov is slowing down whatsoever. I mean, his best was a 142.120, and his last was a 142.66. So, I mean, yeah, that's about half a second slower. But I mean, on this circuit, you could lose half a second just having a bit of a squiff through the chicane, can't you? I mean, that's nothing really. We'll have a look and see what his next lap is like. But he's 2 seconds a lap currently faster than Jellyneck. So, make of that what you will. That 10-second gap could come tumbling down just shy of 2 hours left. It's an entirely possible task. Not the way I expected this all to go. If I'm honest, it's not the way I expected it to go in the end. It's all absolutely insane. What have we got here? Someone has just...
Tim's going on a spree. I just kind of don't get why you don't have a donation link, because YouTube takes a huge percentage. You're quite right. Maybe we should set up a Patreon or something like that, or a donation system. I've got no idea. Like I say, we just shout about the race. We don't have any control. We don't have any control on the runnings of AOR's YouTube channel. That's completely down to them, how they want to run and monetize their channel. That's down to them.
I get given a spreadsheet and a time to show up, and then I climb into my under the stairs hovel. And I'm just kind of a chubby guy in my 30s that sits here and does this. So it's not this. Yeah.
Wait for Anafrev to get to 10th place. That's their goal now. I mean, it's perfectly conceivable they can get to 10th place. Definitely. Yeah. I think they're definitely going to do it. Look at the smooth apexes of Soldatov. He's a man on a mission. Is there any points for fastest lap? Marcus Lawrence, I don't think so, no. As far as I'm aware, there are no points for fastest lap.
Toll into the pit now as well.
Okay.
So that is 8th position pitting, so...
Yeah, we should be seeing pits anywhere now, really, because 20 minutes is the pit timer. Everyone should be coming in now, this lap.
And the N7 car is also in.
Let's go away from like and subscribe. Sorry, guys. I know obviously a lot of people here are here to watch Soldatov and Anafrev absolutely blast the competition. But let's see what's going on around the grid for a little bit. We've concentrated on the 911 team for quite a while. Should we see what's going on in silver class? Obviously, we've got Jellyneck at the moment currently leading in the H7K racing. They've been doing a brilliant job this afternoon. I'm not going to lie. Oh, they're just about trying to give places through to PCDC. He's currently leading, trying to come through traffic. Moving back from him is Zionsky. He was, or this team was, leading, but they must have had an incident a little bit further back. because they have dropped quite a bit of pace on the back of the 871. And then in third place is the 999 Goat Racing number 1. What a climb back to glory. They were dead last time round in Bathurst. So doing a good job in the silver class. And yeah, that's about it. Silver's quite spread out by the looks of things. No real hardcore racing going on there at the moment.
I've just noticed we haven't got any what do you call them? I want to say stand-in teams, but that is certainly not the word I'm looking for.
Oh, I know what you mean. Bronze.
Yeah, like they normally they have the like the sort of they appear as AM teams, but normally they're just like
the red
stand-in team. Yeah, the red ones. They've like, and so it's just they might actually be a bunch of like pro racers, but they just appear as that. But I haven't noticed any of them this time round.
Not in this tier. There is a couple in tier 2, but not in tier 1. Yeah,
tier 1's full this time round.
Yeah, tier 1 is full. There's not. There was a second PCDC team. But
yeah, in one of the McLarens, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I'm not sure they're racing. 24th, Jean-Paul Ribeiro. So that's, yeah.
Leader is in, Anderson is in.
Perfect. There we go. He's pulled the car in. He will lose a position to Manisha. Artem will take the lead, I would have thought. He's not too far behind. But they have to come in now. If they haven't already pitted, now is the time, because the stint time is running down.
Pit.
What's that, sorry?
Soldatov in pit has just come up. Is he? Oh my god.
Has he crashed again?
I don't... car number 911, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, no, Vasilianarev is in the car now.
There?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I couldn't find it. I was looking, I was like, oh my god, I can't see his name.
So he's currently now out.
I never even saw the P appear. Weirdly, I never saw that. So they obviously snuck in when I wasn't looking.
Yeah, they got.
But I mean, they're going to regain a position from car number 999. That's for certain because they're in the pits. They were just around there. So I imagine they're going to be back up above 11th again. I hope.
Oh, they 100% will be. It's just the ebbs and flows of the pits now that's put them where they are.
Hyler is now driving the pole car.
Okay, well, that's going to start going very fast. Hyler is an incredible talent. So
at this point, though, it's almost as awful as it sounds. There's got to be a little bit of be a bit disheartened. They thought they might have been able to, they sort of essentially been gifted it ever so slightly, and they thought if we could just keep this going. But now, really, they're almost just hoping for bad luck for others rather than good luck for them, I suppose. Which is, it's got to be a bit disheartening. But I imagine these guys, well, like we said, they're tier 1, and it's Hyler in it, so he's probably going to absolutely wring the neck out of this Bentley.
Yeah, he's off and away. No problems by the looks of things for PCDC. Julian Vanbrugh.
Manisha never took pole away. He never caught up.
Never caught up. That was the gap.
He was a long way back, and but I thought he would have closed it, but he's not. And I mean, Hyler is off and away. I mean, he's not. He's about 8 seconds up the track, but there's some back markers between them. So I mean, I think by the time that Bentley's turned its tyres on, Manisha would not have caught up. So
did Manisha pit though on that same lap? He could have.
No,
done.
I don't know. I was looking at the track map, and it looked like he was quite a long way back. So unless he pitted before, I don't think he pitted that lap.
Well, they all have to pit by the time it gets to 140. That's when roughly 140. Could be 135 now, I'm not too sure, but it's roughly around that time. So they've got another lap they can do before the timer runs out. Some of them won't want to push it that close.
He's going for it. He's doing another lap.
He is indeed. Watching intently Julian Vanbrugh, getting very close to Daniel Peschke. They've been running around incredibly close for a lot of this race. Team Shazoo.
I'm being incredibly blind. Where? Oh, I'm right at the top.
Right at the top. That's right.
I was like, I can't see them. What's he on about? I'm really glad to see an Audi so close to the top, because that used to be my main car, and I always kind of felt a bit like, Is it me or is it the car that's letting me down? It was almost certainly me, viewers. There's no question about it, really. But you know, you sort of think, oh, I'm the only Audi in this league. Maybe the Audi wasn't the right car to go for. I now drive the Merc just because I felt like having a bit of a change, and I want to run the Mad Panda Motorsport livery because it's the coolest livery in the world. But I'm really glad to see one up in the top 5, let alone the top 10. It's really great to see it. So you know, up at the sharp end of the field.
I think they're just driving the absolute pants off it, to be honest. It must do quite well around Imola, I think, because just generally the Audi's not a great car. It's quite understeery.
The traction control is a bit of an oddity. You really have to drive round it. You can sort of, even when you've got it set really low, it's quite intrusive, is what I always found. Almost to the point of if you start to slide the car, it's so desperately trying to stop you from spinning the rear wheels that it then, like you said, just understeers you off the circuit.
Yeah, it's a strange old car. I've never really got to grips with it. I ran it for, I think, a season. Didn't like it. I don't think I finished the season, to be honest. Yeah, no, but that was a while ago. There's been many BOP changes and updates since then, so it might have done well out of 1.8. To be honest, it could have done well from that. Yeah.
There you go, Manisha into the pits now, so that shows just how big of a gap Hyla's managed to open up. I think Manisha might lose a position to Pashki here. Almost certainly, actually, because, yeah, Pashki is on the pit straight. And also, yeah, Van Burr is probably also going to take a position. Possibly even Wisak. Oh no, Wisak in as well. So yeah, Vamba up to 3rd place. So what has changed? That is now Barrier in car number 678. God, why do I struggle to read those numbers so much? Oh, though I can't click on Barrier.
Ah, that.
Oh no, here we go.
They're on their way out. Yeah. Gotta be careful. You don't know who's going to disconnect or who isn't, you know?
I've heard that the Audi has the Lambo engine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is the exact same engine. I mean, it would make sense in you know, sort of
real life.
It's essentially, it's all VAG group, isn't it? So all of it, Skoda, all of that stuff, all in under the bonnets of all those cars. If you look at anything beyond the badge on the front of it, it's all the same stuff. Oh, but getting a bit scrappy. Barrier making his way through some back markers. There was a Bentley off. Had all got a bit code brown for a moment. Silver Cup leader is in the pit. So J Gang in the 871 Bentley has inherited the lead in that respect. And I'm trying to see where the 911 car is. It's currently down in 12th. So got a little bit of work to do again, but I think J Gang still needs to pit. So, oh wait, no, J Gang must have pitted at this point, because otherwise they're running out of time, aren't they? He would have outdone his stint timer.
I think it's someone up ahead that hasn't quite pitted yet.
Right.
Yeah, not too sure.
I
Might
only
be
say
like Nowicki or something like that.
Yeah, because Van der Vel's new, Hyla's new. It looks like Pashka, obviously, he's off time, so... Oh, well, I'll be interested to see when J Gang does come in then, whether or not it's him or someone else that hasn't pitted, because I haven't seen the name change.
Jan Gang is in that... He has pitted.
Okay.
I can't remember who it was in before, but it wasn't Gang.
Right, okay.
Let me just have a look. Before... Let's see, what number are they? 871. It was Jelinek before in that car. So yeah, definitely 100% have pitted. Gang hasn't been in the car for a little while.
I think it's just a name that I see. I recognise the name. It sticks out to me for some reason. I don't know why.
I think
it's one of my tier 2 lads.
It's someone. He is tier 2, Jan Gang.
Yeah.
Someone above Anavrev hasn't pitted. Because he was fighting with the 500 car and they're 9 seconds behind Anavrev now. So yeah, that was the fight that we were watching. So someone up ahead still needs to pit. Whether it's, we've seen Hyler, we've seen Pishki, have we seen Vandenborough? I would have thought we would. He's quite far up.
Yes, pretty sure we did. Is
seen...
it just because Pashki's off time though? Is what is throwing us off? Because there hasn't been a recent change, because he hasn't had to come in during this stop period. He's already changed.
We're looking for someone who is high up but shouldn't be. So it's someone like Jansen, Nowicki, Dijkstra, Pierce, one of those. That's obviously Grantis Caracas should be up there. He might. It's someone who was behind Anafrev that we need to work out who still needs to pit. Someone who could be possibly off pit strategy. I'm not sure. At least as far as we can see, Anafrev would have to find another place. But I think someone needs to pit, in my honest opinion.
We've got someone waiting. Matt Lynham.
Matt. Yep, that's PCDC.
So I shall drag him in. Yeah, he just sent me a message because I will be honest, I was so engrossed with the racing, I missed that he was sat there. Oh, there we go, Pierce, pit. That's who we were waiting for. So let's drag Mr. Lynham in now.
Hello.
Hello, Matt. How you doing?
Doing good.
I mean,
very good.
It's tricky for you guys. You're leading. But you can't really get any further up than pole position, or it's not pole position, but leader of the race. Considering where Anafrev is now, you're currently even on points. You know that, right?
Yeah, we heard. So you might have the chance, it seems, to win. Yeah. The whole thing.
It's still there. The chance is definitely still there. All it takes is an incident from someone. Obviously, we've had enough incidents already. The reason why I think you are in that position anyway, well, at least so far up, or not being threatened by Anafrev being quite close behind you, is because obviously they had their issue.
Yeah, but they were pretty far down from the start, weren't they?
They were, but they were about 5th or 6th when they had their disconnect, which is maybe even 4th. So they were well inside of the points that they needed. I mean, you can't do any more than what you can do, right? You can only win the race.
Yeah, we can only win the race. Well, we came here today like, okay, let's fucking go out with a bang and actually win a race, because we thought we were going to win Bathurst. We were confident about that, but, too many mistakes throughout the whole season has led us to this position. But when we heard we actually have a chance of the championship all of a sudden, that was... It's lucky, though. Yeah. It's not deserved if we do win, to be honest, because we've done too many mistakes and Anafrev's team have been, just solid. That is true, so...
Yeah, I think, from the beginning, having issues with PPR, heartbreak for them.
Yeah, that was actually a bit of a shame. We were hoping that we would be having a nice little rivalry going into the race. But yeah, seeing them lose out on the Super Pole and also dropping out from disconnecting, or do you know what happened to them?
Which team was that again, sorry?
PPR?
PPR, yeah, disconnect. Sorry, I was coughing.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
I've got a bit of a cold, so I'm a little bit croaky this afternoon.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they had a disconnect, unfortunately, right at the very beginning. They did come back in, but they were, because it happened like lap 3, they were, I think, 3 laps down by the time they got running again. And yeah, they decided to pull the car in. They just couldn't get back anywhere near to threaten. And obviously,
that's a shame.
It is a shame, it's a shame to see quite a few people disappear. I think Revolution Sim Racing White have also disconnected. Dominic Goltz and co. They're not taking any further part because of disconnects. So are you guys worried about that at all? Obviously, it can happen to anyone.
Well, it can happen. We haven't had any disconnect in a PCDC team endurance race since early summer, I think, in the team number 1.
Yeah.
And that was basically a kind of weird bug from ACC side, where if you're already inside the server and you switch from Wi-Fi to Ethernet cable, your car becomes invisible.
Random.
And nobody can see you. They can hit you. The cars that hit you don't take any damage or effect from it, but your car still takes impact. That has actually happened to me once before, and that actually happened to a guy in my team early summer. So yeah, or for the number 1 team early in the summer while they were racing in RCI, which was a shame. That lost them the championship there. So shit happens, but we haven't had internet issues. We're not very known for that. So let's cross our fingers.
I was about to say, please cross your fingers or touch something wooden.
Something wooden. Yeah, well, there's the floor.
Yeah, do that. It's fine. Anything.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we had early on in the race, the first stint I had, halfway through my stint, I guess, trying to go for Abelatze, and yeah, that incident.
I know, right?
Yeah, that was devastating. I was like, the move was done.
Yeah.
And he cut back over the curb, so he didn't have anything he could steer with, and just smacked into us.
It was a silly move, I think. He was penalised. Penalised for it.
Got a bit angry.
Rightly so. Yeah.
Yeah. But
yeah,
I was
too
happy
sure.
to see afterwards that we managed to get the pace back up and see that we're actually holding in anyways. We can still go for the second overtake and still get it done, and maybe hopefully pull away because we have the pace. It's there.
Yeah, we've got a battle for P2 going on track at the moment between Vanber and Paschke. We'll just watch this as we continue to talk. But so I'm convinced that the disconnects, that it's not related to internet. It's related, I think, to the new updates and the liveries.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's to do with overcomplicated liveries, or at least people who still have leftover liveries in their customs, and the customs box in your documents, it can be overfull or too much or too little. I know it has caused problems within our team before, and since 1.8 it's looked like it's been affecting more people. So yeah, I mean, I think it can happen to anyone at this stage.
Good thing I deleted all the previous liveries I had for the Bentley though before loading into the server. So yeah, at least I'm gonna keep that in mind for the next races I do, and maybe just get rid of those.
Yeah, I think just good spring cleaning of that customs file. Whether it's the cars and the liveries box, just keep them free.
It's a good tip.
Yeah, my DC was DDR5 related random. Okay. DDR5, what do you even have that on? Isn't that on a GPU? Don't think you can get DDR5 on a RAM stick at the moment, can you? I'm not sure. Maybe next year. Anyway, well, thank you very much for jumping in and having a chat with us, Mats. You guys have, in my opinion, have been absolutely blinding all season. You've really showed AOR what you guys can achieve and what you guys are about. I really do hope that you stick around in the future. Maybe even join us in the league. The normal GT3 league. I think a lot of your drivers will be top quality stuff, top tier. So yeah, I hope you decide to stay. And if we do another endurance league, which I'm sure we will, I hope you sign up. PCDC have been a good site to have in the endurance.
Yeah, we'll probably do so. It just feels really good to be able to hopefully get the win that we felt we deserved.
I mean, all you can do at this stage is hold and try and get that win. Obviously, Anafrev currently is even on points with you if it finishes now, and they would technically win on countback, as far as I'm aware. If my maths...
No point for fastest lap?
I don't think so. No, you'll have to ask that in Tier 1 chat, and just at a coordinator, just see if they can tell you. As far as I'm aware, there isn't a point for fastest lap, but if there is, you would be winning. So I'm not sure. You'll have to ask and report back in the chat so we know what's going on.
Alright, well, anyways, thank you, boys. It's been a good season. It's been really fun endurance, to be honest. Relatively good and clean racing from people here, so yeah. I'm pretty happy about this. It's something I would join again if you host, so yeah.
I'm sure we will. I'm sure AOR will be doing some more endurance in the future, whether it's in league form or just the one-off special events. I'm not too sure, but yeah, PCDC, you've brought a new bunch of people over to AOR, and I think you've earned a few fans in the chat along the way. So yeah, thanks very much for joining us. Thanks for the chat.
Thank you.
No problem. We'll speak soon. See you soon.
Thanks for joining us. Also, looks like we have Jellyneck ready for an interview as well.
N7. So yeah, we'll get him in.
Drag him in for us now. Jellyneck, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
How are you, buddy? You good?
Yeah, everything is fine. I'm ready now. No, I'm done with my stunts, so I just here in the commentary box.
You can relax now, as far as you're concerned. Whereabouts are you at the moment? Are you 4th in class? Let's have a look.
No, I think we're leading silver class in the overall standing, and today in the race also. So it's P10 J gang driving right now.
Oh, I'm getting confused. You're not N7. Sorry. You're part of the H7K. Too many sevens.
H7K.
That's it. Leading the championship and also leading the class. So yeah, very well done. I mean, have you enjoyed running around in silver? It seemed like a quite a hotly contested class at the beginning, but it's somewhat leveled out with I think pace. Some people have been moved to different areas, which I think needed to happen. But yeah, it's been a good season.
Yeah, I think so. There were some fast guys on silver, yes, and they were moved up. But we have a really good competition in the last races. So even at Bathurst, where we missed P1 because of my bad last stint. And so only 5 seconds at the end, I think. And yeah, but we had really good competition in all the races. Starting in Spain, it was a little bit unlucky, our race, but yeah, now the last races were really fun and really clean fighting most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, your nearest rival was Banan Racing, but they haven't turned up today.
Yes, we had a small chat with them, and they weren't able to join today because most of the drivers have no time today, so only one driver was left.
Oh.
So they can't show up today, so they're very unlucky, and we would have been happy to have a fight at the end. Yeah, but at least now we are fighting to get a good position overall.
Yeah.
And we have today P10, and we hope we can maybe win the race in the silver class today. Yeah. Jan is incredibly fast on the car, so in the last stint I think he also pulled away from P2 to P5. So really fast.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's pulled away from, you're actually even in front of the championship leader at this stage, Anna Frev.
Yeah.
He's hunting you down, so that might be a little bit tough to hold on to. But I mean, he's driving very well, and the team's driven very well all season. I think consistency mainly. You guys have always been up there, if not, in the top 3 or in the top 5, or even winning and leading. So, obviously. Do you think you're ready for the step up to platinum if it comes knocking?
Oh, we will see. I think so. Of course, it's very interesting to compete the top drivers in ACC, but it was really fun for us to fight for a class win. So it's a little bit more competition and fun if you have such a target.
Yeah.
So, and I think at least Jan can easily drive in the top 10. But for Max and me, I think silver is the right class for us. So yeah, it depends on all of the tracks. So Imola is at least not the best track for Max and me. It was never. So we are happy to be in such a good position now. And yeah, but we'll see what happens in the future.
I mean,
well, I was saying.
God,
no, carry on.
No, carry on.
I was going to say earlier on, I was really surprised to see none of the silver class guys inside the top 10. I mean, that's been quite a sort of a frequent occurrence over the space of this season. So it's really good to see that you guys have broken into the top 10 again. It's a silver class guys. It's really good to see you up there in the sharp end of the field, and sort of really showing that the silver class cars can still have exactly the same amount of pace as some of the sort of platinum cars. I mean, I was having a quick look at your lap times. I think last lap was a 1:41.9 compared to the 911 car, which is behind you, 1:42.4. So
yes.
you guys have really got some amazing pace out there. You think that's the championship currently leading car, and you guys are just as fast. So it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, at least it's Jan. He has an incredible race pace. Also in quali, he's one of the fastest guys, but the race pace is incredible. How he can pull out the lap times. So it's really much fun to watch him, and it looks so easy.
I think actually he is the fastest driver at the moment within the top 10. He is outlapping everyone in front of him currently. So that's quite an effort. Everyone else is 42s and 43s. So he's yeah, a real credit to your team.
Yeah, and imagine he's doing sim racing since the start of COVID-19. So
Oh wow.
he's started 2 years ago, I think.
Some people just
sim
like fall to sim racing like ducks to water, don't they? You know, some people have it and some people don't.
Yeah. It's
good
at
to
least
see.
talent.
Yeah.
Does he have any real-world driving experience, or is it just a case of he thought, oh, I fancy buying myself a wheel and giving this a crack?
No, it's just doing sim racing.
Just sim racing. That is mightily impressive in 2 years to pick up and be this quick. That
Yeah,
makes
and
me
at
feel
least
pretty
he
proud of
was
myself.
fast from the beginning, so he jumped into the cars, just get used of how the cars feels, and it was fast from the beginning. So really incredible talent he has.
Yeah, it was great to see someone literally jump into a car and be epically fast. I know a few people who have done something quite similar. But yeah, like you say, people either have it or they don't. And obviously, he's obviously got something. We might see a change for second place here. Vanbrugh up the inside of Paschke. Ooh, Shazoo fighting here to get up to second place. It's going to go
Very
another
close.
lap. They've been so close. Round the outside of 7. I think he might have the drive there. Audi still got him. Woof! Well, Jelinek, thank you very much for coming in and have a chat with us. I wish you guys the best of luck for the championship. I think it's all but done, if there isn't an incident that causes you to fall back a little bit, but I'm sure you'll be fine. But yes, thank you very much for jumping in and giving us an insight.
Yeah, no problem. So have a nice day and enjoy the race.
We will do. We'll enjoy the race, you two. You can relax
Thank
now.
you.
You're done. There we go. That was Jelinek coming out of the 871 car that's currently leading in the silver split. Jan Gang's in the car at the moment, lapping quite quickly, we see. But not to take away what we're watching right now. Julian Vanbrugh, Team Shazoo, getting right up the back of Daniel Paschke. Daniel's doing a very good job defending here from Beer Racing. The might of Team Shazoo, though, knocking on the door is got to be quite scary. I'm not going to lie. Julian Vanbrugh, mightily quick in that Bentley.
The Audi just seems to be able to break away just enough to relieve the pressure in certain areas. Yeah, then that Bentley, that huge, great land yacht, is just reeling him in from time to time. The last lap around this sort of area, they were side by side through here for a little while. It was a heart and mouse kind of stuff.
It's going to have to go another lap, isn't it? Sorry.
It's really affecting their lap times, though. They are now down to, they're doing 144s.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they are, all this squabbling is massively slowing them down. I mean, unsurprising. I bet the guys behind them, you've got Barrier coming up behind them in the car number 678, and he's doing 142.5s. So he is about 2 seconds a lap quicker than these guys at the moment. So as much as they're desperate for positions, it might pay them a little bit of good. You know, they've still got an hour and 20 minutes to go. Maybe Vanbrugh just backs off ever so slightly, lets the lap times get back up to pace slightly, and then go back on the attack. Otherwise, they are opening themselves up for issues. Especially if Vanbrugh can't make the move, he is then going to be under attack from Barrier. I'm not sure what the gap is. It might be
28 seconds. Yeah.
Okay, so no, they're probably not under attack, but Vanbrugh drifting through the chicane then. That was a big slide on the exit. Didn't lose too much exit speed, I'm surprised, but
hit the sausage hard.
Yeah, really did hit the sausage hard. Luckily, them big British boys in the Bentleys, they can handle the sausage. So whether it be on the racetrack or on a fry-up, those lads can handle a sausage.
I don't think he's going to be close enough this time round. I think it's going to have to go a little bit longer. But what I definitely do know is I'm going to have to go and get myself a drink in a minute because I'm struggling.
Yeah, I can hear getting a little bit growly.
The
I can hear it
husk
now,
is coming in. 6 hours is a long time to be shouting about a race when you're already a little bit husky to start with. And I'm going to have to go and get some water, if you don't mind. I'll stay on board with Julian Vanbrugh, if you don't mind. I'll be back momentarily.
No worries. So we'll carry on with the coverage of these two. Pretty much the only super close battle on track. I mean, there is the battle for 7th place as well, but these two have been absolutely at it, hammer and tongs, lap after lap. So is Vanbrugh close enough to finally make a move? It looks like he's like he backed off slightly, just over half a second between them. But no, now he is all over the back of him. Oh, a little look up the inside, not quite able to make a move. It looks like the Bentley's a little bit stronger there on the brakes. It looks like he wanted to try and maintain a bit more speed, but wasn't able to. Nowhere to go, even though he had had more pace. But now a big look up the inside and a dive. Oh, he backs out just in time. Goodness gracious. But yeah, Vanbrugh really showing his cards now. He is fed up of being stuck behind Paschke. Paschke, he wants it. But it has to be said, these two have now got themselves back into the 142s. So they have picked up the pace. They're not squabbling quite so much. So Team Chazoo in the chat saying, come on, Vanbrugh. Yes, I think he's going to get past. It's just a matter of when at this point. Should also say that now we are into the last hour and 17 minutes. Track temp ever so slightly starting to come down. 19 degrees overall. So slight change, so we might see some pressure changes when they come in to do their pits. Something to bear in mind is that Paschke is off of the standard routine for pitting, so going to be interested to see what he does in the latter half of this race. Just checking the stewards' reports, and there's nothing for Tier 1, so not likely to see any penalties coming in. Paschke does look like he's looking strong. Yep, N7, I do see you in the chat. As soon as Rage is back from getting a drink, we'll grab you in. Only seems fair to get Rage involved in the interviews as well. So do sit tight. We will be with you. We haven't missed you. We haven't forgotten about you. Just trying to make sure that everyone gets a fair share of Rage. Oh, and again, really close through the chicane, and the Bentley looked a little bit better this time. Managed to keep it a lot more planted. Can he make a move as they dive down the hill into the penultimate turn? He's looking to the outside, runs a big load of curb, hard on the brakes. Can he get the switch back? Hasn't got long to make a move, but can he get the inside? Puts the nose up the inside. Yes, Audi gives him room. Oh, and he just has to back out and get in behind him again. That was really close. Very well raced by the pair of them. Super respectful. But I imagine that Vanbrugh is now getting fed up of looking at the back of that big, old, wide Audi. Got a big arse on it, and he's probably getting quite fed up. Looks to the inside, not close enough to make a move, but again, showing his hand. He's showing that he's racy. Sector 1, the Audi's very strong, isn't it? It really does seem to like these flying corners. Trying to see who else is coming up behind and make sure nothing has changed. So Anfrieve still down in 11th place, so he is just about winning the championship where he is. Gap's opened up a little bit now, 0.727 between them, so a little bit more breathing room. Not that he's going to back off at all, Paschke. He will be pushing as hard as possible. I'm just trying to work out when he's going to come in for his pit stop. It's, like we said, he is off of the normal sequence. I really do wish I'd made a note of it, that what time he pitted last, because I think he must be pushing his stint timer pretty close. It's, say, I think most people are about halfway through their stint. It would be about quarter past. With about 45 minutes left of the race to 40 minutes left of the race is when most people are going to have to pit, I think, just to reset their stint timers. And I imagine, yeah, it's probably going to...
Right, I'm back.
Hello. We do have... who we got? We've got N7 Racing waiting to join, but I thought I'd wait for you to be back. Before I dragged them in as well.
Drag them down.
No changes for second and third place at the moment. There were some really close moments. I mean, there was at points where I don't think you could have squeezed a Rizzler between the two of these guys. But they have just about kept it clean. So, right, I will drag in. Who have we got here? We've got Kiro.
I think it's...
Kiro, can you hear us?
Hello, yes I can.
It's Maudsley, isn't it? Is it Maudsley? Sam Maudsley? Am I getting that right?
It is from
Yes.
the N7 team.
From N7. Yeah. How are we doing at the moment? Because you were right up there, but I think you've fallen down a little bit now, haven't you?
P15, so pretty
Oh.
good spot for us.
Third in class.
Qualified 21st. Up to
So-
15th now.
Jason in the car. So qualified 21st up to 15th. So doing well at the moment. Third in class. Let's see how you're doing in the championship, because it's that time, isn't it? We need to see.
We're fourth in the championship.
But-
P2 didn't turn up.
Yes. And
P3,
where's
Rage
Victoria's
quit.
Secret?
they've quit.
They've quit. You will be possibly second in the championship.
We need P16th to finish second in silver.
Nice. So very, very good for you guys. Really,
Very good,
really
yeah.
good. Yeah, no, you're right. You will finish. You will finish in second place. I mean, did you ever expect that coming into the season?
Not really, no. We were seeded about 40th, so pretty far down in tier 1. But yeah, I've had some good races. Done what we can.
It just goes to show that consistency, pays off.
Exactly,
just staying here and taking part in every race, and even if you don't finish every race, or even if you don't finish well, in every race, you still get points, and those points are still counted. And when it gets towards the end, people drop out. Some people don't stay. So your position, Victoria's Secret haven't finished today. Banana Racing didn't turn up, so that's promoted you 2 positions just by turning up and finishing the race. Doesn't matter where you finish.
Yeah.
So I mean, great stuff from you guys, and just goes to show that with a little bit of help and some consistency, anything can happen. I hope you're listening, 88 team. My team have had such bad luck, bless them. Disconnect the 88, the Brexit boys, but they're normally roughly around your kind of pace. You guys, N7 and 88, are roughly, fighting it out. So it just goes to show that with a bit more luck, that they could be right up there in the top 3. But no, well done, really well done. I know you have taken part in a few AOR endurance events, not just this season. So a bit of practice as well, and has been gone into this. It's not just the one foray into endurance. It's taken a little bit longer, right?
Yeah, and having some endurance practice definitely helps a lot.
It's good fun though, right?
Very good fun, yeah.
You get a good group of mates together. You all practice together, help each other get faster, because you are a team together. You have one car. You're all doing the same thing to get a good a good finishing position collectively. So
I give each other's tips. Mo does the setups for us usually.
I just think it's great. You come together, a group of 4 or 5 people, and you all have the same common goal. If you're normally taking part in a championship, it's you can't see my setup, or you can't see this. But it's so much more open in endurance racing. It's more encompassing, so much more camaraderie, and second place in class overall is a testament to that. So well done.
I'm currently 1 second behind Gosselin in P2 on track for silver.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on what happens. Obviously, 117 versus 8386. Sorry, 638. I'll get it around the right way. Yeah, no, we'll keep an eye. There is an absolutely enthralling battle going on for second place at the moment, so we can't keep our eyes off that. But we will. We'll keep our eyes on the gap. But thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it, and congratulations for second in class. All things considered, if you get to the end.
We can still get drive-through. We're on 3 warnings.
But I think even if you just have to finish, really. I don't think
we need 16th to get.
I know, but even if you don't get 16th, you've still got 3rd. So
yeah, still very good. Yeah,
you're still very, very good. So congrats guys, well done.
Thank you.
No worries. Thanks for dropping in as well. Appreciate you coming in for a chat. Almost every single race as well. So thank you for being so nice.
And good luck in your retirement.
Oh, thank you. I'll be back in some form or shape. It's just not endurance for a little bit. Gonna have a bit of a break.
All right, great. I look forward to seeing you again.
No worries. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye.
That's the N7 boys, currently running around in 3rd place in class, 15th overall. and they're fighting for second place in the championship in the silver split. That's pretty damn impressive, isn't it?
Some serious work, isn't it? Sorry, I had to go quiet there for a moment. I had to go let the dog out, so I used that when you were in your interview. I used it for a chance to quickly run away. But
yeah, they were saying they were seeded 40th coming into this, which is right down there. I think there were 50 odd cars in, so right down towards the bottom of silver, and they have come second overall in that class. So N7, really impressive.
It's a really good effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm amazed we haven't seen a change between Paschke and Vanbrugh.
I know, right?
They are absolutely going at it like a pair of terriers, aren't they? It's pretty intense. Like a couple of Jack Russells scrabbling over a drop sausage roll. Oh, big slide from Vanbrugh.
I think this is the problem. Vanbrugh is pushing so hard that he's losing time.
And that's only going to be affecting his tyres, isn't it? But this is when you were away for a moment getting your drink, I did suddenly realise that Vanbrugh is going to inherit this position anyway, because at some point Paschke has to pit. He's off sequence, isn't he?
I think everyone will have to pit though, won't they?
I think they all have to pit, but what I mean is Paschke is going to have to pit before Vanbrugh at some point. So pushing really, really hard to try and get past him now might almost be doing himself a disservice, because he might have to go significantly further on a set of tyres than Paschke does. So he might end up, like, let's say he's pushing this hard, like we see he's been sliding out of that chicane lap after lap, he's sort of drifting his way out, no doubt, sort of prematurely wearing out those rear tyres. He's going to have to possibly stay out for slightly longer than Paschke. So Paschke's going to be on fresh tyres sooner. Is it worthwhile maybe just
hanging back?
Just hanging back slightly, maybe trying to look after the tyres a little bit, and then trying to put in, stay close, stay well within striking distance, and then trying to put in a banging lap.
When Paschke pits.
Paschke's pitted, because then he's going to have a couple of laps then of possibly free air. So if he's, because let's say, I think it's pretty obvious that he has his lap times overall, if he wasn't hindered by Paschke, could possibly be quite significantly quicker, especially in this top half of the circuit. He really does seem to close the gap up. If he was completely unhindered, how quick could his lap times be if he's got some tyres left? But if he's trashed them battling now, he's going to have no tyres left for the rest of his stint.
That's a good point. It is a good point.
But again, it's the second place car in front of him. He's within a second and half a second. How can you not, how can you resist fighting to try and get past now?
Yeah, no, I agree. What you're saying is the truth. He's, I don't know how far off Paschke is off sequence. I know he pitted a little bit earlier, but he's been clawing it back every single stint. So I don't think he's as far off as we think. Obviously, anyone can come in and pit in 5 seconds' time. So, if they want to maximise those pits, they need to come in literally now. As it clicks over to 1 hour and 5 to go. Anyone and everyone can technically pit. But looking at what's going on, I think for the pit strategy, there might be a splash and dash towards the end here, right? Because we're going to be at about 30, 35 roughly for the pits timer if they've maximised this next one. So, yeah. I'm not sure what people will do. Whether they half-fueled the car for this stint, so they know that they've got half fuel now and half fuel for another stint in a minute. I'm not too sure. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think you are right what you're saying. They could hang back and just see what happens with Paschke, whether he decides to come in earlier and then absolutely smash in like a record-breaking lap and try and overtake him in that pit stop. Oh, a dive up into 14! He has planned that for a while, but he's going to have to give that position back. That was not good cricket, and he does give the position back. That was
only just gets it back, didn't he? Although he's given way to a back marker as well. Jansen in 8th position gets a drive-through penalty.
Wow.
It's got to be said that the Bentley there, or is that a position? I don't think that's a position. No.
John Deere.
Oh, from the Audi. I'm surprised the John Deere sort of almost seemed to try and take the racing line quite so aggressively and almost went a little bit defensive there. I'm surprised
at that.
Yeah, that's the drive-through. He's gone in for it there. But I mean, I think that is then obviously that is going to possibly put Anne Freeve up to 10th. depending on where he.
Possibly.
Actually, no problem, because there's a big gap between J Gang and Jansen. There's nearly 50 seconds. So
drive through is worth about 40 seconds, roughly. It's a long pit here. It's not huge, but it's long as in distance. So he might lose a position. He might come in between Dijkstra and Anafrev. We'll have to keep an eye on what happens. Whereabouts is Anafrev now? Let's have a little look. Vasily coming through Rivatsa. Whereabouts? Oh no, he'll definitely be out in time. I think he'll be okay. Whereabouts is Jansen? Yeah, no, he's out and clear. No, didn't cost him that much time, but still, it was a bit annoying for him. Where's Gang? Yeah, just coming down towards turn 2. So it lost him some time, but it's not disastrous.
Lost him in positions, and that's the main thing, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
That sort of the guys. Well, basically, everyone in front of Anfrieve is what's keeping the championship fight alive at this point. Because if any of those guys make a mistake, drop out, disconnect, then that's it. That's just like, come on, done and dusted, really. That's the championship done. Whereas at the moment, I know technically on paper it could be equal, but if they can maintain that place, it still puts all that weight on Anfrieve. It all still puts all the weight on car 911. They have to keep maintaining the pace that they've got.
I'm just asking an important question. If people get points for fastest lap. I'm not sure if it's done. I don't think it is, but I've asked the question. I know a couple of the guys were asking. PCDC obviously holding that at the moment. That would actually, if they do get a point for that, it would actually secure them the championship, which is obviously pivotal for them. But we'll see. I'm not sure that they do get a point. Anafrev could get to 10th, and it could write off that anyway. So we'll see. 3 seconds is the gap between Anafrev and Dijkstra, so we'll keep an eye on that gap moving forwards.
It looks like that's stayed fairly stable for a little while. So, well, there you go. Erskine has pulled into the pit. He's probably going to answer your question for you. He's in now, so. That Bentley is getting really, really slidey now from Vanbrugh. I mean, I can't help but feel that it's. Oh, I don't know. I feel like he's wrecking his tyres, desperately trying to get past. It's a real shame. Everywhere that he outpaces that Audi is places where he just doesn't have anywhere to go, has nowhere to make the move. Sort of on that back half of the circuit where it's very tight, all the turns are sort of, so they're all, they're basically all chicanes, aren't they? It's all lefts then right, so you haven't necessarily got a quick. You can't just undercut someone and blast out the exit using the Bentley to its advantage. And then there's always a left followed by a right, or vice versa. And there we go, into the pits.
Okay, so there you go. Now, has Julian Vanbrugh got the rubber under him, like we've been saying, to get some pace together? Let's go on board for this lap, because this is the lap that's going to count. It's the in lap for Vanbrugh. I'm pretty sure he'll be coming in. If not, he'll be doing a splash and dash in about 20 minutes' time. I would probably favour on that approach, but we'll see. That's Jean Ribeiro coming onto the track. Almost collecting Vanbrugh. That was very silly. You have to use your mirrors. Never mind. Saved by the bell there. Did you see that?
Well, if I'm honest, I was looking at Paschke and looking at numbers.
Oh my
I didn't see
goodness!
So
Gracious me!
Yeah,
that was the 74 car of Jean-Paul Ribeiro joining after I think turns 4, and yeah, Vanbrugh literally just shit himself. Anyway, he didn't end up in the wall. He managed to get past without any incident, but oh my goodness, that could have been huge for this race.
Rubber change as well for car number 10, the Audi. That is now Gleitzman behind the wheel of car number 10.
Yep.
So, it's got to be said, he looked much cleaner that time through Vanbrugh, through the chicane. So I don't know what his lap time is going to be, obviously, after you said he had the serious Code Brown moment. So that might have affected his lap. But it'll be interesting to see what happens to their lap times and whether or not it's going to be Vanbrugh all the way to the end or whether they're going to change.
Okay, Adam DeBille in the pits right now from 12th place. 911 and 29 getting closer. Interestingly enough, 1 second splits them. We're on board with Vanbrugh at the moment because he is putting in some absolute stonkers to try and claim second place overall, because obviously Paschke's come in, Gleitzman in that car. He's going to be going fast too. Really, Vanbrugh has to come in now, otherwise he's going to get left behind on the faster tyre, because Gleitzman's going to be coming out the blocks quick. In 2 to 3 laps time, that tyre difference is going to be huge, so they're going to have to decide what they want to do here, because otherwise they might get stuck towards the back end of this race with having to pass again. They could technically do it in the pits if they're quick, so yeah, Shazoo have got a big question mark to answer. Not too sure what they're going to do, but I hear lots of Russians knocking on the window. So let's go on board with Vasily Anavrev as he chases down the 29 of Dijkstra.
So his laps now look significantly cleaner and more composed than they have previously.
What's the times though? That's crucially. What's the times between Gleitzman and Vanbrugh?
Last lap was a 1:42.255, and Gleitzman hasn't done a flyer yet. He's only done his out lap, which is obviously 2:01, so that's irrelevant at the moment. But also you've got to think that, obviously, like you said, Vanbrugh had that moment where he nearly got taken out. So did he lift? Did he brake? Did that throw him off through sector 1? Who knows? That could have quite possibly got some time taken away from him.
I think he still pinned it, to be fair.
Oh, fair enough. I was saying, well, here we go. This is another flying lap. So what's he put in? Even slower, 1:42.3. I'm going to keep an eye on Gleitzman to see what he does. Whereabouts on the circuit is he? Oh, he's still way behind. So going to be a little while till we see him set another lap. But he appears to be in some reasonably clear air. He's just got past a Porsche, so I'm not sure whether he got held up in sector 1 or not.
We're on board with Vasily Anafrev, going for the outside here on the 29. Hard on the brakes. McLaren on the inside, giving him space. He has to let the McLaren through. McLaren didn't want to concede that. That was Justin Dijkstra getting hard on the elbows. Didn't want to give that position to Vasily Anarev just yet. He's going to have to go another couple of laps, I think. He's going to have to find a better way through, because the Ravats is not the easiest way to get through. Might have to wait until turn 2 to give it another bash, but sometimes turn 7's been quite useful to get past people, so we can see what happens there.
Here comes Gleitzman on a flyer. So what is he doing out the blocks? 1:43.2, so about a second slower at the moment from Vanbrugh. But like we said, he did have traffic in sector 1, so this could be. I mean, that was his first flyer. There's no way that car's up to temp yet. So
next one would be good.
That was something I had a little watch through the old. I was watching through the tier 2 Super Pole, and then I ran out of time, so I couldn't end up watching the tier 1 stuff. But yeah, I do wonder what the setups were like. Obviously, you were saying they've only got one out lap to try and get the car up to temp and rolling and ready to go.
Yeah.
I do wonder if they run significantly tighter brake ducts just to force the brakes up to temp and to force those tyres up to temp.
I think
within
so.
a lap.
Yeah.
It's got to be a case they must run it far more aggressive. I mean, you think you can technically. You could run it way more sort of pointy, knowing that your tyres are going to get trashed, but you've only got to do one lap, or 2, essentially. So you can sort of roll the dice in different ways. Also,
they could,
fun fact.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I could really smell dog biscuits for some reason, couldn't work it out, and then realised that my dog's box of dog biscuits is open behind my chair. So the longer I'm sat in it, the warmer it's getting, and I'm like, why can I smell dog biscuits?
That would be why.
Yeah, that would be why. The lid's not on them.
I was going to say, in relation to your setup question, they could technically put a little bit more toe in to get those tyres warmed up a little bit more as well. And I know you're not a Formula 1 racer or watcher. Lewis has a thing called Magic Paddle. It just means that a lot of the brake bias goes to the front end. They could be doing that. They could be putting the bias to the front end and almost having the brakes on 25% around the whole lap, which would obviously warm up those brake pads and discs and get you ready. But yeah, the main part really, to be honest, because this is Assetto Corsa Competizione, is majority about how well you can keep those tyres in the operating window. And how quickly you can get them there, and how long you can keep them staying in that operating window, because that can be seconds per lap. So yeah, I think it's all about how you get those tyres into that perfect area, whether it be brake ducts, whether it would be towing the car in slightly, not the detriment to your setup. So it is a very delicate balance. I think some of the teams get it spot on, some not so. As you see, some absolute stonkers coming in. Richie B in Tier 2 putting in a 1:41.5, which is ridiculously fast for a Tier 2 time.
I think that's one of the best times we've got a tool here, isn't it? I think, like on the circuit today. I mean, I'm trying to think of the times, but yeah, that's insanely quick. As a quick one, Vanber in the pit, but he was outlapping Gleitzman by, I think it was 0.6 of a second. So even on older tyres, but obviously probably a lot less fuel, he was still outlapping him by over half a second. So it'll be interesting to see where Vanber comes out. He's still stationary. He's down. He's moving. He is moving. So, and Gleisman's not even on the straight yet. He's miles behind. So, if
Vanber should be exiting now, I would have thought. Yeah, there you go, B.
Yeah, Vanber is coming out. He's got a bit of traffic going to be in front of him into turn 1, but not too bad.
Yeah, he's munched him.
Gleisman is coming up behind him, but he's a fair old distance behind, so it's going to be a case of how quickly can he get them tyres turned on and how quickly can he get going.
So it's Valentin Barrier now in that car. Very speedy boy. I don't think he'll have too much of a problem warming up those tyres.
His Barrier is in the...
Oh, sorry. Sorry, you're right. It's Lewis Selch. My mistake.
Sorry, it's all right. To be fair, I still thought it was... Oh my god, I've already forgotten his name. That's the one.
No, it's Lewis Selch. Yeah, he's in the car now. So yeah, they swapped around. Sorry, I looked straight to P2 and just looked at Barrier, but I forgot that they'd gone through already on the pit stops. They will have to stop again in a minute. Anafrev is still fighting back there. Let's see if he managed to get past. I think he's coming in out of the pit now. He is. Andy van der Velde is just ahead of him, I think, on track. We'll see when we come through the next timing screens whereabouts that's put Anafrev. I know he was fighting massively with Dijkstra, who I don't think's pitted yet. That's why he's further up. So Anafrev now, Soldatov. They pulled the pit just before Dijkstra by the looks of things. Whereabouts is Justin? He's just coming in now. Interesting then. The battle continues into the pits.
The only thing that might not go very well in Zelch's favour is the two back markers in front of him. They are battling. I believe it's cars 69 and 34. So they are absolutely neck and neck. So those two are having their own fight. So there is a possibility that he's going to get a bit caught up in this, which is not what he's going to want.
No.
Where were we looking at? It's car. That's 15th place. Yeah, 15th. And he is gaining on the back of them really quickly, but again, they're under blue flag orders. But how soon are they going to notice that big Bentley coming up behind them is 4th place?
It's technically second.
Well, yeah, technically second.
This is all leading in to Gleitzman. This is all helping him out. You can see him further back there. He's got the number 9 car in between. But yeah, the longest that Lewis Selch is being held up, all the better for Gleitzman, but we'll see what happens. He's flashing madly to try and get past. Yeah, is this the 34 and the 69?
Yeah, 34.69, so that is Sean Clark Racing and Chimp Racing. Oh, move up the inside towards the chicane. Yeah,
has to get it done.
Space.
Has to get it done. Though that car, the 34 and the 69, have been battling for probably the best part of 20 laps. They've been right next to each other. So I'm surprised. Excuse me. I'm not surprised that they didn't want to give any quarter there. But it was crucial here for Niriola to stay on the back of Zelch, so he doesn't get upset by that overtake. Because obviously, now the Shizuka's got to get past the 14. So yeah, we will see what happens with sorry, not 14, the 69. We'll see what happens with Lewis Zelch if he can quickly clear the Bentley in front. Crucially, he has to do it. He has to do it quick, otherwise it's going to start affecting him.
He's quite a way back still. He's not on the tail of it yet, but definitely quicker through sector 1. He's really got a good run on him. I think he's going to be able to do it down towards the hairpin. Oh,
this is sad. This is getting in the way now of the top fight. Needs to abide by these blue flags. It's been a whole lap, unfortunately for him. There you go. He's going to force the way.
There we go. He's done it. But look, a move up the inside by car number 34. Really went for the optimistic dive as well, but he wasn't quite close enough. But he's kicking himself for not being closer to the back of that Bentley, because he could have snuck through as well.
He had to do that. He had to stay. Let's just jump down again. I'm being hounded by Russians. I'm not really. Soldatov managed to come out in 11th. Dijkstra still in the lead. The pit stops didn't get in the way. So the 29 car is still leading the 911. He doesn't need to get past him. It's just literally for track position and really to stop any issues, I guess, with these points. But he doesn't need to get past. It is neck and neck at the moment. Soldatov looking for a move into 6. No, it's actually 5. Now it's into 6. There was a little touch. Soldatov on the inside. And Dijkstra takes to the gravel trap. Up into 10th place then. Unfortunately for Heiler and co in PCDC, that was a big nail in the coffin for their championship.
I think unless we see something as unfortunate as what we saw early on. But like I said, there was a little touch then, so there is the possibility that car number 29 could put in a complaint and say, hang on, we were pushed off, which might do something. Who knows? But I wasn't actually on board with that incident at the time, so I didn't get to see how serious or inconspicuous it was. Let's have a little look now. Zouch has really pulled away in that car number 251. He's got past those two guys. Someone that hasn't, though, is... it doesn't look like Gleitzman's really on the attack that much. No. He's about 0.6 of a second per lap down.
He's fallen back a little bit.
He's had no traffic in front of him for at least an entire lap now. He's still in the same position. He's in between two back markers, but there's enough of a gap that it is certainly not affecting his lap time. So pretty interesting to see maybe over the next couple of laps what happens to those times. But Zouch has come out the gate really fighting. He is absolutely, sort of gloves tied up tight. He is boxing his way through.
Well, he needed to get past those cars quickly to stop a charge from Gleitzman towards the end. He needed to make sure that he got past those back markers before it happened. So yeah, chat saying the 29 car got what he deserved. I think the 29 car put up a good defence. The Mafia is watching. I know they are. Welcome, Mafia. Your boys are doing well. They're still leading. They're still the #1 title contenders. They're still technically, if it finishes where it finishes, going to win this championship. So all the better for them. But yeah, 10th place at the moment for Soldatov and 911. That is enough for the championship. What have we got going on? I
reckon that's why the PCDC second car isn't running today. They're outside of all the outside of is it the like and subscribe team 911? They're outside of that team. They're just there with scissors trying to cut through their Ethernet cables outside their houses. It's like, no, we will disconnect you again. Like, we need to win. Yeah. Heiler's put it in the word. He's like said the magic code word. Red bus anchovy, and that's it. And then all of them have just like blank stares. The sleeper agents are on.
The sleeper agents.
You know.
Jeez. Right. So next up for Soldatov then to crack is a back marker, and then it's the John Deere team. I think it's is that Clesion? I'm not very good with. I'm assuming it's Scandinavian pronunciation. Can you see the Bentley just ahead, the 24? I think that's the next one just up the road. It's only a second down as Soldatov marches towards this championship. It's got to get past the R&D car first, though. Well off the pace, unfortunately. They've had a rubbish season, the 224. I do feel bad for them. 22nd place at the moment.
Yeah, it is a real shame when you see guys that have got a lot of promise and they've got the pace and they just don't have the luck. And as much as you can be the best racer in the world, with motorsport, whether it's esports or real life, luck really does come into it. It really does. I mean, you can get caught up in incidents that aren't your fault, sort of technical issues or mechanical issues, whether your rig breaks or anything like that. It can be a real sting, and obviously you think that multiplies when you're doing these endurance races, not just on the amount of hours, but the amount of guys that are individually racing. It goes from, oh well, maybe my rig can withstand running for 12 hours, it's absolutely fine, but there may be some people that they have issues with temperature and things like that in where they're racing. It can make a big difference. You think a PC that's running hard for sort of 12 hours, that's a lot to ask of a rig, plus all the heat pouring off of your everything you're doing. It's a lot of stress. So there's so much comes into it. I mean, you can have the best cooling in the world, and still, if the temperature outside your house is 35 degrees, you're desperately trying to keep your PC cool. Oh, Zelch goes a little bit deep there and goes off. No loss of obviously position or anything, and the back marker decided not to retake the position. He's just held in behind him. Yeah, technical issues happen in real life too. Yes, they do. Engine failures, parts failures, everything like that. It can be lots of bits and pieces. So that's almost what you. Yeah. At least in this game, you don't have to worry about sort of like your pit crew making a mistake, like whether they put in too much fuel or whether they disconnected the fuel too early or too late and all this kind of thing, or was one too many mechanics got their hands, or were they one too many past the line. At least that's one thing you don't have to worry about here, which is totally outside of obviously in real life, outside of the driver's control. They're just sat in the car, literally watching the board in front of them, just waiting for it to turn so they can absolutely gun it and pull out the box. But they can get a drive-through penalty or a massive penalty just because one of the tyre guys made the mistake and stepped over the white line when they were refueling and they weren't meant to. So as much as it is obviously a giant pain and really inconvenient and horrible to see the disconnects and things like that, that's the only thing I can put it to, is imagining it to be an engine failure or a mistake like that. And while I've been... Yeah, exactly. I mean, yes, you do get punches in here, but not very often.
Yeah.
I don't think maybe you lose a little bit of pressure, but it's never much. While I've been wittering, though, Soldatov is right on the back of...
We've been watching, don't you worry.
Yeah.
Up the inside, through turn 1, and then into 2. He's got him done there. Nicely done. Soldatov into 9th place then. Another nail in that coffin for PCDC. It's getting quite a strong coffin now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely armour-clad.
Who's next up the road? It's Gang, 8th place currently, and it's a silver split car. They're going very fast though, Gang. It's a 1:41.9 was his last, which is really quick. No one's in the 41s at the moment.
Question for you.
Yes.
Obviously, silver class. Oh, I guess actually no, it'd be separate championships for pro, silver, and then overall championship as well. I presume they're doing it as 3 separate things?
Nope. It's 2. So it's...
Oh, okay, so in that case, technically, if you think about it in class, then Soldatov is already in 8th. If J Gang is silver class, and so in that case, I mean, I think the nail's been in the coffin for a little while then.
No. It's not done like that. See this is I think for next season, I think that it needs to be slightly amended. At the moment, it's done on points wise. J Gang will get points for 8th place. All right.
Right, so it's whether you cross the line, not what position in class you're in.
Exactly.
So J Gang doesn't get pole points; he gets 8th overall points.
Yes. Whereas I think moving forwards, that will need to change. I think that we will have to change it so when Soldatov comes across the line, technically he gets 8th place in class points, and J Gang gets then 1st place in class points. So technically J Gang
almost run 3, don't you?
Yeah, so J Gang would get technically 150 points for where he is, but he wouldn't be counted in the platinum. Whereas at the moment he's actually counted in platinum. So technically, a platinum car could actually win the championship. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
I don't think look, it's not up to me to how we run the point system. This is obviously how they've decided to do it. But just I think for continuity and for for just improvements moving forward, the next season it would probably be better to score it per class. Whether that causes problems with back office, I don't know how they would be able to do that, because obviously we're linked up to the scoring system that's used with AOR's server system that they're using. I can't remember what it's called. It works out all of the points. I don't know how easy that would be to program. It must be doable, but yeah, I think for next season that would be a suggestion that we should probably put forward, because technically J Gang shouldn't be getting 8th points. He should be getting 1st points, shouldn't he, really? Because he's first in his split.
And that's kind of what they run, obviously, in like the real like Fanatec World Championship, or like the sort of like the European World Champion. Like it is that they run. You got your overall championship, and then you've got like your pro class and silver class. You've got your, and then there's pro am, obviously, like your breaks. There's lots of different classes. But yeah, so you'd essentially, for how we're running it now, you'd almost have 3 separate championships running. Yeah. You'd have the overall, and then you'd obviously you'd have. They have loads of new ones. They have like manufacture and all that kind of stuff. We don't bother with that kind of thing. I mean, otherwise I think it'd be pretty clear it'd be Bentley or Aston this season that would won it. But it would be quite interesting to see. I think it's something that maybe is worth looking into in the future. It'd be quite cool. I mean, it would certainly make it more exciting for the silver class drivers. Yeah. Because it wouldn't just be a case of, oh, cool, I finished 8th. It'd be, I got pole. Like it feels a bit more real rather than just, oh, I was first in class. It's like, no, I was first in class. I got my 150 points. Thank you very much. Yeah. They should. At the moment it's all counted on one championship list of points. So I think moving forwards we should have 2 separate things. They're not counted, so the silver split would get silver points. I don't know why, but as soon as the cars go into Aqua Minerale, I go down to 45 frames. It really kills the computer. It's slowly been getting worse and worse. I think 6 hours on the RAM cache is starting to prove a bit tricky. Anyway, what was I saying? Probably getting a bit warm in there as well, isn't it? Let's be brutally honest. Like I was saying, it's probably getting a bit warm. You don't realise it, but it's just soaked into every last component.
But no, because you should have the 638 car, Goslin, should get 130 odd points, but they won't. They'll get points for 12th, which I don't think is quite right. But yeah, I think that's something that they'll have to look at and see if they can improve, for next season. It's definitely something that's quite easy to change.
So it would just be a case of, and I'm not sure what they do on the back end with Apex Online Racing, because you can do like the whole entry list stuff, can't you, where it forces what category your car's in, whether it's in sort of pro or silver and all that kind of stuff. So even if I showed up in a car that had an AM, like I designed a car and it's my race is an AM, I've set it up as an AM team, it would force me into silver, let's say, even if I show up in a different car. So I don't know whether it would be something they have to do on the back end there, but again, I've got no idea how that works. I've just taken part in leagues that have done that. It's forced it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm sure the boffins AOR can work it out. I know there's a very clever guy that deals with the back ends for the servers for the scoring, so it's a suggestion I'm sure that we can put through. I know the guys that I race with, they questioned it with me, and I said no, it is literally everyone gets points for what position they finish in. It's not tiered, which it should be when you're racing tier racing, so it is an improvement I think that they could do moving forwards. At the moment though, we're watching Gunsimo trying to get onto the back of, I think that's Leaf in the Mercedes. They've been racing quite close together for a little while. A second is the gap between as we go through Aqua Frame Drop Minerale, as it's now going to be known. Yet go down to 45 frames when we go through there. It's really, my computer does not like that area.
What position are they battling in? I'm being
19th.
Yeah, I'm just being very blind. Don't worry.
It's all good.
My dog is very desperate to get on my lap. No, you could not come up. Please go away. Come on, in your bed. Sorry, everyone. In your bed. Mush. Come on. My dog's looking at me like, well, you've shut the door so I can't go upstairs and get into bed, so...
What do you expect?
You want me to sleep in the kitchen like a dog?
Bless him.
It's a Jack Russell Chihuahua, so it's like usually the amount of times you can't find her, and then it turns out she's like inside a pillowcase. You're like, okay, great, cool. Thanks for that.
Thank
I'm not
you.
joking. It's a thing that happens. You get into bed, put your head on the pillow, and you go, Jesus Christ, there's just a dog
in
wriggling
here.
around in there. It's like, what are you doing?
Oh, well, we are on board at the moment with 1, 2, 3. Robin Moe behind Gosling. This is for position at the moment. And then you've got, in front of Gosling, is actually Jay Gang, but a lap ahead. So you can see how quickly that 871 car has been able to just run away. They've got a lap in the bag. They don't have to worry about these second and third fighting behind. This is going to be a little bit of a tussle, I think, towards the end. Half an hour to go at the 6 hours. We've done 5 hours and a half. We've only got 30 minutes left. It's been a long race, this one. It feels like longer than 6, to be honest. But teams have been doing well. We haven't seen, really, and I'm tempting things here, many crashes.
Why would you say those words out loud?
We haven't, though, have we?
I mean, no, I don't think we really have, no. Just as a heads up, it's definitely something to do with your PC, because I'm not getting the big dip.
Ah, okay.
I'm staying pretty level at about 65 frames, and it randomly every once in a while drops to 59, sort of a bit lower, but no, it's staying pretty stable on an entire lap.
I know why.
I just thought I'd have a bit of a look and see it. It might just be that you got your settings set differently to me. So.
I am on like ultra super epic mode at the moment.
That might be why then, because I know I'm definitely not on super ultra epic mode. I think my like mirror and everything is just like off. I just turned all the mirror stuff off because, well, I'm not using my mirror, so I don't need a good good view distance on a mirror because it's not there.
Yeah, no, I've got all of my settings turned up to the max. So yeah, I wondered if it would handle a big race, a big long race, and yeah, well, Aqua Minerale is the answer. 45 frames when we go through here. I don't know why. I think it's the trees. That's why. I worked it out.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, a lot of trees on the inside of Aqua Minerale. That'll be why the frames run away. Yeah, no, I'll just have to turn down the tree textures. That'll be fine. Oh, over the bumps for Gosling. That's going to lose him a little bit of pace. Mo's going to be chasing down the back of that Audi. It's Audi versus Bentley again, Tim. We've seen this. We've seen this all throughout the grid with different drivers. Audi versus Bentley seems to be the fight of the century at the moment. Round Imola.
It'll be interesting to see if it's going to be Audi dominant in Sector 1 and the first half of Sector 2, and then if the Bentley really shows its strength on the other end. And yeah, again, I'd say that look, the Audi really does stretch away on this pit straight.
It's got good legs.
It really does have some good legs on it.
Yeah, that Audi's got a good leg game. But yeah, the Bentley comes back through the twisties, which is tough because the only place to pass is into turn 2 after the hench leg game comes into force. So yeah, Gosling getting the runaway, and then it's all down to Mo to chase him down. Let's go on board, see what Mo can do, see how quickly he chases down the back of that Audi. Oh, just dipping a toe into the gravel there. The sun is slightly starting to dip away from us. 8:37 p.m. in the afternoon here. Is it Bologna we're in?
Oh, I have no idea. I know we're not in England.
I think somewhere close to San Marino in Italy.
Yeah. It's 18 degrees as well, so it has dropped by 3-4 degrees over the space of the race, the temperature. So temperature's right down. As a quick one, also the battle for 11th and 10th position. So that's kind of a 29 of Dijkstra coming up behind Kleinjen.
Yep.
He's reeling him in pretty quickly. That John Deere Motorsport is struggling in this sort of final stint of the race, it would seem. I mean, they're not slow, but they certainly have had to let quite a few cars past. But they've been very respectful, it has to be said. So, Sam M, I think the sun rays through the trees destroys frame rate. Yeah, that would make sense.
It's only happened since evening has come upon us, so I think it's just the evening sun rays that are coming through that's starting to cause some issues for frames through Aqua Minerale. I think it's sun through the trees, exactly what you're saying.
What camera set are you on when they go through there as well?
Oh, it happens on all of them. It happens on all of them. I'm on board at the moment. It still happens, yeah. I've got, like I say, I've got all the quality settings are like up to the max, so it looks nice. But yeah, unfortunately, it tanks going through that section. It's only that section. Emilia I can't say it. Emilia Romagna is the region. Bologna is the capital city of the region. Yeah, I thought it was Bologna. It's Italy, right? It's all the same. Eat pasta, eat pizza, and argue a lot. I'm only joking, of course.
Hand gestures.
Yeah, hand gestures intensify. Mo's still chasing him down. Can't get past Goslin. Can't work him out. Dijkstra and Clegion is getting also very, very close. We might jump on board with those boys. See if we can see any overtakes here.
It's kind of sticking as it was. I definitely think car number 29 is gaining, and I don't think we're not going to see any funny business from the car number 24. As I said, been super respectful this entire race. It's got to be said, there's been some brilliant racing coming from them. Couldn't get my words out then. Completely stuck.
I'll let you off. It's been a long time.
I mean, it sounds like I've got to get used to doing this a lot more now.
You never know. Yeah, I mean, they have been quite good, haven't they? The 24, the John Deere. Haven't seen them been too aggressive on the defence. It seems to be quite good. They've always let blue flags through, so shouldn't be any different to a fair fight to the end. But it is for position, though. You know, it's not like they're racing against someone in class. They've got to keep the head down.
And it is the end of the race, so it's not as if they can think, oh, it's all right, we'll get it back over the next stint. There is no next stint. This is it for a lot of these guys. They are out to the end at this point. He is going very defensive, isn't he? Closed off the... and it's
run.
Cost him a lot of speed.
Compromised the exit of 3.
Yeah, I think car number 29 had such a good run that it... Oh, under braking!
Lovely
that
dive.
Was risky. Goodness gracious.
Very
Risky,
measured
well
from the 24 to not extend, just open up the steering there and show Dijkstra the gravel trap, which is technically quite right. He could have done so. It was his line on the inside there. Nice gentlemanly racing there from the Bentley. That was good stuff, that. More of this, please.
Back, 18th, 19th as well. That's still squabbling. Those two guys are just... I haven't seen these two cars split. I'm pretty sure that Bentley's got a tow rope. It's just being pulled round.
It's really close.
Yeah.
Kunsabo on the back of Leaf, isn't it? 18 and 19.
Like I said, we saw the leaders come through them earlier on. And it's like I say, I think there is a slight change. 34 is in front of 69 now, obviously, compared to when I was last watching. But I think that's been the case for a little while.
I think it's since since Vanbrugh made his way through. The Shizou car split them up, do you remember? And then I think you might have got him at that stage, maybe in the pits. But no, the 69 is now looking to get past the 34 again. Yeah, it's hotting up all over the place. I don't know where to look. P11 looks like another fun one as we come down towards turns 1 and 2. Turns 1 is barely a turn, it's a kink, it's a bit like Austria. Then into turn 2. Nice corner that, you can carry a lot of speed through turns 2, and you get a nice kick through turn 3. Turn 4 is barely a corner really, just don't want to run it too wide. And then turns down towards turns 5 and 6. Just a lift into turn 5, and then braking into 6. Got to get that spot right, don't hit the curb, otherwise you will end in the gravel trap. Look a little bit like the 24 almost did. Oh, that's silly there.
That's not great.
He gave the position back.
Yeah, he's given it back. Is that for position behind them? Yes, it is. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not. Wrong Ferrari.
It's
wrong
right.
Ferrari.
That's the 224 down in 21st, bless him.
Yeah.
R&D, not doing too well this afternoon, bless him.
Beautiful looking livery though. One of the guys that did rework their livery and get it sent in again.
Yeah, it's a lovely looking car, but you can... all the gear, no idea vibes. No, I'm only kidding. They are a platinum team, so I'm not too sure why they're running that far down. Had a huge... oh my goodness! Had a huge incident into the very beginning of the race, which caused them to fall all the way back, and that's why they haven't been able to compete. I think that's really why. Not necessarily down to their pace, but that wasn't the best way through 14 and 15, unfortunately. That has split the cars up a bit now.
Fastest lap of the race has now been taken by Caracas.
Oh, Jesus. Grant us Caracas.
So in fifth place. So that would, obviously, and then we were still waiting for an answer on it. We were pretty sure the answer was no, but that 100% takes away any advantage that Hyler in that car could have possibly had.
Oh yeah, no, it was 100% no. Sorry, I forgot to report back.
It was no'd. Okay.
Yeah. I asked and Erks came back no, and my reply was cries in PCDC. So yeah, unfortunately. Oh, we got a run. 19 on 18, 69 on 34. Down into turn 2. Was waiting for a crunch of metalwork, but there wasn't one. The Bentley's got past the Mercedes, and I would hope would now disappear into the sunset. But knowing these cars, they'll probably be back together in a lap or so.
Almost certainly.
Let's go back to where we were watching P10 and P11. They have resumed the battle, right next to each other again.
We have got Saristo waiting for an interview.
Ah, okay.
So maybe that's also in the chat. I see Twisty in the YouTube chat. So maybe that's the same person. I will drag him in now.
Yes, please do. Saristo, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good.
You're battling quite hard, I think. Well, your team is, not you, because you're talking to us. Are you in the 69 car?
Correct.
You are! See?
Yeah.
Yeah, some would say I've been doing this for a while. You're having a hard-fought battle with the 34. Managed just to get past. Kunsabo's doing a good job, though, right?
Yeah, he's driving really well. We've actually been really comparable in pace, just the two of us all day. And actually we've been fighting the 34 car since like stint 1.
You've been nailed together
race.
almost the whole race we've watched. You've been so close the whole time. Dijkstra just got past the John Deere team, by the way. 24 to 29 have swapped round, which is finally, they've been knocking on the door for so long. I think that's taken away all the races that we've been watching so closely. I think Mo and Goslin are getting quite close, so we'll jump over to that. Right, so whereabouts are you in the championship at the moment? Let's just double check. You are...
Good question. I have no idea. Very low.
Let's find out. So the 69 car, the Bentley. What is the team name, if you could let me know?
Chimp Racing.
Chimp Racing! I remember this one. Right, 1 second.
32nd.
32nd?
Yes.
Oh, no.
We kind of missed the Bathurst race.
Just trying to see where you are in class. You are, I think, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th or so in class. Still, towards the topper end of silver, you've not done disastrously.
This is when you say you didn't get any points because you didn't take part in the Bathurst race. That's pretty decent. That's a whole race less points than everyone else, and you're still in the top half of it. So there's nothing to be sniffed at. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So
the only reason we missed Bathurst is because we all had something to do.
Oh, okay.
We would have had like maybe 2 drivers, and that's we're not that enthusiastic about sim racing to do a 12-hour as a duo.
No, that 12 hours round Bathurst as a duo is definitely not the one. Don't do that, no. Well, this is going to get you a nice haul of points. So you are currently in 18th place. 18th gets you, let's have a look, 48 points. So this is going to be a high scoring position, I think, all season so far.
Yeah.
So you should end up inside the top, well inside the top 10. I've got no idea where, but I reckon you'll be towards maybe 6th or 7th, something like that.
That would be great.
Yeah, I think that's pretty damn good. Is it as a team? I know I've noticed some of the names. Kunsabo, because it stands out, obviously. But have you taken part in any of the other AOR endurances?
Not endurance other than this, I don't think. Oh yeah, I did a GT4 Alton Park.
Ah, okay, that was a good one actually. GT4 Alton Park. Yeah, no, I remember that one.
I did that with Foch and Simansky, so that would have been SOP thing.
Oh, you would have been well up there then.
Yeah, I think we were P5.
Nice. So what's happened to SOP? We don't see much of them anymore.
I don't know. I'm not part of the team anymore.
Okay, disbanded the team. I think I haven't heard of them.
No, I don't think it's disbanded. I just don't think they're doing much other than their own series right now.
Okay.
Maybe that'll change.
Yeah, I know they do have quite an active YouTube, don't they? And they've got their own socials and stuff that maybe they've got enough where they can do their own races and events and stuff like that. But no, it's a shame. They're a brilliant outfit, great paint scheme, and always did very well with AOR. So yeah, let's petition to get SOP back. I'm definitely in for that. But
Yeah.
last race of the season so far. Are you pleased with how your team's done, do you reckon?
Oh yeah, this was like the worst case scenario to be put in the split one.
Yeah.
I think we were quite legit the last team to qualify for split one, and only by like maybe a tenth compared to split one. Split 2.
It's like qualifying 10th place in F1, right? You know, you don't get to change your tyres.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, you've done brilliantly well to continue the pace and stay where you are. And I think, you know, if you get the good points that you get today, like I say, you'll be, I think, around about 6, 7, 8, somewhere around there in the championship overall. Considering, if you said you were right at the bottom, it's a huge improvement.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thanks.
The goal is always to finish, you know. That's get points by finishing.
That's the whole thing, you know. You've got to see it through to the end, and if you don't, you know, you can't claim any points whatsoever. And what's the point of taking part, you know, if you don't get through to the end? It's an endurance race for a reason, right?
To finish first, you have to first finish.
Exactly.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Good thing to say.
Will you be back if AOR does another series?
Possibly.
Oh.
Hopefully. Maybe.
Maybe, possibly.
Who knows?
I think sometime in the new year we'll have an announcement. I don't know when, but yeah, it'd be good to see we fill the ranks again. But yeah, great job. Thanks for coming in and having a chat. Appreciate it. The race is you know, still going for you at the moment. I think you're a little bit way off the 999, which is doing amazingly today.
Yeah. Yeah, we're nowhere near them.
Hold on to 18th, I think, at the moment, and I think 5th in class. Or yeah, 5th in class. I mean, it's on a knife edge. You've got that Mercedes behind you. Anything can happen.
Yep. It's been close.
Yeah.
Thanks for hosting this series. It's been great.
No worries. It's been fun to watch. It's been great fun to shout about it. So thanks for making it good to watch.
Yeah. No worries.
No problems. Thanks for jumping in. I appreciate it.
Yeah. See ya.
See you soon.
Not sure who you are watching, but I would suggest the battle for 15th place.
Now, if I was to tell you I'm watching 15th place, would you believe me?
There we go. Yeah, I probably would, because, oh, goodness gracious, that was a brave place to try and go around the outside. Oh, he's just...
Gosling, wasn't it? Oh, he slowed on the exit there, coming back onto the track. Looked like he got a massive slowdown. Just so everyone... Sorry, go on.
No, carry on.
I was going to say, just so everyone knows, that was Chimp Racing who just came in to have a little chat. His teammate at the moment is in P18 there, Kunsabo, the 69 car, just for a little bit of clarity. Should we vote for driver of the day? No, we don't do that here. No.
You make your decision.
No. I mean, if we opened that, it's just Vasiliana F. and Soldatov. That's all it's going to be. It will just get screamed at in Russian. So no, we won't open that floor, unfortunately. But good suggestion, I guess. Right, where should we end this? We've got 15 minutes to go. I guess it's Mo versus... is that Brophy ahead? I think it is, yeah. Oh, it's Kunsabo's birthday. Happy birthday. Forgot to say. There you go. A good finish on the birthday is definitely good to have. So yeah, congratulations on another year. Oh!
Another rotation.
Another rotation of the world we live in. Brophy goes deep into 7. Mo's right on the back of him. He's going to be going round the outside. Into 9. Nope, thinks better of it. Oh, that's a bad entry though into 9. Mo's clever about this. He can run him down to Acqua Minerale. No, didn't make the use of the bad entry and bad exit. He was too close to the rear end. He's going to have to wait a couple more laps. It's strange. I've got 60 frames for Acqua Minerale now. The sun's gone.
It must have been affecting me slightly as well, because I randomly was getting 72 then for some reason, so no idea why.
It's the sun.
There we go.
It's gone away now. Yeah, it's those rays.
I just noticed there is actually one like stand-in team. Car number 74, running in 26th place.
Yeah. They've been doing quite well, actually. that team.
Who are they? Let's have a look. That's a Bentley. Oh, so I think they actually are the back of the who's left.
Yeah.
Everyone else has quit out or got disconnected. So, but still going strong. So it's good to see.
That is the team of 1 second.
FACC.
Yeah, it's Jean-Pierre Ribeiro, Diego Zamora, and Daniel Martinez. So, quick little bit of fact: I used to race with the Brexit boys, but unfortunately they've are racing with another team now. They've got another drive, which is good for them.
All change. Oh
Yes.
my God, who's getting caught up in that? Oh my God, and the meat snacks car is very nearly getting caught up in this mess. Has to be
yes,
said.
I can see. Yeah, no, you're right.
There was a big flash of the lights from him, and he was in amongst it. They were 3 wide at one point. And I think it was a little bit of a case of like, come on, lads, like don't take me out at this point, please. So Thunder on past them though. Soldatov, the meat snacks. It is Soldatov and the meat snacks, isn't it?
It is.
My
Yeah,
brain-
Konstantin Soldatov, currently running around in P9. Chat also said Jay Gang is very good. I'd vote for him. Jay Gang has been absolutely on fire around Imola today. 8th place in a silver split car. He's got, what's that, 6 cars below him? And they're not slow cars. It's Soldatov, Distra, 24 of the John Deere team, Adam DeBille's 500 team, Borges, he's a tier 2, very fast driver. Yeah, been very, very impressed with Jay Gang's pace. He's also obviously tier 2 as well, but yeah, it's very fast for a silver split car. Some would say they need to be in platinum. Sorry.
Well, I will put him down then as he would be my personal driver of the day. Because yeah, like I said, I really wanted to see a silver team up in the top 10, and he's done it, and he's up into 8th. So for me, he'll get my vote as a driver of the day for me. Yeah, because he is a tier 2 driver. I'm sure when we did, it was season 8. It was a wet and dry race mixed event at Nürburgring, and he was convinced it was going to get wet again, and it never did. But he was committed, and he stayed on wets.
Oh no!
So I think by the end of it, he had like 4 punches. The tyres were all red, like they were 1,000 degrees. He had no grip, because we were watching and thinking, why is he so far off the pace? Like he was doing really well at the start. Why is he so far? And as it turns out, yeah, he was just running. He just was thinking, well, if I pit, I've definitely lost, so I might as well just stay out and see what happens. And to his credit, he stayed out, and I think it was like maybe the second to last lap, he started picking up punches pretty quickly because the tyres were just melting off the rims.
I guess perseverance doesn't always win you positions.
No, but I mean, he's definitely he's committed. We'll say that. So.
Oh, Gosling almost put it into the wall exiting Aqua Minerale. Daniel Delanek, you can't vote for Jay Gang. He's in your team, but he does deserve it. You're right. If we did have driver of the day, I would probably also vote for him. What's the fastest lap overall? It is Grantis Caracas. You can see it in purple in the top left-hand side. The lap that he has done, let me just see if I can find it. It's a 1:41.4 is the fastest lap of the race so far. Let's be precise, shall we? A 1:41.440. Heiler, who's currently leading in PCDC, has done a 1:41.465, 0.02 slower. So it's mighty close at the top. Ooh, okay. Gosling's got a bit of lag there. Almost went off at 3 and 4. You still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you. Sorry, I was having a look through lap times and stuff. I was getting a bit nerdy with it all.
I was embroiled in lap time. Gosling's chasing down Mo here. It is for position as well, which is crazy.
Robertson's picked up a drive-through penalty.
Oh, damn.
Now.
Yeah, I'll get that out of the way. Is that going to drop him behind the 74?
I don't think so. I think he's all right. I think there's a few laps. It's not showing the numbers quite yet, but I think
they're
he's got
on
a
the
bit of a
same
gap
lap.
there. Oh, they are on the same lap, are they? Oh, in that case, yeah, he might be about to lose.
No, I think Daniel Martinez is going through 9 at the moment, so no, he's fine. Dan's leaving the pit. All good. Crisis averted for Brexit boys. They've not had very good luck this season, I'm not going to lie, bless them. The problem is, Brexit Boys are a top 3 in the silver split. Hands down, they are fast. But they have just not had the luck. Disconnected in in Bathurst when they're in the podium positions. Disconnected today when they're in the podium positions. It didn't go too well in Kyalami. They had again, I think it was a disconnect. I think every race they've had a disconnect. It's been tough. It's been a tough few races for them. So I think they'll be very proud to finish this one.
Yeah, just to get to the. To be honest, let's be honest. For all these teams, to get to the line is a massive achievement. Like you said, it's not just one of us sitting down for an hour or an hour and a half and sort of thinking, right, I'll make sure I've got my fan on, I'll make sure I've got my water or whatever. It's you're trying to organise a whole team. They're all in slightly different locations. As I say, obviously with these teams, some of them are from online communities, so they can be from all over the world. They're all spread out. They're trying to organise times and making sure you're all, literally you're sat there ready in the chat saying, right, I'm coming in the pit, all this sort of stuff, because you can, speed it up by holding buttons and stuff, can't you? You can sort of make it as quick as possible. So, when you drop the car, the guy that's relinquishing the seat is holding the starter as well. It's some weird stuff I've been told before. You can make you stop quicker. It's all that kind of stuff that you got to try and organise, and you got to try and do it for 12 hours. I mean, that's insane. I've done a 2.4 hour long endurance race at Silverstone, and I only had to do 2 pit stops, and I messed up one of them because I forgot to turn the ignition back on. So so it's to hold it together and get across the line is a massive effort. So I think a massive round of applause to all these guys that have managed to do it. It's it's pretty insane.
It is. It does take an extraordinarily amount of patience to do an endurance. Well, I know AOR haven't done a 24 yet. I would very, very much like to see AOR do a 24. Something just that little bit more special about a 24, especially when you go into the wee night hours. It's something changes. It's great, really, really good. So yeah, I hope they decide to do something like that. Obviously, the streaming of that would be incredibly tough. I wouldn't like to do that. But
I don't know how you'd manage to put that together. I mean, obviously, if you look at real world sort of coverage of, like, let's say Spa 24 hours, I think during the day they do it in. Well, I think every commentator does like 2 hours stints, but they overlap, don't they? Yeah, so it's like someone does an hour, then they're joined by someone for 2 hours, and it kind of rotates in. And then the night shift's slightly different. I think they extend it out. I know the night seems to be a little bit longer, but still, it's like 2 hours at a time, which is obviously with streaming, someone's got to be at their PC the entire time to run the stream. Someone's got to flick the cameras. I think that's what can sometimes be forgotten, is that it's not just us guys going blah 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 blah. It's like you today, you've had to sit there for 6 hours, and every time someone wants the camera changed or different car looked at, you're the one doing it. It's a lot of work. It sounds ridiculous, but it's a lot of work. So and no wonder you want a break from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's good fun. I've enjoyed it. I don't think it'll be the last time, but it's going to be the last time for a little while. It takes up too many of my Saturdays, Yeah,
it's fair.
That's the only reason. The only reason, because normally 9 times out of 10 AOR is done on a Saturday or a Sunday sometimes, but 9 times out of 10 it's a Saturday. So yeah, you're right. People do take it for granted. I'm sitting here switching the buttons so people can see exactly what they want, and people can see the cars that they want. I'm constantly looking at the times and making sure everyone's seeing it, and it's not a production team that's doing it. It's literally 2 people sat in their rooms doing it themselves. So yeah, no, it is fun. There's a battle for 4th going on, so let's jump up and see how that is cracking on. It's getting close. Grantis Caracas is getting up to the back of Valentin Barrier. Desperate Measures versus Beaver Grease for 4th position here.
I reckon that greasy beaver is probably going to make his way past. He's closed the gap up over a reasonable amount of time, but that gap was pretty big. But I mean, like I said, Caracas, one of our Tier 2 drivers in the Sprint Cup season, and he is blisteringly quick, a real force to be reckoned with. Again, loads of bad luck though. All bad luck all season. I think he joined the season late, and then he was a fueling error. I think there's some disconnect. I think he got caught up in some incidents. So he hasn't had the best of luck, but he is ridiculously quick.
It's good to see people coming through.
Think you need to break the news to Black Gold Saw.
I know, right? Yeah. For endurance, BGS, yeah, I'm going to take a step back for a little while. Let the guys take control, take the reins for a few endurance races for next year. It's been fun. I think I've been doing it for about 2 years. I think it's been 2, roughly, or at least a year and a half. It's been countless. I can't actually remember how many endurance races. More than 10. All of 6 hours or more. So it takes its toll after a while doing them. So yeah, I'm not leaving AOR completely. I'll still be in AOR as a commentator for various different things. As I said to Tim earlier, I'm not leaving to go anywhere else. No one's approached me to say come and help us out here. I've always put AOR before anything else. AOR is definitely where I've found a nice little home. So yeah, not going anywhere, but just taking a step back from endurance. I will still be here for Monday. Me and Safso will still be with you for the Tier 1 for next season. I'm 99% sure I'll still be doing that. Obviously, if it changes, I'll let everyone know. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. It's been fun. We've seen some crazy races, like memories that stick in my mind, like Ryan Chan running to the end around Donington Park, just getting pipped to the win for Karimba Bimba. Black Gold Saw with just an ungodly charge round, I think, Nürburgring to come back and get 3rd out of nowhere. Just absolutely insane. There's been some crazy races that you just can't predict that would happen, and there's been some moments that will stay in my head forever. So yeah, it's been great fun. We've only got a minute and a bit left of the final race of AOR's endurance series. It's been emotional, man. It's good. It's great. We got winners coming round. Soldatov, P9, like and subscribe team. Absolutely superb. The Russians have done it.
Don't say it yet. Don't say it. There's still a minute and 35 to go, Rage, please.
I'm going to say it.
I'm going to say Caracas is absolutely wringing the neck out of that Beaver Bentley. It's just, I mean, there's no bit of track he hasn't used. He's using absolutely every last bit and some more. He's used the grass, the curbs, everything. Desperately trying to get past that McLaren, but he's putting up a really good fight.
Daniel Jelinek said, so Black Gold Saw, why didn't you drive today? I'm going to be awkward and say, well, let's be honest, he wouldn't have got in the car, would he? Poor Adam. Never mind. Disconnect, saw the end of PPR quite soon on. But yeah, that was a bit harsh. Low blow for PPR.
Move it into the penultimate turn. Try to go around the outside.
There's going to be a touch.
That's a little squeeze and a rub. I mean, I think kind of all's fair in love and war at that point. I think Caracas definitely tried squeezing him onto that inside curb, and I don't really think the McLaren had anywhere to go. It was definitely sort of on the racing line, but God, that McLaren has such good legs, doesn't it? It just really is holding on to it.
Leader is on the final lap now. We will stay with this little battle for 4th place. It's probably one of the most intense battles that we've got on track at the moment. Really, really good stuff here.
Going under braking, trying it there. Again, desperately trying to get through. Not quite able to. Has to back out. And that's really put him back slightly. But he is now desperate to get into 4th place. I mean, he's in the top 5. I could understand maybe going this mental if he was trying to get on the podium, but it is only 4th place. He doesn't want to take himself out.
I mean, 4th place, it's going to secure him a high position in the championship. So, all the points he can get at the moment will help him. It could be for 3rd, possibly, in the championship, considering how many fallouts we've had.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, all the points matter here for Caracas. I'm not entirely sure what the maths is. I'm not going to work it out now with so little time. But it could be for 3rd in the championship. So no wonder Grantis Caracas is going for it. I would.
Penultimate turn coming up. Is he going to make another dive? He went to the outside last time. No, not quite able to on the inside. Can he get a run into the final turn?
It's going to be a photo finish, I think, here, Tim. Oh, he's just not got the legs. That McLaren's going to run it to the end.
And I suppose the McLaren being smaller hasn't got a very big area to sort of get in the slipstream. So brilliantly battled for those two all the way. Although have we actually seen the checkers?
We have now. PCDC comes across and claims the checkered flag. That is the end of 6 hours.
These two have got another lap.
They will have one more. Yeah,
they haven't seen checkers yet, so it'd be really interesting to see if either of them think they finished, because that would be pretty bad. But
they've got one more to go.
This is now going to be the thing of, are they going to catch up with anyone that's sort of thinking, oh well, I'll just let off the throttle at this point and go steady. Championship leaders coming across the line here.
Soldatov going to claim the championship. He gets the checkered flag. He's going to be very, very happy. And we'll stay on board, I think, with Grantis Caracas and Valentin Barrier for one more. If you don't mind, Tim, I'm gonna shout us through this last lap.
Absolutely go for it, mate.
As they come through turn 9. Really, really good stuff. Grantis Caracas is on a charge through Aqua Minerale. Dips the front end on the rumble strip. Pulls it in. And he's going to get a lovely exit out here. Down towards 14 and 15. Drive through there for number 9. Oh no, that's Fizzy's car. Never mind. Caracas. Oh, he goes for a dive into 15. That has sealed his fate. 5th it is for Beaver Grease. Valentin Barrier is going to get 4th. Louis Selch for Shazoo Racing coming across the line in a fantastic 2nd position. Marcus Glitzman is going to come across the line in that Audi in a brilliant 3rd as well. Valentin Barrier will claim 4th. What a final race. This has been absolutely great. Really, really good run to the finish. We saw fireworks here today, Tim. And that battle with Grantis Caracas and Valentin Barrier was the icing on the cake.
That was a hell of a finish, wasn't it? I mean, I don't think you could have really got any closer. I mean, obviously, massive effort. Got to shout out, obviously, to car number 911. Oh, big crash after the race finished. Okie dokie. Everyone's stopping and slowing down. Hyler, obviously first on the track. Fantastic effort from him. Zouch, Gleitzman. Really good, like I said, really good to see an Audi that far up the top. So maybe we might see a bit more of that next season. Fantastic effort. And Jay Gang bringing home the silver class win today. And doing it in style. Not only is he the only... he's inside the top 10. No one else is inside the top 10 whatsoever. They're top 15.
Yeah.
So... really, I mean, like we said, maybe he should be platinum. But if it's classed across the overall team and there's other slower guys on his team that bring down the average lap time, then it just, it happens. You see it in the real world as well. That's an amazing effort put together by all the AOR coordinators that have put this together over time. It's been a real honour to be here. This is my first endurance season doing coverage. Sadly, as you said, it's your last one for a while. So bit of a bittersweet ending to it for all of us, I think. I imagine there's going to be a couple of us messaging each other going, oh my God, we're on a run next season.
It'll be fine.
But, it'll be all right. But yeah, it's just... yeah, I mean, obviously, massive effort to all the racers, but I really want to make sure there is a big round of applause for you as well, mate, for all the stuff you've put in. So, yeah,
good, mate.
I won't clap into my mic because it would sound bloody awful under the stairs. It would just sound like an echoey mess. But,
yeah, no, it's. I mean, all the drivers, all the teams, congratulations to getting to the end. Obviously, top 3 today in silver was Gang, and then you've got Mo and Goslin. So, what was that? The 871, the 117, and the 638 doing the business. Yeah, well, let's see if we can have a chat with the champions, the endurance champions, ready for an interview. I think, first of all, we should talk to Konstantin Soldatov, and then we'll get the other guys in afterwards. Let's drag him down. Champions, champions, champions. Like and subscribe, team. It was on the rocks there, buddy, but you managed to do it at the end.
Yeah, hello, yeah.
Well done, well done. Your community have been keeping the chat alive all race long. They've been with you from the start to the end, cheering you through your comeback. At that point of the disconnect, do you think it was over?
Yes, of course. Excuse me, you can move my teammate Vasily Anufriev at Alvaska on Discord.
Got him. Yeah. There we go. Sorry, Anufriev, welcome and congratulations, man. Champions with AOR.
Oh, thank you, guys. Hello, hello.
Welcome, man. Welcome.
Everyone from Russia.
I know, right? all of your community have been in the chat the whole way through.
Yeah. I see.
Sorry for this. Excuse
No,
me.
don't say sorry. It's been fantastic having them in there. They're so loyal. You guys have had an amazing season. You've capitalised where people have failed. And I was just asking Konstantin about when you had the disconnect. Did you think it was all over?
Yes, we thought that it's the end for us and we lose this championship because after disconnect number one, Chmielewski, maybe PPD, yes? PPD, Team PPD. First, with who we should be fight? With PPD Sports?
As in the guys who won PCDC?
PCDC, yeah.
DC. ACDC, like ACDC.
Yeah.
When they had disconnect, we very sad. We very disappointed.
Oh, I think you're talking about PPR. PPR? Maybe.
But we don't give up.
PPR.
Don't give up to the end. Never don't give up.
Yeah, no, you're quite
Oh my
right.
God.
They could have come back. They could have come back in.
It's a miracle.
They could come back in because they could fight as we, because I don't know, we can take number 9 position, number 8.
Yeah.
Is
11 place.
11 is
And
what
we
you
still
needed.
champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of your wins.
Even points. We have even points.
Yeah.
But we have more wins.
Yeah. No, that's exactly how we worked it out too. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But you finished way further up than that anyway. So champions.
Thank you
by
guys
right.
for
Yeah.
organization.
No worries.
From all Russian community, you are the best.
Oh man, thanks guys.
Thank you.
Honestly, it's been great fun to talk about. Everyone who helps with the commentary side, it's been great fun doing the endurance, and thanks for taking part. That's the main thing, and congratulations, the first endurance champions.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
No worries.
But if we didn't have a disconnect, I think we can finish maybe second and third. If girls didn't have disconnect, they will finish.
Yeah, three disconnects today, guys.
I know.
Yes,
I know.
Three disconnects. Car number 1. Shame for him. Shame.
Yeah, I know. It is a shame, a real shame for PPR. But I think it's the new update has not helped the stability.
Yeah.
Adam Chmielewski, come to my stream and congrats us. Thank you very much for the respect, for the.
Oh, did
thanks,
he?
Guys.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. I know we saw a lot of people as soon as PPR got disconnected said condolences, and they fought so well throughout the whole season, just like you guys have. But I think that's what has made the difference. You guys have never given up, and not that they have given up. Don't get me wrong. They've battled.
Because I wanna say Bentley was fastest than Aston, but every track on this, I think.
I agree. No, honestly, I agree. But the thing that sets it apart, you guys, the determination to get back to the position that you needed every single race, not just this one.
It's miracle.
Yeah.
Miracle.
So congratulations, guys. By far the best
Thank you,
deserved winners. Well done.
Thank you very much.
No problem at all.
Later, maybe next endurance championship.
You never know.
We hope it will be.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. Bye. Cheers.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
There we go. That was the like and subscribe team. They're so popular in the chat.
The chat has not stopped. I've been trying to read it and pick out some things. I just can't. It's just
they're so loved. Just the positivity and the energy from those guys. It's just can't get the smile off my face. Such deserved winners. It's just so bad for PPR. I feel so bad. But lessons to be learnt there. Just never give up. And it could have been different. It could have been different for anyone. 6 hours is a long time. Let's get the winners in. Winners of this race, at least. We've got Matt Tyler and I think Julian, all part of the same team. Guys, PCDC. I'm assuming this is everyone from PCDC altogether.
Not really.
Julian is not.
Julian, sorry, Julian. We'll come back to you in a second, Julian.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's pop Julian up so he doesn't have to endure. But guys, PCDC getting the win there where it's needed. I think you secure yourself second place in the championship. I think, because obviously PPR get no points whatsoever. Either that or it's third. It's one or the other. I said it earlier on. Mightily impressed with you guys. Out of the block, composed, fast. Hyla was. I've never seen anyone drive so fast round Bathurst than you. Literally, that is your track. You own that. You can take that away with you when we leave. That is unbelievable. Sometimes it was borderline crazy how quickly you went through the mountain. But today, a brilliant drive.
Today, brilliant drive from both of us, and I think Matt's had the pace this time.
Yeah, no, you literally never gave up. Obviously, you weren't dogged by disconnections like some of the other teams, but it doesn't take away from a great position and a great win at least. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough points on the board, and second place is all that you can achieve, but you should still be happy with that. It's the first win of the season.
I mean,
We are very
absolutely, we're
happy
happy.
with
We don't we've done so many mistakes. I don't think P1 was outside of special circumstances like this. We were never thinking of getting P1 in the championship in this phase.
It's like what I told you earlier in the interview. Like, we came into this race hoping for just getting that one win. We felt we deserved this season. We didn't actually see the eye opening for getting the championship victory at all, really. So the P1 for the race was the goal. We got it. And P2 in the championship, more than we asked for this race, to be honest.
I mean, you've come away with a second place already. I think that was Kyle Army, that's where we kind of switched on to the pace and how well the team was performing together. And then since then, a little bit of a disappointment that unfortunately I don't think was deserved round Bathurst. I think you guys had the pace there to do very well. But today, obviously, you showed your class. So, well done. It's the win that you needed. Hopefully, a little bit earlier on, but never mind. It was a great race to watch. You guys just unstoppable today.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Thanks very much for keeping us entertained, guys. Really do appreciate it.
Well, if there's another season, then I hope to see you guys in the booth again.
Yep. No, that's all good, man. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you on track again.
And also, good job by you guys.
Thank you.
A good job with the interviews and also with the extremely good commentary you've done this season. So yeah.
Ah, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you ever so much.
We try our best.
Yeah, and you've done a good job. So yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Good luck.
Yep, we'll see you soon. Well done.
See you guys.
Bye.
Cheers.
Right, let's get Julian in and see whereabouts. Julian.
Hello.
Sorry about that, mate. I didn't know who's who, because people have different names on Discord than they do in the race. Can you remind me whereabouts you are team-wise?
Shazoo. Finished P2.
Finished P2. Ah, Shazoo. Mate, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Out of which of the drivers were you? Ah, Vanbrugh, Julian, right?
Yes.
There we go. Sorry, it takes a while, mate. 6 hours is a long time.
No, I don't blame you.
What a fight. What a fight. Actually, let's be devil's advocate. Let's get him in right now. You really struggled to get past Daniel. I'm going to put him in. Because it was one of the heating points of the whole race. It was one of the points that got our attention. Obviously, we watched it from start to finish. What made it so hard that you couldn't get past Dan at that crucial point in the race?
Well, they just kept undercutting us. Their strategy was a bit strange. They took their short 30-minute stint right at the start.
Yeah.
So they were always undercutting us through the whole race. And yeah, it was just I was quicker than him in the wrong parts of the track. Like in the middle sector, there was no way through. And then by the time we get to the last corner, the Audi gets such good traction, good straight line speed, just couldn't find a way through.
Tim picked up on that too. You seem to be faster at different parts of the track. Like you say, almost going down towards turns 1 and 2, the gap was so big you could never go for a lunge.
Exactly.
And your team and yourself, being the gentlemen that you are, never did put yourself in that position of lunging. You had to wait until you got an opportunity. But credit to Dan and Co, because his teammate was also very good, but very good under pressure. Are you there, Dan?
Yeah,
I'm here.
There
yeah,
he is.
Thanks.
No worries. That Audi, very good on the legs, very good in the straight line. Did you feel the pressure constantly from having Shizou behind you?
Yeah, it was pretty intense. I was sweating all over the place, but it was so much fun. He was quicker in the sector 2, but I did a pretty okay job with my exits, and therefore could hold my place.
I mean, you held your position for, it felt like a good 10 laps, if not more. Almost the whole stint, you held that position in front of Shizou. And it wasn't until right at the very end where, unfortunately, you did get past, didn't you, Julian?
Yeah, I overcut him by about 5 laps.
It was Tim.
In the box.
Tim called it. He said that Julian, the only time Shizou are going to have the opportunity is when Dan comes in, puts some new boots on, and Julian gets his head down and gets some laps under him. That's when you did it. That's when it happened. So yeah.
Yeah, it was proper hammer time stuff. That
we stayed on board whilst you got those first couple of laps in. Oh my God, Jean-Pierre Ribeiro coming back on the track in turn 4.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was so focused on the hammer time. I was like, I'm just going flat out. I knew it was going to be close, but got past him. But that was a close call.
That was a very close call. Very close call indeed. Whereabouts did you finish again? Was it P3? I can't quite remember. It's been a long day.
Nope, that was second place. Car number 251 was second place, and then the Audi number 10 was third place overall.
Ah, okay. So second and third.
Yeah.
Overall.
But I mean, that was the battle to watch, wasn't it?
Yes.
it was so intense. Really the pair of us were just at our seat. I think it was that thing of I was watching from one set of cameras, Rage was watching from another, and the pair of us are just leaning forward, eyes getting wider and wider. It's there was a couple of moments, like you said, it was really interesting to see the dynamic between the two different cars and both you drivers. The differences of where you were faster, where Daniel was faster. It was really interesting to see. And it was really good to see how clean the pair of you raced. Neither of you were sort of blocking each other, and neither of you were going for sort of desperate dives or anything. So it was really great to watch. And some of the drifts coming out of that chicane, Julian, they were pretty ridiculous. I'm amazed you had any tyres left. And I imagine every time Daniel looked back, he would have just seen the sideways Bentley coming out of the chicane.
It was good because we had a massive gap in front, a massive gap behind, so that it was racing for P2 and that was it. So there was no point in going for stupid lunges because there was nothing to gain. We weren't going for P1.
No.
Massive gap behind, so you might as well just race cleanly and go for it.
See what happens at the end. Yeah. Well, you kept us entertained, definitely. So congratulations on the positions, guys, on the podiums. And I'm not too sure whereabouts that puts both your teams in the championship. To be quite honest, I'm not going to start doing the maths when they release the information. I'm sure you guys.
We don't either.
No, it does get a bit tough because it's hundreds of points involved. But I'm pretty sure Shizou are going to jump up a fair bit, and it's exactly the same for. Is it beer racing? I'm not too even sure whereabouts you are in the standings either. But guys, it was great fun to watch. Thank you very much for keeping us very much entertained.
No worries.
Good stuff.
No
Appreciate
worries,
it.
thanks.
No worries at all. Thank you very much for jumping in.
Mate.
See you guys next year.
Yep, see you soon, buddy.
Cheers.
Well, there we go. Sorry, I couldn't place Julian when we first got him in. I was like, Vanbrugh.
That's all right. I was looking through all of it, and I was like, oh my God, there's a lot of people with the first letter J. Oh my God, there's so many people. It all becomes a bit of a blur after a while. You've been looking at second names for ages, and then everyone's Discord names are totally different. That's why you sort of look at a Discord name and you think, who's green-eyed monkey bear? And you're like, this isn't someone's real name. This isn't someone. So
you got no idea until they all come in. Well, there we go. That was an incredible season. Obviously, we finish it off there with like and subscribe, taking the crown in the platinum split. The top split, the silver split. That would be taken by H7K Racing. Absolutely amazing job from them. We did have a chat with them earlier on. Second place will probably be taken by N7 Victoria's Secret might hold on to third. I'm not too sure. No, they didn't finish, so I don't know who's going to get third place. Could be Crazy File. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, exactly the same for Platinum. It could be anyone for second and third, but I'm pretty sure PCDC will claim second, Beaver Grease will be third, and then we'll have maybe... I've got no idea where it's going to go on from there, but what a season. It's been great fun. Like I said, it's going to be the last one for me for a little bit. I definitely won't be doing the next season of Endurance, but I'm sure Tim, Arcadusis, Chinson and Cardinal Smith will all be here to keep you guys entertained for that. I will be back though, I'm pretty sure, for the sprint series on Mondays that we do at 8 o'clock, which will start next year. Last to finish off, thank you so much, Tim, for being part of it. Cardinal as well is in the chat. Thank you very much for helping us through the beginning part and the super polls and keeping us entertained. Like I said to Tim, it's going to be my last one for a little while. I'm going to take a step back. I didn't tell you, Cardinal. I left it to the end. So thank you very much for helping me and making it easier, because if it wasn't for you guys either, I'd still be here doing this on my own. So it's not lost on me how much you guys have helped. So thank you very much for stepping in and giving your time for nothing to help keep this going. That's the main thing. But yeah, there we go. We're done.
I mean, I'm not going to add anything on the end. I think you've said it brilliantly. Amazing sign-off. Amazing final sign-off as well for the Endurance Championship.
Oh, I do need to say one more thing. Thank you very much for the sponsors. Driver 61. You want driver coaching? Go to Driver 61. Very good rates. SIMSOK. They're comfy as hell and they slip on like nothing. Elgato. Press some buttons. It does shit. I don't know what it does, but they're great. They're amazing. If it's not for them, we wouldn't be here either. So thank you very much for all of those guys. Thanks everyone in the coordinator team. Thanks to the admins. Thanks to Ertz. Thanks to Heiko for all of the opportunities. I appreciate it all. We'll see you again soon. I'm not sure when. Probably in the new year now. That's enough.
Yeah, it's got to be the new year at this point, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're not going to say thank you to the devs, though. Yeah.
Yeah,
buggers.
cheeky buggers.
Ruining it. The last race, we had no liveries.
I know, right? Well done to all of the teams that took part as well. It wasn't for the drivers, we wouldn't have a sim racing, game to watch. So congratulations to everyone that took part and finished the races, and for those that didn't finish the races. Well done for taking part at least. We will see you in the new year, guys. We'll sign off there. Have a good one. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, guys.